Hey everyone, welcome. I didn't have my intro. I forgot to
Nope.
put it back. We are
That's what I was
live.
waiting for.
We are live. Yeah. What I forgot to put back was this. There we go.
Yeah, probably makes you feel better anyway, doesn't it?
Much better. It doesn't feel like the start of a live without my intro.
Yeah.
It's simplistic as hell.
It's good though. Simple is good sometimes. I mean, it gets right
Sometimes
into the meat of the thing. You don't have to have 10 minutes of music and dancing before we start.
that's what happens when you don't have technical skills to make your own. You have to just go with something generic. I found that online somewhere. But it works. Sorry we're late. Have some problems going on at home, and that I had to deal with that. But we're gonna get into the episode and just say hi to some people first. I can't wait to discuss this episode. Episode 3 was wild. This is gonna be fun to talk about. So far, the season, every single episode has been knocking it out of the park with Severance this season, but episode 3, oh my god, like I think it's gonna be the most fun to discuss yet of the whole season. So good morning, Teeter. Nice to see you first as usual. Hey Vanessa, nice to see you. You know, we're starting really late and it's not ideal for everybody. Apologies about that. Hey Matt, nice to see you. Matt Gilbert and Mr. Grant Gregory AI, hello. Let us know when you drop that Man in Yellow Doug Hughes interview so that we can let everybody know about it. And everybody, if you're not subscribed to his channel, please subscribe to Mr. Grant Gregory AI's channel. He's gonna have an interview with Doug Hughes up soon from I hate saying from, but yeah, that's what they decided to name the show. So let's see. Yeah. Hey, John Answers. Nice to see you. Good evening, Amy. Nice to see you. Yeah, episode 4, I bet is going to be wild too. Episode 3 was a wild ride. It really was. So, let's see. Hey, Muncher
I got my boots on. I got my hat on. Wild ride.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What is that? I couldn't tell what that is. Let me enlarge it. Oh, okay. It's a hat on a boot. There we go. Nice. You always have something on theme with whatever episode we're talking about. I love it.
Well, you said wild ride, and I just thought about cowboys.
Yep. It's going to be a wild ride.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Muncher Luncher. Bro, what if the man in yellow is Ricken after Lumon is done with him? Okay, you never know. Maybe it's going to be a surprise. It's a surprise crossover. That would be fun. Hey,
I
Golden
know it,
Child.
like...
Huh? What did you say?
What does the manual say with knowledge? My brain is frying.
Knowledge comes with a cost.
That's going to be in a Ricken book.
Mm. Mm-hmm. I could see that. Yep. Yeah. Amy, I'm sorry to hear that you're not doing well. I hope you can take your mind off of what you're going through right now. With us, we're all here for you, Amy. And hi, Julie B. Cheap Types and lovely co-star. Yes, the lovely co-star / co-host. I like co-star though. That's sweet.
Yeah, thanks for putting that in all caps, Amy. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry to hear that you had a rough day, Amy, and hang in there. Hey, randomer. I never know how to say that. Randomer. It looks kind of like French. So if it's French, then it would be Rondomer or something. I don't know. You mean he is the man in YOLO? Yeah. I haven't heard YOLO in a while. Wow, yeah, that was,
Mhm.
and I'm kind of glad. It was everywhere. YOLO, YOLO. It was like
Mhm.
enough already with the YOLO. But yeah, maybe he's the man in YOLO. You only live once. Hey, Debbie, Abby, Bo, Babby. Nice to see you.
But wouldn't the people in Severance live twice? Like it'd be yo,
Yeah,
YOLO.
yeah,
YOLT. You only live twice.
yeah, yeah, maybe. um, so we are gonna get into the episode. It is called "Who is Alive?" And when I was taking the stills from this one, I really went overboard. This is the most I've ever taken for anything. I thought I took a lot with From, but I don't know why I take an insane amount with this. This is like I didn't have time to whittle them down, cut out the duds, so I'm gonna just kind of skip over the duds. But I think I have over 1,000 pictures. It's a lot, so I'll just be kind of scrolling through them like a flip book since we can't have clips without getting pulled, possibly. So it kind of works out, actually. I'll just scroll through them and it'll let me, almost like watching the scene. It's
Yeah.
the next best thing. In some cases, like the scene in the goat room with the goat field room,
Mhm.
I took so many. I was just like screenshot, 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 like every single frame. So it'll be almost like watching
Yeah.
the scene. Yeah. So don't worry, I won't stop on every one of them and talk about each of the 1,060 something stills that I took. So we started with Miss Cobel with Harmony here, parked outside, and she's just out in the middle of this frozen like rural wilderness. I don't know where this is, if this is outside of KIER or what's going on here,
It's
but
between KIER and Salt Neck.
yeah, it's it's like she's just losing her shit. She doesn't know what to do
Yeah.
anymore because she's been cast out of the fold of Lumon, and she's devoted her life to this. She's devoted her life to KIER. We've seen the shrine in her house, and it's just like I really like that they have these at the end of every single episode so far. They have a little featurette featuring Dan Erickson, the creator, Ben Stiller, who's executive
Yeah.
producer, Adam Scott, and other actors in the show, including Patricia Arquette, just talking about it, and they give us insights. And one of the insights that stuck in my head was, you know, I think it was Dan Erickson who said, when you've been cast out from this system where you have been since you were a child, where do you go? That gave us insight that we didn't know. I was surprised he actually said that. We could assume based on what we saw that she's been in this system since she was a child. We saw a picture in her shrine of her. It was either her or her mother, in pigtails. But I'm thinking probably her.
It's probably her.
At the Myrtle Egan School for Girls.
I feel like it kind of tells a story. Like there's hospital equipment, so it means her like mom probably died in the hospital. She was probably adopted by KIER in some capacity and was sent to the Myrtle School.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like Ms. Huang was also that way.
I
My
agree.
theory is, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely. So, but I was just surprised that the creator of the show actually came out and said it. She's been in this system since she was a child, instead of just letting it stay ambiguous and making us figure it out for ourselves. But I mean, I would have already been able to tell just from what we saw in that shrine and the way she's acting now. She's lost without being a part of this system, and so it looks like she spent the night in her car just out in the middle of nowhere. Her hair's all messed up. So yeah, she's losing her mind, and looks like she puts that tape in the cassette player in this, once again, old car, more old tech, and starts driving.
So you think she's the one that put the Stone Roses tape in there?
What do you mean? Well, I mean, she literally pushes it in herself, but what do you mean?
Yeah, well, the music that's used in the beginning of this, it's like Stone Roses, right?
Yes.
So,
yep.
That's Harmony's like band of choice.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know anything about that. Did you find any significance in that?
Well, Stone Roses.
Yeah, I've never heard
I
of
don't
that.
know. I guess the song does have stuff to do. I mean, it has stuff about being a queen in it.
Okay.
I mean, the only one I really knew that they had as a hit was Fool's Gold, so that's a little bit different than this song, and I can't remember the name of the song.
Okay. What is that? Now, I forget. I took a few film classes in high school and college, and I know there's a term for music that is just background music for us, and music that the characters are listening to, and sometimes it turns into both. I don't remember the term for it, but
I would probably say external and internal music, but that would be just me. Or soundtrack music versus internal music.
Right. There's some word that's escaping me now, but
yeah.
I think this is an example of the music that she's hearing, and then it becomes our background music too. It's both. So yeah, she starts to drive, and then it cuts to this shot of Gemma we've never seen before. Now that the cat's out of the bag, and we know Gemma is Mark's wife, and she, Miss Casey. Now they can actually show us stuff like this at his house. So he's
is that the park with the funny bees?
maybe it's the park with the funny bees that they talked about, and Devon talked about. Yeah, see how normal she looks. She doesn't look robotic here. She looks like a human being, and whatever they've done to her as Miss Casey, it's like her brain has clearly been altered. They definitely they put some chip in her head, and I think she probably suffered brain damage, and they're experimenting on her. They put a chip in her head, and they're kind of flattening her emotions so she can feel things, but she can't feel anything in a strong way. I talked about that in the video that I put out a couple days ago, and I appreciate the people who watched it. It's my theory on what they're doing with Ms. Casey / Gemma, how I think it could connect to their overall mission, which I think the end game is putting chips in everyone's heads on Earth, in order to kind of do a form of mind control, balancing the emotions, flattening them, making them more submissive, so they can all be children of KIER. And it's all about taming the tempers. Tame thy tempers. That's the main message of KIER. The four tempers being woe, frolic, malice, and dread. And if you look at Miss Casey's behavior, I mean, she says she feels things, but you don't see much on her face. She said she was afraid when Mark and Helly ran off, but she didn't look the least bit afraid. She had a flat affect. And when she was sent back to the testing floor, she had a tear rolling down her face, but she was completely composed. So I think they're flattening her emotions. And then her file said 68% done, which is the Cold Harbor file. So I can only imagine how much worse it's going to get if she's only 68% altered. I mean, she'd be even more robotic by the end once they finish this thing. But anyway, we can get into that more later. There's more discussion of the Cold Harbor file later in the episode. But what do you think, Scarlett?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I have any wide-ranging theories. I'm kind of going with the flow of the show. I was also just looking at this thing with the watch, because the watch is right by her, and I was thinking it was reminiscent of time, like time passing.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like there could be a lot of enthusiasm for what I would call the KIER Army model, where they're trying to put chips in everyone.
Right. Because they did say, Helena said to her dad, "They're so pretty, Daddy. Everyone in the world should love
Yeah.
them," when she was a little girl, and he said, "Well, thanks to you, one day they will."
It's all your fault.
It's all her fault.
Weight of the world on your shoulders.
Yeah. I think that's their end game. If you haven't checked out my video, it's I'll when I finish the live, I'll edit the live and I'll put it in the description of this video, but it's the latest video on my channel, so you can check it out there. I just discussed that theory and my ideas about the events regarding Mark, Milchick, and and what was the other one? I think that was it actually. Just mainly Mark and Milchick in season 2, episode 2, and that theory. It was honestly more of a theory video than anything else. And I'm still going to be putting out a video on the rest of episode 2 and of course episode 3, the Helena versus Helly debate. So keep an eye out for that. But yeah, this has the watch right next to it. Oh, and by the way, please like the stream if you haven't already. It helps people find us. We're new to covering the show. There are a lot of people covering Severance, so if you haven't, take a moment to please hit the like. We would truly appreciate it. Anyway, so I like how they did this. You know, they have her in focus, and then they have the watch in focus, and they zero in on that. So yeah, the theme of time passing related to her.
I don't remember what the song's called.
What's the song?
Okay, maybe I'm not.
What did you say? The song is
here anymore. Yeah, it's called "Love Spreads" by Stone Roses.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't even think to look up what song that was. Okay.
I was gonna look through the lyrics. I'm gonna look at the lyrics real quick and see if there's anything of significance.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, there's no delay or anything?
No, I hear you.
Okay.
Hey Larry. Welcome. Nice to see you. Has Helena reintegrated or just posing as Helly because she said she got better at reintegration since PD? No, I don't think so. I don't think she's even posing as Helly yet, to be honest. I think she's going to, but I don't think she's done it yet. Based on this episode, I don't think she's done it yet, but we'll get into that when we get to the scenes with Helly. I think she's going to be tempted to go in just to experience the love, appreciation, and respect that she's never had in her life, according to the creator of the show. In one of the little featurettes at the end of an episode, Dan Erickson said, Helena has never had love, appreciation, or respect, and it's a weird experience for her to see on the surveillance cameras that Helly is somehow leading a freer and richer life than her. So I think she is going to choose to go just to experience that. I think she's going to take it upon herself to do it, but I don't think she's done it yet. That's my opinion. But who knows? It could be her in there right now. But we'll get into that when we get to her scene. And
are we gonna do another poll?
Oh yeah. I'll do another poll. Last time we did a Helena versus Helly poll. I'm gonna put it up right now, and then people can just vote. I'm gonna leave it up the entire breakdown, and we'll see who's winning. How should I word this? Last time I worded it in a confusing way. I'll just say, is it?
Can you change yes and no to Helly and Helena? Or I mean Helena?
Can I can, yeah.
Yeah, see? I saw Geek Academy do this little trick.
Oh,
shout out.
Yeah. Shout out to Geek Academy.
Yeah.
No, I don't know how to, but you can only add 4. That's the thing that sucks. You can't do any more than 4. But that's cool. I can still do that. Oh, awesome. Okay. Is it Helena or Helly inside Lumon right now? Helena or Helly. There.
You put other?
Oh shit. Or put other. Wait. Hold on, I'll add another option. Wait, I'm gonna redo it.
I don't know. I always put other in just in case, because there's always some person that says, but I think it was Helly sometimes and Helena some other times, and you know.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's Helly in there. I've always been Team Helly. And I think there's evidence in here that is still making me Team Helly. Team Helly till I die.
Yeah.
But there are a good number of people that still think it's Helena.
Okay. There. So the options are is it Helena or Helly inside Lumon right now? Helena, Helly, she switches back and forth, meaning sometimes it's Helly, sometimes it's Helena, or Helena will go in later this season.
Oh, good. That's a good one. That's a good fourth one. Yeah, she hasn't made it yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good choice.
Yeah. So I'll leave that up. I'll just leave it up. Anyway, Mark puts the watch on and he drives into work. And did you find anything in the lyrics, by the way?
Not really. I mean, I know they have the one that she's my sister, which makes me think of Devon, and then it's something about like being a messiah. She's my queen, and there's stuff about dreams in it, and stuff about let me put you in the picture, which could be a reference to. I mean, a lot of loose references.
Okay. Yeah.
And unless Ricken is the Messiah and is like Hades, and then like Devon says Queen is Persephone. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anybody in the chat has any ideas about the lyrics, please type them in, because that's what I got out of the situation.
Okay.
I liked Fool's Gold a lot better. I was more of a Fool's Girl sort of girl when it comes to Snow Roses, so you know.
Okay. So Mark is timing his at this point I had no idea what the hell he was doing. He's timing how much time it takes from getting to the car to check in and then to the elevator. Of course now I understand, but this lady looks evil, doesn't she? What's with this lady's face? She just looks like, I don't know, like sinister.
See, there was a woman on streaming things who said something that I thought in my head when I first saw this, which was really cool, and I want to get a shout out to streaming things as well, is that she thought he put a bomb somewhere and he was checking, because those numerals, those like orange numerals, always look like what they use in like movies that have plot lines of bombs.
Oh, okay.
And then that music, and then the zooms that kind of zoom in like the Italian Job or something. I mean, it has all these kind of interesting zooms, and I think, did he just put a bomb somewhere? Or is he doing something nefarious here by looking at the watch, like it's counting something?
I know, right? I was confused.
And I was thinking in my head, but then the woman on streaming things said something similar, and I was like, okay, so I'm not the only one that thought this was going to be something nefarious.
Right. Yeah, I honestly didn't know what to think when I was watching it. I was so confused the first time. But anyway, for some reason when they get to work, they always have to call down first and check in. I don't know why, but that's part of the routine.
Maybe because they need to space everyone out. Like she has to call Judd or something, like the guard, and then he'll say that the next person's been through or whatever.
Yeah, they stagger their entrances and exits so that they don't run into each other as outies. So I guess that's why, even though they have it set up on schedule to show up at different times, things could go wrong. Someone could be late. So yeah, I guess that's why.
Yeah.
I like this cool shot of him going down the stairs. I had forgotten that stairs were actually even part of it. I thought he just goes right down the elevator, but first he has to go down a bunch of stairs, and it's like kind of going down deep down into the recesses of the brain, you know.
Dissension.
The whole
Into
the build, huh?
Into the underworld.
Yeah.
Is it into the inner? Yeah.
And the building itself, it's like the human brain, you know, like all these different this maze of pathways down there. It's modeled after that symbolically. And you know how certain hallways are dark and some are light. It's when they go to the goat room, it's like they're going into the darker recesses of the human mind, and they showed it again in this episode. I was so happy they did the same cool effect again with going. Anyway, we'll get to that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. He puts his stuff in the locker. We see the usual routine, and he's timing the whole thing. Gets in the elevator, and his eyes do the weird, freaky thing. That was his idea. That Adam Scott's idea to roll his eyes back. Yeah. It's creepy. It's creepy. So yeah, he times it, and you know, then we switch to the Innie Mark. And
so Irving drew that, I'm assuming?
I'm assuming, yeah. Irving seems to be the artist in the group. Looks like his work. He also drew Burt.
All those birds, yeah.
That looks very similar in style to the way he draws. I bet Irving drew it. And so they print out the missing flyers, and Mark gives them all their instructions, you know. They're gonna show these around. He wants Irving to go to O&D, and that's got to be rough. I mean, couldn't they have gone to O&D for him? Like, why did they have to make him?
It's kind of mean.
Yeah, and Irving looked really unsure and sad about it, and Mark, you know, he's like, you know, you can do this. You know, this is essentially Burt died. It's like the equivalent of a death. And so asking him to go there, it's kind of insensitive so soon after it happened.
It's kind of mean, because he's like, here, take this flyer, because I have my lady fair by my side, and she's still alive, so take this flower, you know.
Right?
Take this flyer to where your once dead lover, I mean, I guess turned off lover is.
Yeah, I thought that was...
that's gone.
Yeah. I thought that was kind of insensitive, personally. But, you know, and then he gives one to Dylan, and I forget what was Dylan's assignment. I forget what Dylan was supposed to do. Where was he supposed to take it? And Dylan was like, yeah, I'll get to it, but he's not really that invested in this.
I can't remember what they said where he should go either.
Yeah. But yeah, Dylan is just kind of looking like a little kid hiding something. You can see it on his face, because he knows, you know, he's keeping something from them. This whole family visitation thing, he's hiding that from them. And yeah, so like the divide and conquer thing is what they're trying to do, having him keep that secret from them. And he's thinking about that. I mean, he doesn't know that he's going to be brought there yet at this point, but yeah, he's just not that invested in this.
I'm trying to figure out where Dylan would go, because don't the only the apartments that they know of are the optic one and the goat room?
Yeah.
I'm not sure where else there is.
Yeah, I forgot to write that down. So yeah, I don't know. Dylan the double crosser. Yeah, he's kind of looking like that. he looks that way. Yeah, if anybody in the chat remembers, let me know, because I don't remember where they said he was supposed to go. Yeah. Hey, Nani, nice to see you. Yeah, that was to make sure they don't cross paths. That's why he has to do that. Hey, Umbra, nice to see you, and thank you, Dieter, for dropping Umbra's link. Make sure to check out Infinite Umbra's channel, everybody. And we've got 33 people. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. Please hit the like if you haven't already. Natalie feels trapped, just like Milchick is starting to realize. Yeah, I think Natalie does feel trapped. We'll get into that. So Mark and Helly, you know, go through this maze of hallways together, and they have this extremely awkward moment. Oh my god. The secondhand embarrassment, it was intense. It was intense. Like, oh my god. I was wondering, like, when they were going to address what happened between them, because right before they went, you know, and did the what is it called, the overtime contingency thing, where they went and they became they switched to their innies on the outside. She kissed him at the end of season 1, and so they've been so preoccupied with other things the first episode that they didn't address that, but now all of a sudden, like, they're like two really awkward young teenagers at this point. That's how I interpreted it, because they were both awkward. It wasn't just her. He was awkward as hell too. So I don't think you can explain it as, oh, it's just because she's Helena if you think that it's her. He's extremely awkward too, and I think that it just shows that they're like kids. Their innies are immature. They're emotionally immature. They haven't been alive that long. If you know, they're like separate people, very childlike. Yeah. So they look like they're like, okay, should we kiss now? What should we do? Like, all of a sudden they just get quiet, and they don't even say much, or they don't talk about what happened between them or anything. And it's like, okay, are they gonna do this? They're moving closer to each other, and then they just don't. I don't know. I just take it as two awkward kids. He's awkward as hell. We saw his facial expressions. She's awkward as hell. She's averting her eyes down now. And
well, I mean, there's a difference between doing something spontaneous in the moment and planning something like this. Like, this seems more like, okay, now I have to plan this.
Exactly.
And it's awkward.
Exactly. Like, she kissed him in like a spontaneous, like, there was a little bit of like awkward sexual tension right before she got on the elevator. You could
bit of fear.
Oh yeah, like, you could feel there was something going on there before she got on the elevator. Like, okay, is something gonna happen here? Because they were joking about, are we like a married couple on the outside? Wouldn't that be funny if we're married to each other? First of all, they were like, well, imagine if we're married, and then she said, imagine if it's to each other, and they were laughing about it. And they're like, in the middle, they'll wake up in the middle of an argument, bickering over like coupons, or I forget what it was, something like that.
Yeah.
And so they were laughing about it, and you know, you thought, is something going to happen? And then, because they don't know what could come of this. This was a huge risk that they took. They knew that if they get caught, they might wind up fired and never come back. Their innies would essentially die. So it was kind of like, you know, when you see a movie or a show where someone is about to do something dangerous, they think they might die, then all of a sudden there's a spontaneous kiss. That's what it was. This is something different because they're not in immediate danger. So now it's awkward. Now that they don't know how to handle it, you don't have that spontaneous burst of adrenaline because you're about to do something dangerous and you might not ever see each other again. So
do we have to go through these scenes saying what we think if it's Helly, and then our reaction if we think it's Helena?
I guess. I mean,
because if we say it's Helly, then it's awkward romantic moment. If we say it's Helena, then it's like she's never kissed anybody before.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know, like, if it's Helena, she could fake it better than this, I would think, but she also doesn't know him very well. And she doesn't have that connection with him that Helly built, so you could say maybe that's why. she's like this,
Mm-hmm.
but she's acting like an immature kid, like I would think
Mm-hmm.
Helly would act to me.
Same.
But and it's the same on his end. It's the same awkwardness. So they just they just kind of awkwardly like stop and they don't do anything and just go back to walking through the halls to the goat room. The scene cuts. Hey, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Helly and Helena got a crush on Mark. It looks that way. Yep.
And Harmony and Gemma and Miss Casey and like every female on this whole crew.
Yeah. They were all, man.
Can't stay away from the man meat, like I said before.
Mark's a ladies' man on this show.
Uh-huh.
They all want Mark.
Gotta beat him off.
Seriously. Seriously, he's gonna beat him off with a stick. Hey, Real Rebel Eric. Nice to see you. Lumon reminds me of Westworld trying to establish a baseline for AI or something. Yeah, I can totally see the.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you've never seen Westworld, but there's a scene where they're trying to redo a person, a living person, not a robot or android like the other characters are, and it takes them many, many tries.
Okay. Okay.
I don't want to spoil it for you because that's like one of the best episodes of the whole series.
Yeah, that's one I definitely want to watch too. So, yeah, I'll have to put that on my higher on my watch list.
The fidelity test is what they call it.
Okay, cool. Helly and Mark were being quite awkward. Yes, Innie, you were. Make a move, Mark. Seriously. Yeah. Matt says she looked like she had absolutely no idea what Mark was expecting. Yeah, I think so. John says I still think it would be Helena because Helly was so forward. That's a good point. Fletch says if that was Helly R, she would have just kissed Mark right away like she did in the season finale. That's Helena. Yeah, but they were in immediate danger. It's just like that. It's a classic trope when someone's about to go off and do something life-threatening, then they get this burst of adrenaline. So it could.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shows where they even have a sex scene and then it's awkward afterwards. You know, even they do like each other, but they're in some kind of peril, so they do something, and then they're like, "Okay, that's okay." Now it's awkward.
No, it's yeah, exactly. Happens all the time.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes confirmation bias might make people see things a different way. If you already have your mind made up that she's Helena, then you're gonna interpret it that way. But I'm trying to keep an open mind. My opinion has changed with each episode pretty much. See, episode 1 I was basically team Helly. Episode 2 I was team Helena, and now I'm back to Helly again.
and I was team Helly all the way, but I'm open to see how these scenes could be Helena as well.
Absolutely. I'll change my mind if I think I should, but her silence is weird. I feel like Helly would have done something even if it's going away. Okay, randomer. Embarrassing. That part was super cute. It was cute, but I got awkward. I got secondhand embarrassment from that though. That was awkward as hell. Helly and Mark sneaking around Lumon like teenagers, right? Bill Chill. What the shit? I love when Dylan says that. It's hilarious. Abra says awkward for 2 different reasons. For Mark, because it's relatively new for him as an Innie, and for Helena, because she isn't actually romantically linked toward Mark as an Outie yet. She looks amused. Mark looks awkward, says Matt. Let's see who's winning the poll. I have a feeling I know. It's yeah, it's still Helena. Helena is Helena's running away with it. Yeah.
Oh no.
Helena
I might have to get off of here. I might have to get off of here and go to YouTube and vote.
Yeah. Helena has 83% of the vote. Helly has 8%. She's she switches back and forth. Oh, wow, it's changing while I'm looking at it. What the heck? It wasn't the updated one, I guess. Wait a minute. It's still updating. Okay. Helena's at 79%, Helly 10%. She switches back and forth 10%. And nobody agrees with me. I think it'll be Helena, but later in the season. But that's okay, so that's based on 29 votes. I'll leave it up there and let it go. So what was I gonna say? Oh, I was gonna highlight something else. Or is it? Yeah, Dieter, it's I know English isn't your first language, but we do refer to sexual tension even if it was just a kiss. Sexual tension is just it's that chemistry, like there's like where they're like attracted to each other. That's what that means. Okay, Nani says Dylan was supposed to go check the new break room. That's right.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for that. Love seeps through the subconscious. I think so, John. I think it could transcend Severance a bit. Yep. Hey, Gabrielle. Nice to see you. Wow, I still find it hard to believe Helena was crawling around goat poop.
That's what I'm saying. It's because it's Helly.
No, she didn't seem uncomfortable with it at all either.
Yeah.
Randomer.
I can't see any Egan walking through,
goat poop.
Goat defecation. They have some word like defecation. They wouldn't call it poop.
No, they wouldn't. They would have a fancy word for it, for sure.
Yes.
Randomer says there was a mind on PD's map. Could be where the IA is stored. The IA? What's the IA?
I don't know what, unless I mean AI?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it should be AI. I don't know. Let us know what you mean. But yeah, the whole map said mind on the top of it. So I think that's a signal to us that the entire layout of the severed floor is symbolic of the human mind. The entire thing. That's what I think about that. Anyway. Amy's in between it being Helly and Helena now. I should have put as an option like unsure. Undecided. Yeah, because some people might not be able to pick. That's how I felt on episode 1. I had a hard time picking one or the other. Treble Eric says any Helly would have had Mark on the interview table by now. Oh jeez. Anyway, I wonder if the writers intended for this much confusion about Helly/Helena. I think so, Gabrielle. I think they're doing it on purpose. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're doing it on purpose, making it ambiguous, for sure. Helly looks subdued because she found out she's an Egan, but everyone says she walks different, so it's Helena. Yeah, I know, Gabrielle. It's a huge debate going on. Yeah. John says, I think we may find out Helena/Helly in episode 5's episode 5 Trojan's horse. Yeah, that it would be cool if she's a Trojan horse, whether it's now or later. I definitely think that she's gonna be switching. She's gonna be switching back and forth, at some point, or she'll be switching later if she's not already. Hey Trace. Wait, there is a Helena and Helly now. Yeah, Trace. Yeah, Trace hasn't started watching season 2. Yeah, you gotta watch season 2, or you're gonna get spoiled here too. Season 2 is amazing. You gotta catch up with season 2. Trust me. Hey, Angela Rocks, welcome. Okay, let's get to the breakdown here. Wait, one more comment. Gabrielle says, Innie Helly just found out some world-shattering news. Of course, she's different. And she found out Mark has a thing with Ms. Casey, so it's hard to make a move. Yes. Hey, Scarlet.
Hey.
Were you looking something up or you're voting?
No, I was voting. I need a vote.
Yeah.
I need to express my, my rights.
Yes. Yeah, you gotta make your voice heard.
Oh yeah.
And I agree with Gabrielle here. Innie Helly just found out some world-shattering news. Of course, she's different. and she found out Mark has a thing with Ms. Casey, so it's hard to make a move.
Mm-hmm.
She would come back different. She just found out she's an Egan, and that it's basically like if if they spread severance chips around the world, then it would be her fault practically. She inspired her father to do it, and this PR stunt is going to normalize severance, because if an Egan is willing to do it, then it should be okay for everyone. And so she's ashamed of that. She's ashamed of that. She hates that. She doesn't want to be considered. She doesn't want to associate herself with Helena at all. That's why I think she was saying, well, we're not the same, with such disdain, because she's disgusted with that.
Yeah, see, but you could take that both ways there too. Like all these things you could take by a Helly standpoint and a Helena standpoint.
You could look at it either way. Right now I'm leaning more Helly, but you could interpret it either way. So I like that.
I feel the writers do that on purpose. They totally do that on purpose.
Oh yeah, yeah. Debbie says it's definitely Helena. No ding when she gets in the elevator. That's what switches them. Yeah, there was no ding, but at the end of episode 2, but it didn't show any of them in the elevator switching or transitioning. So I think it was deliberately left ambiguous, which I like. I like that. I like to theorize, so I'd rather them not tell us. It's great. Imagine Mark and Helly were crawling. When Mark and Helly were crawling, they heard Nkui on the other side.
No.
Yeah.
Where's the Nkui room?
Yes. Matt says she would be telling them all. She has nothing to lose by telling the Innies and everything to gain. The only way I could explain that, the fact that she lied about being an Egan, is they don't have emotional maturity. They're like little kids. They're very immature. It's possible that she just felt like they're going to see me differently now. They're not going to like me anymore. My friends won't like me anymore because I'm an Egan, and this PR stunt is going to spread severance worldwide, and
it's all my fault. That's probably what she thinks, and then she feels ashamed.
Yeah. So that's you could look at it that way. You could look at it either way. That's the only way that I can explain the lie, because I agree that the lie it's hard to understand. It is.
Well, not only that, you also think that Helena could came up with a better story.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, why would she come down there with a story about how she was watching a nature show on TV, and then she went out and there was a night gardener that she talked to? That was weird. Wouldn't she have a better cover story than that? A better lie? Sounds like something her Innie would make up on the spur of the moment. Like, who doesn't understand how things normally work? People don't generally garden at night. So, anyway. Larry says, what do you guys... Huh?
Oh, sorry. Or it'd be just something really positive, like some kind of thing that she could tell them that would be kind of propaganda.
Right. Yeah, she could have done that too. Larry says, what do you guys think about Irv having worked there for so long and only recently being severed? Has he worked there a long time?
He worked at Lumon for 6 years before he was severed. I think he's worked there for 3 years as being severed, because it's 9 total years. So 6 before, 3 after.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that. I must have missed that detail somewhere, but...
They kind of act like he's been there for 30 years, though, so I was surprised with that.
I was surprised to find out that he hadn't been there longer. Yeah. He's very deeply indoctrinated, at least he was, and extremely pious with his reverence of KIER and Lumon. So I was surprised he hadn't been there very long, and I wonder what changed, what made him decide to get severed. I mean, it could be that he was planning on investigating Lumon all along, the way that he's clearly doing. He's compiling information on all the severed people, and he may have just gotten severed on purpose to kind of infiltrate them and try to transcend it and get information through by sleep depriving himself, which is what he seems to be doing, blasting rock music and painting all night. Then he falls asleep and some of his memories bleed through, and it probably works both ways. That's how he was able to remember the testing room hallway to the elevator, which he paints a million times. So that's what I think. I think it was probably some people think maybe PTSD, but we don't know if he was military. We know his father was. His father was definitely in the Navy.
Yeah, and I told you before. That's the actor's real picture of his dad, and his dad's real military uniform.
Yeah, that's so cool. That's awesome. Yeah.
Don Turturro.
That's really cool he did that. Yeah. Gabrielle says, I feel like none of y'all have experienced chronic shame, and it shows. I've experienced it, so I get it, Gabrielle. I get it. John says the way Irving looks at her makes me think it is Helena too. He's like, this chick is sus. Well, that story she said was sus about the night gardener, but that was just her lying. That you could interpret that different ways, but yeah.
Sounds like a TV show that I'd like to watch, The Night Gardener.
The Night Gardener, yeah. Hey, Philip Sellers, welcome. The not telling her story part isn't as confirming for me, but her lack of taking the initiative to kiss Mark, that really seals it as Helena for me. Okay.
They just think that she's rubbed up and ready to go, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. Yep.
Ready to take a break inside the break room.
Yeah. She's ready to go. Gabrielle says about chronic shame, it makes you want to hide who you are. Humans do it outside of KIER PE all the time. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's ever told a story because somebody's angry at them and they might have some kind of retribution from it.
I guess not. Hey, Susie Greenberg. Hey, kids, what's for dinner? Yes. Hey, Steve Wickert. All of MDR took 20 seconds to take the elevator down. Helena didn't ding, and it took 18 seconds for her. It seems odd. It seems odd to put that much effort into syncing everyone up, only to Helly exit a full 2 seconds early. That is odd. I will give you that for sure. So
I've heard anywhere from 16 to 18 seconds now, and the one video I watched said 17.
Right. And I actually saw a video that it merged the footage of them getting in the elevator from episode 2 and getting off the elevator from episode 1, and it lined up perfectly. Like, it was amazing.
Was that Geek Academies?
Was it his? I wasn't sure.
That's the one I watched.
Yeah. It lined up perfectly. Episodes 1 and 2, the way they timed their elevator rides, it lined up exactly. So that was cool. The attention to detail. So yeah, Steve, that could be a clue that it's Helena for sure. Yep. Or the night gardener is just a rich person problem. They have no idea. That's true, Philip. You could look at it that way for sure. Fletch says, Scarlet, how do you explain Helly Ard not coming out of the elevator screaming in shock the same way Irving was still knocking on Burt's door? Why was Helly Ard so calm? Doesn't make sense. I think she was in shock.
She didn't make any sense. She ran out of the elevator when she got out. She was like in motion.
Yeah, she was.
It wasn't like she was just calmly walking out. And I think that might be the motion of Natalie like trying to jump on her and her trying to get away. Yeah. I mean, if I'm explaining as Helly, I could explain it as both, but Team Helly, rah rah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think I would say she was in shock after what just happened to her, and someone in shock wouldn't just, act normal. She didn't hug Mark back for the first few seconds, but she was like, overwhelmed by what just happened. When Mark came off the elevator, he was in a panic running around the hallways, but he had time. He had 2 days to process that, and then when Helly showed up, he immediately would hug her. He had time to calm down. She had just gotten off the thing, so you know.
I've got another point once you're done.
I was just, yeah, I'm done. So I'm just saying you could look at it either way. I don't think it's a theory at the end of the day. It's not a done deal. What were you going to say?
So Helena would know what went down.
Helena
so if Natalie tackled her, she would be sitting on the floor of the elevator, not walking out. If she was going to try to reenact it.
Right. So I didn't understand that because she had just been tackled. Why was she running out of the elevator?
Well, I mean, if she was getting away from them, if she was trying to, you know, if somebody tackles you, you kind of wiggle out.
Right. So,
but Helena could have put more of an act on, like, you know, I don't know. I guess they didn't see it personally. I guess the rest of them didn't. But I mean, if she's gonna go method, you know, if Helena's gonna go method now, she's got to, you know, be act like she's tackled or getting away from someone's tackling her.
Right.
I'm assuming she'd go method.
If she were like pretending to be Helly.
Yeah.
Immersed. Yeah. So I mean that could be a point in the Helena column. Yeah. Makes sense to me. So I'm just open. I keep an open mind on this.
But I mean, if it was Helena, she could basically make up any story she wanted to. She could have stood in the, you know, the elevator as well.
Oh yeah.
She could have sat down in it, whatever she wanted to do, if she's making up a story.
Definitely. Yeah.
She could have made herself like you know, I was gonna say what from the Night Gardener's hose, but that doesn't sound quite right.
Yeah. Yeah. The Night Gardener's hose. Yes, Debbie, PTSD isn't just military, but there's a theory that, you know, maybe he has PTSD because he was in the military. We don't know that he was in the military, but since his father was, sometimes multiple generations will join the military. You know, like your father did it, so sometimes you'd be more likely to do it. So there was a theory that he was in the military, and it's very common to have PTSD after serving in the military. But now, trust me, I've never been in the military, and I have PTSD, so I would know.
And plus, being in the service tends to run in families. Like, your dad was in the service, you're also in the service, your kids are in the service.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Hey, Curtis. Welcome. What was the point of the 3 new characters in episode 1? Honestly, I think it was mainly comic relief.
I was just going to say that.
I think it was mainly comic relief. I don't expect we're going to see them again.
I'm saddened because we saw them in the first 2 episodes. And I thought they were going to come back because IMDb said they were in all 10. Like Ayla Shawkat, that's been in Arrested Development and Search Party, and I love Search Party so much right now. And then Bab Balalan, who's my birthday twin, and he's been in Wes Anderson films and Christopher Guest films. He's a really good comedian. I thought I was going to see him through the whole season. That is some grade A talent.
Oh, absolutely.
Wasted if they're not there.
Yep.
I mean, they might show up again. Who knows?
They might. They were entertaining, but I doubt we'll see them again.
But I guess the main point of it was that they tried, like, Milchick tried to scramble to get some extra people because he wanted to fire the other people.
Right.
And he thought Mark would just go with it.
And personally, I put this in my theory video about the point of what they're doing down there, what the MDR crew is doing, what the data refining means, my theory on Gemma and the overall mission of Lumon. If you haven't checked out that video, it's the latest video on my channel. Part of my theory on that is the fact that they were willing, that they were so quick to fire Dylan and Irving and replace them hastily with 2 floaters. No, wait, a floater. They said it was a floater and 2 people who had just been laid off. That, to me, and and and, and instead of firing Mark after what this huge insubordination that he just committed, this huge stunt that all of them did. So they fired Dylan and Irving, but instead of firing Mark, they offered him a 20% raise to come back after he pulled the stunt. To me, that signals that the work that Dylan and Irving are doing doesn't matter at all. And the same goes for Helly. I don't think they're actually doing anything. I think they're just there to pacify Mark. They scrambled and found some people to replace them within 48 hours. Milchick just said, "This is the best I could do in 48 hours. Hopefully the chemistry is good." I think they're just there to have like a certain kind of chemistry with Mark and to pacify him so that he gets his work done. And he's the only person who's doing anything important. So check out my video on that whole theory if you haven't already. But yeah, I think Mark working on the Hold Harbor file, which is definitely the chip in Gemma's head, Miss Casey / Gemma's head. That's the only thing that actually matters. The others are just there for him, for his sake. And yeah. So those three, I think they were pointless. I think they were there just to pacify Mark. You had an older gentleman. He was basically in Irving's role, an older, serious gentleman, and you had that was what the hell was that? Mark W. And then there was Dario, who was basically in Dylan's role. He liked his perks. He had his own little perk sitting on his desk, his carving of a head, his head. And then the one to round out the team was a female, and she wasn't much like Helly, but at least she was female. So I think they're looking for a certain formula, a certain kind of chemistry to help Mark be content and productive. And it didn't work. He wasn't doing his work. He wasn't complying with orders, and they want this Cold Harbor file finished no matter what. So they rewarded him for his insubordination again. I mean, after that note he planted saying he was like, he was trashing KIER and Milchick, he called him Milkshake. Then he ran and talked to the board, and what did they do? They rewarded him again after he rebelled. So that tells me whatever he's doing, it matters to them a lot. This chip in Miss Casey's head that he's working on. And the other three, their work doesn't matter at all as far as I'm concerned. Like that's my opinion. But anyway,
you don't think they're blowing up things or anything like in the Lexington letter?
Not at all. I've never thought that. Why would they reveal such a huge plot point, such a huge twist in a short story instead of on the show? To me, that just proved that they're not blowing stuff up. They're refining the data on chips in people's heads, and I think that's what I think. And I think Mark is the only one they actually care about. I don't know if the other three are working on real chips. Probably not. It might just be pretend for them. Just the fact that they're willing.
I didn't know if you had any ideas what they would be doing.
I mean, they could be working on real chips, but it's just that for some reason the Ms. Casey one is more important to Lumon than to anyone else, compared to the others. Because they're so intent on Mark being the one to do it. It's got to be Mark. We have to give Mark what he wants, including Helly R. So that's what they said in this episode, which if we ever get around to it, I guess we better get back to it. Yeah, it's not a done deal, Gabrielle. That's how I feel. It's the end of the day. It could be Helena. I just don't see it as a done deal as other people. Like her coming out of the elevator just felt like her shame again. Yeah, nothing's a done deal until they tell us on the show. So,
because I would think that Helena just walk out the elevator.
Yeah,
like just a normal person would walk out of the elevator.
Probably, yeah. But yeah, it could go either way. We'll get into it more as we keep discussing the episode, but let's get back to the breakdown. So, some of these are a little out of order. I apologize. I didn't have time to organize them. So a few of them are out of order. But so then Milchick shows up, and he sees the balloons that Mark left behind, and they've now lost some of their helium or whatever, and they're floating down as balloons do. And he does not look happy about that. To me, that's because it's a sign that Mark is he's not falling for their stupid infantilizing nonsense. He gave him those balloons and thinking that he can still pacify him like a child and saying, "Enjoy your balloons." And as soon as Mark left the office, he let those things go immediately. It shows how much he's changed. And Milchick clearly
So what do they expect he needs to do? Just have a smile on their face and start skipping down the hallways with the balloons in their hand?
apparently, yeah, that's what he expected. So he saw that and he knows, okay, well, that didn't work. Mark is not going to be so easy to pacify as he thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is just funny. And Dylan's working on. He's clearly not being very productive. Look at this. Only 5%, 2%, 3%, 3%, and 1% done. So he's not being that productive right now. I think he's still so shaken by finding out he has a family and it's affecting his productivity. And I guess that's why they're allowing him to see his family now, because they realized that these stupid little perks are not going to be enough anymore. He needs a real incentive. So yeah, we can see that from what he's working on. He's not motivated like he was. He's not motivated to get those finger traps and caricatures and even a waffle party.
Mm-hmm.
So Irving wants to go to O&D. Well, he has to go to O&D with that thing, and Dylan is just kind of brushing him off. Like, Dylan is just, he's not connecting with his coworkers like he did before. This is really shaking him up, finding out he has a family, that whole experience. And Ms. Huang shows up and wants Dylan to come with her. Irving apparently has a hall pass already somehow, one of the new perks. Or no, wait, I don't think does he need a hall pass? Aren't they allowed to just roam around now, I think?
Yeah, it was a new rule. It was a new rule to make the enemies feel better.
I could have sworn, though, in that new training video, it said hall passes are a perk.
Yeah, because they had that thing where live action Helly and Irving held hands and were running with them. So maybe they just give them to them.
Yeah, I guess they must not be hard to earn. So Irving's got a hall pass; they can roam around. And so creepy little Miss Huang comes and gets Dylan. She's a great actress.
She's like a harmony and training.
Yeah, she's probably another. She's probably an orphan at the Egan School for Girls. I definitely don't think she's severed, because she's doing Milchick's old job. Milchick, as far as we know, is not severed. I mean, and that was confirmed, actually. They said it in one of the featurettes at the end of the episode that Milchick is not severed. So I don't think she is either. I think she's being brainwashed, and that's why she's so weird. She's being brainwashed in the cult of KIER at the Egan School for Girls. So this scene, this is again, I'm getting such strong Get Out vibes every time I see Natalie. Her creepy forced smile and the way she hardly blinks much, it's just so unsettling. There's this character in Get Out who does that a lot. The smile kind of frozen on her face in this robotic way. I like it. What's her name? Just Natalie. That's her name. She's got she says she's got the board there as usual. It's just the speaker, and of course no one can hear except her. I still want to know what the hell's going on with that. Did you see that? Huh?
Oh, the thing behind her is a rabbit's head that turns into a duck's head. Okay.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those illusion things. Like you see a vase or you see two faces. That thing behind
Oh,
there is either a rabbit's head or a duck face, depending on which way you look at it.
I see it now. Yeah, behind the speaker, you can see it out of focus, but yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting how Harmony had all this stormy, like big stormy paintings in here, and he has this like little tiny, like icebergy picture in there.
Yeah, it looks to me like an iceberg back there that you
Hmm.
can't see it behind Natalie's head, but um she says she's got the board on the line, and I, did you see that video of the cast and some of the crew talking about? Did you
Yeah, I did see it.
and they said that apparently they were reading out fan theories, and in some cases like busting out laughing, and
Hmm.
when the one they I think the one they busted out laughing at was that the board is actually just the dead Egan's brains in
Hmm.
jars.
Hmm. Like Futurama.
Yeah, they I think that's one they busted out laughing at. Um, but I do want to know what is going on with the board. Who are they? Like,
Hmm.
do they even exist? Like, who is the board? Is it all just James Egan on the other side of it? Not even a board.
Hmm.
That's a
I
mystery.
mean,
That
we did hear that one male voice say yes, and that was about it.
a very creepy. Yes, yeah.
Hmm.
That's
So it
all
could
we've
be
heard.
Jane just because it's creepy, because he's creepy.
Yeah, well, he's creepy, all right.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just one person. I have a feeling the board is just one person, and maybe it's James Egan. Um, but the mystery continues. So, um, so yeah, the so she greets him, and and yeah, she does that thing again where she puts up her hand while she's waiting for the board to finish talking, and he has to stand there awkwardly. Now he knows how Harmony felt in this position. It's the same shit they did to Harmony. It feels so condescending. That's definitely an iceberg. Yeah, that's definitely a picture of an iceberg, I think, which I think is a good metaphor for the human mind, which is a theme of the show. So, um, anyway, yeah, he gets the same treatment Cobel got, and it's condescending as hell and creepy. She's listening, and she presents him with this gift, which I sure as hell wasn't expecting. This is bizarre. Look at her face too. She did a lot of communicating with just her eyes in this scene. I thought she did an amazing job.
Yeah,
Like,
that actress is amazing. I really like her a lot.
yeah, look at her eyes. She knows what he's about to open up, and she knows how I think she understands how problematic it is.
Hmm.
And
I agree with.
you can see it in her eyes. Even as she puts on robotic smiles, you can see in her eyes that she knows, that this is messed up. Like in the featurette at the end of this episode, I forget who it was who was speaking, but they said that we're getting a view into what it's like to be a person of color working for Lumon, and how they're treated, and the question is, does Natalie understand that? Is she going to be an ally or not? Because she's obviously a person of color too. Um, and it seems to me that she does understand it, but she has to hide behind this false veneer. Um, you know, she has to put on an act. She can't be open about her feelings about it, but she communicates through her eyes, I think. That's the vibe I was getting, especially
Yeah, the
shots
eyes
like
are like the windows of the soul, and she can't hide her eyes, her lion eyes. I guess like the song.
yeah,
I mean, they're she can put on a fake smile, but the eyes tell the tale.
Yeah, they do, and I think that this shot really shows it. And
Mm-hmm.
this isn't the only one either, but he's this is before he's even opened it up. And it is KIER, but as reimagined as a black man. And it's basically KIER in blackface, which to me came off as extremely racist. So, and clearly Milchick was uncomfortable with it from his face, based on his face. You've got, so it looks like KIER, and he still has blue eyes, but he's a black man. And and Milchick just looks
I didn't
stunned.
notice that.
You didn't notice what?
No, because a lot of times when I'm thinking about the scene, I'm thinking about Natalie, and she said she got these paintings. So I was like, is it just Natalie's head on KIER's body like this with a mustache?
Yeah.
Like Natalie's
Natalie
hair, but then it's a mustache.
Natalie said that she got the same they did the same for her when she reached a certain position there. And so yeah, like how did that work? Did they make it look like did they turn KIER into a woman of color? Uh,
Or
like
it's just Imogene, like Imogene's the female ideal or something.
yeah, I don't know.
I like to believe it was just Natalie's face with the mustache.
Yeah, me too. That'd be great. Um Now, I didn't write down I've been really busy and I had a lot going on, so I didn't actually write down the exact quotes this time like I do for others. So I don't have the quotes, but as usual, she's speaking in really, really bizarre, overly formal, old-fashioned terminology, just like they always do on this show. And, and it's just that weird, like, dated vibe, like they're in a cult. They still speak in this old-timey, strange language.
Mm-hmm.
And
Your
he
ascension, doesn't they say your ascension? Is that the word? Ascension?
yeah, I think the word ascension was used. Yes. Um, so he's looking at it and
Mm-hmm.
sh so they exchange a look. He looks stunned,
Mm-hmm.
like, "Am I actually seeing this?" Like, I that's the word I would describe his face right now, just stunned. Not pleased at all, but he can't say anything. And they just exchange looks like this. She's looking at him like, "Yeah, I know this is messed up," but neither of them can
Mm-hmm.
say anything. And it's like you can just imagine it's like an imaginary gun pointed at both of them. Like neither of them can say a
Mm-hmm.
word about how they actually feel because they're being listened to. So
Mm-hmm.
she's looking at him kind of like with empathy, I think. And her mouth is
Mm-hmm.
really, her lips are pursed really tight here too. Like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I know it's fucked up. I'm sorry. this is
Mm-hmm.
this is life at Lumen. Uh, and he looks at the different paintings. This is the one from season 1 where we saw it was KIER, I forget what was the title of it, the convalescence, the youthful convalescence of KIER or something like that. There,
Mm-hmm.
so like it was this tale of when KIER was a child and he almost died of some illness. That was him in the bed, except now he's reimagined as a young African American boy.
Mm-hmm.
So again, creepy and racist, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and she's watching
I,
his
I, I
reaction.
was I was gonna say that like if anybody wants to see a really good opinion, I would go to Cyber Queen Media and listen to Jazzy talk about the scene.
Yeah,
And she has some really good points about it.
yeah, yeah.
Shout out
So
to them.
yeah. So look at the way she's watching him. Like, yeah, how's he gonna react? Is he gonna be able to keep his mouth shut about this? Like, she's watching him really closely. She's not taking her eyes
Mm-hmm.
off of him. And he just looks at each picture. And there's another one where KIER is looking over, this landscape. We've seen this one before, except It's a little harder to tell in this one, but I do think he's also being reimagined as a person of color. And yeah, so he looks at her like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, for the first time, we're seeing a more human side of Milchick this season. In season 1, we didn't really see that. We just saw the company man Milchick seemingly drunk on the Kool-Aid and really, sinister, creepy. Like, we didn't really see a human side of him. In fact, there were theories that, maybe he has a chip in his head and he's always on. There were theories that maybe he never leaves Lumon at one point. But now I'm based on here. No, I don't think he has a chip in his head. I think he has been indoctrinated into the cult of KIER, but he's looking at this now, and he's a human being, even if he's brainwashed into this cult. He feels this is racist, and so he should, in my opinion. I mean, I can't speak to the experience of an African American, of course, I'm not, but I would imagine that this would feel.
That's why I was referring to Jazzy at Cyber Queen Media, because she says there's a certain way that two Black people look at each other when they work all, just around white people, and they're the only people of color.
Right. Yeah.
And that's where I'm getting it from, because I don't have that experience, but she does.
Right, exactly. Like, I can't speak to what this would feel like, because I can't possibly know. I'm not a person of color, but from where I'm standing, this is racist as hell and offensive. So it's essentially KIER in blackface. So I felt sympathy for him.
It's like
not
that. It's like that Rudyard Kipling poem, "White Man's Burden," that KIER's kind of adhered himself to.
Right. Yeah. And I felt sympathy for him. In season 1, you kind of just look at him as one of the villains of the show, and he's the enemy, but now I look at him differently. I see someone who's been brainwashed into this cult. He seems like he is a true believer, like drunk on the KIER Kool-Aid, but he's also human, and he's a victim of this cult if he's been brainwashed in a way. And yeah, he does messed up things. He was psychologically torturing people in the break room in season 1. But it's a high quality show that can make you feel sympathy for someone like that. Even you put them in a situation like this and you see they're humanized in this way. And look at what she's doing with her eyes. Like,
yeah.
She's communicating so much just with her eyes. This actress is incredible. She did an amazing job. She's like, her eyes are full of pain. Like I see pain there.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then she puts on the fake smile again because she has to.
I would say maybe a little anger as well.
Pain and anger. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she did a phenomenal job. It's like she's shooting daggers at him with her eyes. Like she's like really working it, like someone who's a hostage trying to communicate with their eyes.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting. And yeah, so he, they just keep kind of staring at each other like this, and then she puts on the fake smile again, and like says what she needs to say, the talking points that the company makes her say, the creepy get out fake smile like that she freezes on her face, gets me every time. And yeah, basically says enjoy your paintings or whatever, and she leaves. He looks pissed. Yeah, he actually looks pissed. I like that's I see anger there, and just and he kind of looks crestfallen too, because he's devoted his life to this company and to this cult, seemingly. And I know he must be really proud to have gotten this promotion, and this is how he's rewarded for it. It's so offensive. So he just looks so disappointed and angry. Um, and he barely says anything. He's kind of speechless. So that's that. Um, Salt's neck. So
Salt.
so she's somewhere around a place called Salt's Neck. That's where Harmony
Well,
is.
it's far away. It's you get there in 238 miles, so it's quite a distance away.
It's yeah. So she drove quite a ways. Yeah. Um, and then you see on next to her on the seat is her mother's breathing tube. Um, her mother's breathing tube and hospital bracelet. We're assuming, of course, that it's her mother. It said in season 1 we saw this in her shrine, in her house. It says Charlotte Cobel, and the date of birth it's from 1944. So that would line up with the age her mother may have been born, if you do the math. So she's taken that with her, which is interesting. It's like it's sad. Again, it's a great show that can make you sympathize with someone who seems to be a villain like Harmony Cobel. She's also been brainwashed into the cult, and she lost her mother in some kind of tragic way, apparently, and she's kind of taken that part of her mother with her on this road trip.
Yeah,
Like she's
I mean,
completely lost.
yeah, I think it kind of solidifies the fact she's an orphan, because this is probably the only thing she has from her mom, as sad as that is.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I would say for sure. That's the only thing she had left of her mom, so she saved it. There also have been theories that, I mean, Lumon manufactures medical equipment, so I've seen the theory that they manufactured this and it was faulty, and she blames them for her mother's death. So there's that. You never know. Could be. But regardless, even if she has a problem with Lumon, she's a true believer in the cult of KIER. That much is clear to me. Lumon may just be kind of bastardizing KIER's original teachings. So she has problems with Lumon and maybe working against Lumon, especially after they cast her out like this. That doesn't mean she's not a true believer in KIER, though. Yeah, like you can feel. I feel sympathy for her too. That's how great this show is. She looks absolutely devastated, and her makeup is all running down her eyes. She looks like she's been crying. Her hair's messed up. Anyway, so let me just check on the chat before we get into this, because this is gonna be a really interesting part of the episode. Oh, we have 57 people watching. Thank you so much for watching. We appreciate it. Please take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. We're doing these Severance lives. It's supposed to be at 10 p.m. Eastern on Monday. I had a family situation I had to deal with tonight, but normally it is going to be at 10 p.m. Eastern on Mondays, and we'll break down the episodes. And every Thursday night, I have a watch party in my Discord. The link to the Discord is in the description of this video. When the episodes drop at 9 p.m. Eastern, I stream it for everyone. And then if you miss the 9 p.m. one, I stream it again at 10 p.m. So if you're not in the Discord and you want to join the watch party, the link is in the description of this video. It's a lot of fun. Then after the episode, we do a voice chat and we discuss. So trying to find a link to it so that I can drop it in the chat. Let's see. Where is it? There we go. Okay. So there's the Discord link. Just dropped it in the chat there. Oh, and so let's see. Was someone just asking about it? Mark Egan. What? Fletcher said, yeah, Mark Egan. Julie has a Discord channel. Mark, is there a Mark Egan? There's a Mark Egan in the chat? What in the
We've
world?
just been infiltrated.
Oh my god. Hey, Mark Egan. We've got an Egan in the chat. Look at that. Mark says, I see this chat is on the Helena train. That's why she didn't kiss me. What the shit? Oh, I love it, man. That's fantastic. That's great. We've got a celebrity here, guys, right off the show. And apparently Mark is an Egan. Holy shit. Mark's an Egan too? Well, wouldn't that be a bombshell?
What a twist.
What a twist. Yeah. No, Umbra, I don't have a cold. It's just my chronic allergies from having I'm allergic to cats and I'm not used to living with 3 cats. So, yeah, it's just my allergies. Yeah, that's hilarious, Mark. Yeah, I have a Discord, and if you want to join the watch parties, they're every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. And don't worry, not all of us are on the Helena train. I'm not. Um, uh, I'm
I'm
still
definitely
keeping an
not.
open mind. I'm still keeping an open mind.
Team
So
Helly all the way.
right now I'm Team Helly, but that could change again. It's already changed once, so it could change again.
I've never changed. I've been loyal to my girl.
Yeah. Fletch said Julie's community getting famous with Man in Yellow, Martin, and now Mark Egan himself. Yeah. Oh, and Doug's coming back again, guys. Doug Hughes from MGM's From, the MGM Plus show From, who plays the Man in Yellow. We're already talking about when he's going to come back again. He might pop in on Wednesday night. We're still going to be breaking down episode 10 of season 1 of From, our rewatch on Wednesday night. He might drop in. So if we might get a surprise drop in, and then if not then next week. So yeah, he's become a bit of a regular, and we love having him here. Hey, Grow and Thrive, nice to see you. Grow and Thrive said not only was it racist, it also diminishes Milchick's allegiance to KIER. It also is disrespectful and infantilizing. They brought him balloons too. He became pissed when he saw the balloons. I think the balloons were left over from Mark and floated down. That's how I interpreted that, but I could be wrong.
I don't know. Maybe he did get balloons sometime. It seems like a Lumon thing to do for everyone.
It does seem like a Lumon thing to do, and yeah, it's racist as hell. Hey, Ants, nice to see you. Have you not watched Severance? You gotta watch Severance if you haven't. Oh,
you gotta watch it.
One of the best shows on TV. I'd say it's number 2 after From. I love Severance. Mark Egan says, Matt, imagine I gotta do anything to get Helly back, but I'm trying to find Miss Casey. Nice. I love it. Team Helly R.
I'm trying to figure out like how that works. Is he's an Egan and Helena's an Egan and he wants to make out with her, or is that just a thing that Egans do?
I don't know. I don't know. But, like, yeah, maybe they're inbred too. That's why they're so messed up.
I could imagine it. I really honestly could imagine it. They might have a Mayfair witches situation going on.
Yeah, because that would be gross, Larry. Seriously. But
keep the line pure. Keep the Egan line pure, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like the Royals used to do, keep the Egan line pure. So maybe keep it within the family. Let me see. Jamie said this channel was doing Severance, so I came to check. Oh, thanks for coming, Mark. I appreciate it. And yeah, if you want to join the Discord, I put it in the chat. I was gonna pin it to the top, but then that would get rid of our poll here. So I put the link to the Discord in the chat, and it's also in the description of this video. So we'd be happy to have you. And we do the watch parties every Thursday night when the episodes drop at 9 p.m. Eastern. It's a good time. So anyway, yeah, Matt, it is straight up racist. It's practically race realism. 100%. Yeah. There was one person who had a different reaction to it that surprised me though, because I'm pretty sure he's a person of color himself, and he didn't take it as racism. I don't know why. I mean, I can't speak to it from personal experience because I'm white, so but from where I'm standing, that looked racist as hell. But that's take that for what it's worth as somebody who hasn't lived that experience. But yeah, like that screams racism. Those pictures. Susie Greenberg says, "Does that mean you're satanic?" Wait, what? Uh, I'm kidding. I'm so tired of hearing that in videos. Like, why do people seriously think goats are dang satanic? I think it's because of that Baphomet thing, right?
Well, and goats have a history of being like, dare I say, amorous, and
Yeah,
associated with Bacchus and other Greco-Roman decadent and hedonistic gods. So
yeah.
he got aligned with the devil in Christian mythology really quick.
Oh yeah, yeah. So that
And the poor
Baphomet.
goat is a symbol of that, unfortunately, because goats are cute and they're sweet, and I like to pet them.
Yeah, that Baphomet
Bad
symbolism.
rap.
They got a bad rap.
Black Phillip, if you've seen The Witch.
Steve Wickert said Doug Hughes is basically a co-host now.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. The only reason that he's not going to actually be there at 10 p.m. like he said like he was going to come this week Wednesday night again. Like, and he was just here on Friday. But he found out that he let me know today that and this was his idea too. This was all him, that he was going to come. I told him, "You're welcome, whatever. We'd be thrilled to have you." And but he's got to shoot for like a day player role on something, so that got moved up to Wednesday. He's going to be driving a long way to get there. He doesn't know when the shoot is going to end, and so he doesn't know what time he could pop on. Otherwise, he'd probably be there right at 10 again. So if he's able to, he's going to pop on. So we'll see. If he comes on, it'll be a surprise visit for the man in yellow. Uh, so hopefully it won't be the kind of surprise Jim got, but we'll get our own man in yellow surprise potentially if he has time to pop on. And it would be kind of funny because we're going to be breaking down season 1 episode 10 of From, which is where Jim hears the voice on the radio, a voice that we now pretty much know to be the man in yellow. So it'd be kind of fitting if he does. If not, if that doesn't work out, then he'll probably come next Wednesday and we'll move the rewatch from that week to the following week. But anyway, yeah, we love having him on. It's amazing. He's the best. It's so much fun having Doug on. I just love it. I love listening to his stories. He has a million stories for any topic you want to name. It's fantastic. Larry says, Julie B. Deep Dives, you should get some Severance actors on in the future too. So awesome. Doug is down to hang in the streams. I applaud you for that. Well, thank you very much, Larry. I appreciate it. Um, it's all Doug, Doug is so awesome, and he has a lot of fun doing these things.
Well, we'll make sure we give Patricia Arquette a call and see what we can do.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if we can get Patricia Arquette and Christopher freaking Walken and Adam Scott. Yeah.
Well, originally I was going to think of somebody like the actress that played Felicia or somebody that we might be able to get, but I thought, aim high.
Oh yeah, sure. It'll be a cold day in hell before we get Patricia Arquette on here, but yeah, we can dream, can't we?
I mean, hey, this Mark Egan guy might be Ben Stiller. You don't know. He said he was going to go into some lives and comment around.
Hey, that's true. We should throw up the call-in link soon. Should hurry up and get through the breakdown. Who knows? We got to start doing that earlier. It's my fault for being late tonight. We got to start doing it earlier because you never know. Like Ben Stiller and Dan Erickson could pop on sometime, or Adam Scott. I forget who said they were going to do it. Ben, was it Ben? I think it was Ben
I think it was both of them on the podcast, at least.
and Adam Scott. Yeah, because they're
Yeah.
the two hosts. Yeah, you never know. Doc got his copy of Deadline by Marcia Cash and Doug Hughes. That's great. Terrific. Yeah, if you haven't bought Deadline, but it's an amazing play by Doug Hughes and Marcia Cash. It's on playscripts.com. And we're going to be talking about it during our From Lives. But anyway, we'll get back to Severance now. Kissing cousins. Hey, Ed Hernandez. Yeah, they could be kissing cousins, you know? Welcome, Ed. We Egans are like Targaryens. Scarlet is just dressing you too.
Yeah, I have not watched Game of Thrones, and I'm sorry, but on the Cyber Queen Media thing, there were like Jazzy or somebody was talking about how every character might be a Targaryen. And it's
Oh,
like the theories that people have that everybody's like an Egan, like Ricken's an Egan, and Devon might be an Egan, and this person might be an Egan, and somebody might be Ambrose, and all this stuff. So it reminds me
oh
of
yeah.
that. Oh, like crazy theories that everybody is in the Egan family somehow.
Yeah, everyone's an Egan. Yeah. People
Because
get a little.
I mentioned Gwendolyn Christie, but I know her from Sandman and Wednesday, but I didn't know she was a Game of Thrones, and I was really schooled about that.
Oh,
So
okay. Yeah. Yeah, people get a little out of hand sometimes. Like everyone's got to be an
mhm.
Egan now. That's some Jamie and Cersei Lannister stuff, right, Fletch? I've never watched Game of Thrones, but I know that reference anyway because I mean, it's such a cultural juggernaut that I know stuff about the show, even though I've never watched it. Um, when is Jim going to be on our lives, bro? We need equal representation. Well, hey, I would be thrilled to have anybody from the show, but he's a big actor. He's a big
Mm.
timer. What's his name? Who plays
Oh,
Jim?
Ian
Ian,
Bailey.
Ian Bailey. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think we'll be getting anybody that big.
yeah,
I
he's
was just
busy.
I was just psyched that I mean, like it'll be a cold day in hell before we'll ever get Harold Perrineau, but I was just
Mm-hmm.
thrilled that he retweeted me last night. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
I was psyched. Not only did he like multiple because Harold Perrineau is nominated for an NAACP. Oh, I'll mention I'll take this opportunity to say this real quick and then we'll get back to Severance. Harold Perrineau is nominated for an NAACP Image Award for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Drama for From. And voting closes February 7th. I believe that's Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern. So please vote for Harold. I know a lot of people in the chat are also From fans. He truly deserves this honor. I shared the link on Twitter last night. I shared it multiple times. He liked all of my tweets where it was asking people to vote for him, and and then he retweeted one of them. I couldn't believe it. He retweeted it, so it got like 1.8 thousand views so far of my tweet because it's on his Twitter. I'll never call it X. I'm sorry. I'm not calling it X. It's Twitter. Um, and so I was so excited. So yeah, he retweeted it and I put my channel link in there. It's just as a little shameless self-promotion because he retweeted me. So I was like commenting on it
Hey,
and I
Julie,
put
I'm gonna be back in a second. I need to put sheets in the bed.
okay, no worries. No worries. I'm gonna put we're gonna get back to Severance. I just wanted to take that opportunity to remind people to please vote if you are a fan of From. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Please vote for Harold. Voting closes on Friday. You can only vote once per email address. Um, so you're going to select Harold and then you go down, scroll down to the bottom of the page, and then you click something like cast my vote. It'll take you to the page where you submit your votes. There's the link in the chat. Let's try to get Harold that award because he damn well deserves it. He's an incredible actor and you know, it's about time he gets some accolades for what he's doing. So there's the link in the chat. Now, getting back to Severance. Let's see. Mark Egan, you're cracking me up. Matt, you like sacrificing goats? All right, I'm starting to like you. I might be able to get you a spot at Lumon. Nice. Yeah, I think they're probably testing the chips on the goats. I think they're probably that's why they have the goats. They probably put the chips in the goats' heads, I'm guessing. Mr. Egan, please, goat sacrifice is a sensitive matter here in this community. Be more sensitive, says Fletch. Yeah. You got to get Christopher Walken on here. Yeah. Like that's ever going to happen, Susie. Seriously. Uh you never call Christopher up because if he shows up, it's because he's a walk-in. Oh yeah. Yeah. Larry said if anyone could get them on, it's you, in my opinion. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for the vote of confidence. But my channel is so small. If even the bigger channels can't get these people, then I sure can't. But maybe someday, who knows? Maybe by season 4, I don't know. I guess miracles could happen, but I doubt it. There have been people plugging for years that haven't gotten these people, working hard, doing this content, and I'm brand new to it. Ricken might be one. Yeah, there's a theory that Ricken might be an Egan Larry. Yep. Matt says Stiller and Erickson said they hide in the comments of various channels incognito. That's so exciting, Matt. I've got to hurry up and get more videos out so that maybe I could like get a response from them or they could see it. I'm taking too long to release my Severance videos because I have so much to say and it's taking a long time to write my scripts. I've really got to try to hurry up and get them out. I still have to get out part 2 of my episode 2 breakdown and then my episode 3 breakdown. It's not easy. I'm also putting my theories in them and I have a lot to say. So tomorrow I want to finish my the rest of my episode 2 breakdown and get it premiered Monday, or not Monday, Tuesday. And then I'm gonna get my episode 3 breakdown hopefully out by Thursday. But it's not easy to get these done quickly. I have way too much to say. Anyway, Harold has always been great, but he shines as the actual lead in From. 100%, Larry. 100%. Yeah, so there have been 1,800 interactions with my retweet that Harold did for me. 1,800 people have interacted with that post since Harold retweeted it, which is really wild. I was faster than you, Dieter, for once. Yeah. Yeah, definitely make sure to vote for him. And if you have more than one email address, vote more than once. I don't care if it's cheating. He damn well deserves this thing. So Susie, you've got to go to you got to go down to outstanding supporting actor in a drama series and then select Harold. And then so you select vote, then you scroll down, you go back to categories. You go down to the bottom of the screen and then you select submit your votes. Here, you know what? I'm gonna do okay. I'm sorry for the people who are just here to watch Severance, but I'm gonna just show you really quick. Just bear with me for a moment. I'm gonna show you really quick, and I promise we will get back to Severance. I'll show you because it's a little confusing, and I didn't understand what to do until the movie blog explained it. So you go to this link. So this is the link that I put in the chat. It is, you'll see this NAACP Image Awards. Scroll down. You look for Outstanding Actor in a Drama Series. This is right here. Click on that. Here's our Harold. Now, what you'll see, I already had clicked on vote. So what you'll see is this. Then right here in the middle is Harold. Click on vote. Now, that's not enough, though. See, I was confused. Somebody had to explain this. If you click on vote, and then it's going to turn red like that. Scroll down, click back to categories. Okay, back to categories. Now, if you want to vote on anything else, go ahead and click on whatever else you want to vote for. Personally, I was just there to vote for Harold. So then you scroll all the way down, bottom of the screen, and then submit your votes is way at the bottom. And with me, it just says 1 because I selected Harold and I only voted for one person. That's how you'll know your vote's going to be counted. You'll see the little number right there. That's so important. If you don't do that, then your vote's not going to be counted. So click submit your vote, enter in your email address. I'm going to vote a second time now because I already voted with one email address. So there's my email. You click I am not a robot, and then you click vote. And that's it. And then it says thanks for voting. We've got your vote. The show will air Saturday, February 22nd. So there you go. You have until Friday to do this. Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern is when the voting closes. I also have instructions for this on my Twitter account. So if you need any other assistance with it, you can see the instructions. They're pinned right to the top. I pinned it to the top of my Twitter. So in the description of this video, you'll see my Twitter account. You can go there and it has step-by-step instructions on what to do. But yeah, please do that. You see how quick it was, but it's confusing if you don't know how to navigate this. They should have set it up in a clearer way. I thought I had already voted until I saw the movie blog post instructions and say you got to go back to this screen and then submit your vote. So yeah, that is how you do that. Thank you for indulging me for a moment. I know this is a Severance stream, but I know a lot of us also watch From, and we want to see Harold get some accolades for once, like he deserves. Anyway, so let me share my Severance photo screen again. We can get back into that. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. That's so awesome. We can vote. I never would have known otherwise. So thank you, Julie. Oh, no problem. Thank you for voting, Larry. Harold deserves this. I would have been promoting it sooner if I had known. Apparently, voting has been open for it must have been a couple weeks or something. I didn't know. So I'm going to be promoting the hell out of this on my From Live too. I'm going to be annoying everybody in my Discord, reminding you to vote every day as well. So I just want to see Harold get some accolades. He deserves it. Anyway, I think Lumon is trying to co-opt Ricken with the showrunners using it as a device to illustrate how companies buy out and co-opt people like that. I agree, Doc. I think so too. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Let's see. I'll just state this, the work is mysterious and important. The work is mysterious and important. Well, thank you for that insight, Mark Egan. Yeah, Doc, I shouldn't really be announcing that I voted twice, should I? Oops. Well, yep, once you vote, it has a check mark.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, okay. Oh, good, Dieter. We've got clips that we can share from how, like, there are some cool clips Dieter shared of how they did the stop motion animation, so we can show those. We're allowed to show those. That's good. Thanks for checking into that, Dieter. While you were gone, Scarlet, I just demonstrated how to vote for Harold on the NAACP Image Award site.
Yeah.
I shared it, so.
Oh, that's cool.
I shared my screen so that people could see it because it's confusing as hell. I didn't know how to do it until I saw the movie blog explain it. So anyway, let's get back into the breakdown. We have a lot more to discuss. So I was really happy to see they did this again, this really cool effect. It's like they're traveling into the deep dark recesses of the human mind when they go to the goat room. You know? And also, once again, everything is mirrored in this show. You see their reflections. And there's no way this is not intentional, of course. They're trying to emphasize the duality of these people. their severed selves. They're not whole people, and it's not just about this chip in their head. They're also trying to make a statement about people trying to become whole individuals. Mark has been broken ever since Gemma died, or so he thought, and he's trying to become a whole person again. So the severance is a metaphor for his brokenness after losing Gemma. Anyway, so they constantly have everything mirrored: tables, walls, cabinets, and now the floor is like a mirror too. And it's beautiful shot how as they walk down the hall, it lights up just like in the refrigerator section of a store late at night. They'll have it on some kind of energy saving mode, so it only lights up as you walk past it with a motion detector. That's what it reminds me of. But
yeah, I understand.
But I love how they do this effect. It's beautiful. It was the same in season 1 too. And it really is like a deep dark part of the human mind. So I wonder why this goat area is set up like that. Like, why the goat area? Why is this? Maybe because it's, huh?
Maybe it is
What?
like your grocery store metaphor. Like nobody goes back there.
Maybe. You know,
You gotta save the
like a
light.
deep
You gotta
dark
save some
corner.
energy.
Yeah, maybe it's because the goat area is it's a secret, and so it's a deep dark corner of the mind that I don't know. But they enter the goat room and there are no more baby goats. Apparently they've all grown up now, and the dude that was in there, that stressed out dude in the apron feeding the baby goats, is gone.
They're
They're
not
not
ready
ready.
yet.
They're not ready. You can't take them. Yeah. Instead, there's this weird little crawl space. Uh, and it's like something out of a factory with the plastic hanging down and stuff. Um, you would think there's like a conveyor belt there or something. That's what it reminds me of. But they start crawling through, and like there are little pieces of hay and goat shit. Like you can see it. You can see it
That's
in
what I'm
this.
saying.
Yeah,
If
see the goat
Helena
shit.
would Helena do this?
Yeah, that's definitely goat shit right there.
Yeah,
I
would
don't know if
Helena do
Helena.
this though?
I don't know. I guess if she's under enough pressure from her family, she would, but her behavior in the scene that we're gonna watch in the goat field room is what makes me lean more toward Helly. So we'll get to that in a moment. But now, she does look like she's not too happy about doing this, based on her face right here. But I don't. Well, who would be though? I mean,
Be excited. I mean, there's at least 1% of the population that's probably excited to walking through goat shed.
maybe.
There's always that 1%.
There's always that 1% of weirdos, I guess. Strange, weird people. But I'm just keeping an open mind. So let's not let's just all remember that these are just theories at the end of the day. No one is saying we're right, you're wrong, or you're right and we're wrong. We're just having fun making theories. So let's keep it fun, everybody. That's all I ask. And I know you guys will. You guys are cool like that. So yeah, she puts on a little smile. I don't know why. Like, oh, this is fun. Yeah. They get to the end and they come out, and I was getting so excited watching this. Like, yes, it's time for the goat field. Yes, I knew it. I knew what was coming because we saw this in the trailer. This was in the trailer. I'm like, oh boy, here it comes. Goat field incoming, and goat field room incoming. And yep, their faces. Look at Mark's face. This was my favorite part, hands down, of the whole episode. I'm sure I'm not alone in that. I, I I couldn't wait for the creepy goat field room with the weird antler king goat head guy, and I knew it was coming. And somehow they have a field of grass in the middle of an office building.
Did you listen to the podcast on how they achieved this?
No, I wish I didn't have time, and I didn't even know that they until the last minute that they had talked about this. What did they say?
They shot it at a golf course, and they put a tent around this area, and then they CGI'd the walls. They put up fake walls.
Oh,
so it's part of a golf course.
That's so clever. I love it. I gotta make time to listen to this podcast. So now that they're done talking about season 1, they're releasing one for every episode of this season, I guess, huh?
Yep.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'm gonna make time to watch it from now on, or listen from now on.
But it looks really flawless. I mean, somebody could have told me they easily just made hills and put a little bit of seed on it inside a room, and I would have been like, sure, it looks like that. It looks that good.
Sorry, every now and then I'm gonna mute myself so I can blow my nose because I didn't realize how congested I actually sound. These dang cats. Too many cats.
Oh, it's cat allergy?
Yeah, I'm allergic to cats, and honestly, it's only become a minor nuisance over time. It used to be so bad that I would go through an entire box of Kleenex in a single night, and I was like, I couldn't take it. It was horrible. But I learned eventually my body adjusted, I guess. So it's become a minor nuisance. I don't even really notice it till someone points out that I sound congested.
No.
Sound like I have a cold. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a slight one too, but I always make sure I like wash my hands after handling the cat and stuff.
Yeah.
I've kind of come up with a system.
I just can't touch my face after I pet them. If I touch my eye, it'll get itchy and whatnot. But anyway, you guys don't want to hear about me.
And I like keep everything really clean, like sweep the couch. I'm sure they want to hear me about sweeping the couch, Julie.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they want to hear all about that. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna lose everybody, so it's all the goats, Julie. Yeah. These dang goats. I'm allergic to the goats. So yeah, we've got the goat field room. Now, tell me, is this actually possible to get grass to grow in an office building? Because I find that hard to believe, to be honest. Like, I've heard that there are ways to make things grow indoors, but a whole field of grass like this, is that even possible? I don't know about that. But
well, it would have to just be mounds of something with seed on top, because I don't think you would be able to terraform.
Yeah, like, I don't know. It's one of those things where you have to suspend your disbelief, I think. Oh, my charger is, see, my Chromebook is gonna die if I don't plug it in. Hold on a second.
Okay. I will let you have that time.
I left my charger in the other room. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay, that's promo. I don't know how long you're going to be. Okay, so on Wednesday nights, we have a From Live that is at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. We will be going over the finale of Season 1, which would be pretty exciting. And
we might get ambushed by the man in yellow during that stream.
We might. As soon as you hear that voice, you might be tapped on the shoulder by someone else, if you know what I mean.
Seriously, he seriously might jump in, and I'd say it's highly likely that he's going to. So,
yeah,
I would check it out. Yeah.
Well, plus it's a finale, so we can take. I feel like we're going to cover the finale and then, our theories and thoughts about the whole season, as a whole,
Oh, yeah.
And how it applies to seasons 2 and 3.
Yeah. Definitely, I want to do that. 100%.
So that's going on Wednesday, if you guys want to show up.
Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. That'll be Wednesday. Okay. Getting back to this.
Goats.
The goats. Now, keep in mind, Mark and Helly have never seen grass. Like, this is new to them. But
isn't it grass in front of the Egan house?
Oh, yeah, there is grass in front of the Egan house. But I guess, this is more than they've ever seen. Like, they've never seen rolling hills, and it's got to be really bizarre for them to see this. Like,
can I say something else that was cute
yeah.
about the podcast? Like in several of these goat scenes with Gwendolyn Christie, she's coming up, but when she was sitting at the desk, there was a baby goat trying to butt his head against her leg.
Oh.
And then in one of these scenes with Adam Scott, like when he's standing here talking, sometimes there's a goat eating his shoelaces.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And just goats being goats, so I thought it was kind of cute. So and as you watch this scene, think about goats chewing, trying to chew the shoelaces, trying to butt their heads up against things. And Gwendolyn Christie also said that they tried, like when they were doing makeup, the goats would come up and try to eat the makeup brushes.
That's fantastic. Yeah,
goats are great.
Goats will eat almost anything if they could. So, and I saw this too. Check this out. It's a goat. It looks like the goat wants to take over the cinematography.
Oh. Yeah, I guess so.
this goat has ambition. This is an ambitious goat. He wants to direct the scene. This was fantastic. I loved this. I mean, it's just too cute. I love it so much. And Adam Scott's just like, what the hell? He's looking at it like, oh no. Yeah, I heard they had a lot of fun filming with the goat. So,
have you ever gone to goat farms and stuff where you can feed the goats and pet them?
No, I haven't actually, but I've seen goats up close. They're cute. It's just that the eyes are weird. The eyes creep me out.
Yeah, that's because they're cybernetic.
Yeah.
They're androids.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just something not right about their eyes. The weird pupils that are like a straight line. It's weird. But that goat is the goat.
That goat's gonna win an Emmy, okay?
Yeah. Oh my god, Dieter shared the same photo in the chat that I just shared, and he said I lost my job. No, Dieter, you've been so good at doing your job that I actually just shared the photo that I think you're the one who posted this in the Discord. I think it might have been you. I don't know if it was you or not, but this is the second time in a row tonight that I was faster than Dieter on something. No, trust me, I rely on you so much, Dieter. I truly appreciate everything you do. Believe me.
In this picture too, you can see where they put the tent up and around. The CGI isn't totally on this.
Oh, yeah.
You see where they kind of put up the fencing, kind of like a tent.
Yep.
And the fencing there, yeah. They took that out with CGI.
This doesn't look like an office building. It doesn't look like Lumon. Yep. That's so cool. Anyway, back to the breakdown. So yeah, we've got the goat room, and now the reveal of this, I was just waiting for this. When we watched the trailer for this, and I saw this creepy antler king looking guy in the distance, it was just the biggest what the fuck moment. As if this show couldn't get any weirder than it already was in season 1. I said I honestly have no idea what the hell this could mean, and to be honest, I still don't understand why this needed to be here. I guess just to be weird for weirdness sake.
It's the old rituals. It's the old pagan traditions.
I don't know, but see, the top of it looks like a goat head, and then
that definitely looks like Black Phillip from The Witch there. That kind of goat from The Witch. Yeah, you ever see that movie? We'll have to get you up on that movie.
Yeah, so I love how they did this shot, how they did the reveal of this. First you see the horns, you see the back of it, and you think it's a goat maybe, it looks like a goat, and then it pans down, and you see again, it still looks like a goat. And they're walking through, and you reveal this dude's face. It's creepy as fuck, dude's face. Like, what in the hell? And he's staring at them through this long mane of fake goat fur as they meander their way through and hang out with the goats. He's just kind of watching them in a really sinister way.
I like
And
how they all look Celtic, like old school Celtic people.
They do. They do look like old school Celtic people. He looks so creepy. They're kind of rising up in the background.
Mm.
I know.
All
I
hail.
know. I know goats are not necessarily a satanic thing or anything like that, but I see that, and I don't know, because of all the Baphomet, you know, like associations. I saw that and I just thought that looks so satanic right there because it's black. It's black and it's creepy as hell, but I'm sure that's not what they're going for. It's just creepy as hell.
It might be Black Phillip illusions. Illusions.
Yeah. And they're just completely bewildered looking at this. And then this lady pops up and she's ringing her goat bell. And Mark, you know, kind of introduces himself. Oh, I went back and I redid this more so I could get better shots. So some of it is
yeah. Gwendolyn Christie is like 6'7" or like that. She's incredibly tall.
Okay, so I was wondering, in the shots where she was near them, I was thinking, is she really that freakishly tall, or is she standing
She's really
on a
that
hill?
freakishly tall, yes.
I thought maybe she was standing on a hill. Wow, she's tall. She is enormously tall. Yeah. Oh my God, look at her. Yeah. So she's ringing her bell, and he kind of introduces himself to her, and she's just standing there looking extremely menacing with her goat bell and their goats around her.
Oh, that was two of her.
No, there's wait, what? There were two.
Oh, one of the pictures you took, there was two of her.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I absolutely love this character. I hope we get more of her. Yeah, so he tries to explain, you know, they're from the MDR department and whatnot, and she's just staring at him, and as we again go looking right into the camera here. Really cute. Really cute. So this is broken up into parts, so we'll come back to this scene. That's pretty much it for that. Irving is going down to O&D, and this is the first time I'm assuming this is the first time he's been there since Burt basically died. Burt died. They're treating it like a death. And they treat it like a death in this scene. He looks down at one of the paintings that he once admired with Burt, and what's her name again?
Felicia.
Felicia, that's it. Felicia. I always forget her name. Felicia shows up and they hug, and it's so obvious what they're trying to get across with this scene, that the two of them are grieving. They're grieving. Because when an Innie is gone, that's equivalent to a death for them. And so the two of them are both grieving Burt because they both had a close relationship with him. She worked closely with him. Irving and Burt had that fleeting romance, and it's sweet how they handle this. You know, they hug, and once again we come back to that later. Mark and Helly give I forget what this lady's name is. Do we have
Lorne.
a name? What
Lorne.
is it?
Lorne.
Lorne.
Lorne. Lorne, like Lorne Michaels.
Lorne. Gotcha. Lorne. So they give Lorne the missing poster. She has a desk. I find this so comical. She has a desk right in the middle of this field full of goats, as if this is the most normal thing in the world. And there's a snack machine.
Well, there's a vending machine too.
This is that. I didn't notice that before.
Yeah.
There's a vending machine. Yeah. And a desk.
It's all
Yeah. And
business
she's
here.
what?
So it's all business here.
Oh yeah, it's all business. And she sits at her desk. She's got a phone, you know, um,
Hmm.
and she's dressed as if she's going to an office job, just a little bit different than the way they dress. She's got a like a shirt and a tie and a jacket, and you know she looks business-like, but kind of a different style of
Hmm.
dress, and this odd kerchief thing on her head, which feels old-fashioned, very old-fashioned,
Hmm.
appears to be. Um, and, you know, I wish I had written down the quotes that they said that she said because she speaks in such a formal way. Um, the terminology that she uses, it's like you feel like you've just gone back in time. All of these people that work
Hmm.
there, it's like they went back in a time machine to the 1800s or something. Um, I mean, they always speak in old-fashioned language on the show, but these people even more so, I
Hmm.
think.
That's what I'm saying. They're the old cults.
Yeah, yeah. But I never chance to type up all the dialogue this time. It would probably take too long anyway. When I read through so
Hmm.
much dialogue, it takes us a lot longer to get through. Anyway,
Hmm.
um, yeah. So she says, you know, like he talks about how they Miss Casey worked in the wellness department. And they would do wellness sessions with her, and she said something about how they don't abide such
Hmm.
fripperies down
Yeah.
here. Fripperies. That line I remember. I don't need
Yeah.
notes.
Yeah. Definitely.
That one stuck in my head without notes for that. But I guess because I feel like this one of the showrunners in the featurette at the end of the episode said that you kind of get a glimpse into their own little culture in here in this department. They have their own culture. I thought that word was interesting to say that they have their own culture. So I think that they're even more old fashioned in the way that they talk and handle things. Um, so that's why the language sounds even more dated and out of place. Um, and they seem like a bunch of backward redneck hicks, as we'll see when the other ones show up. Um, so apparently they don't do wellness sessions for this crowd. They don't abide such fripperies.
Hmm.
And she's got this really menacing stare. I loved how this actress uh portrayed the role. It was so good. And, like she's staring them down and and then she's like warning them to leave and they don't leave. So she gets up and rings her little goat bell and they're like, what's
Hmm.
gonna happen now? And then look what happens. We get over the hills the all of the goat field crew. I don't know what we want to call these people, but she summons them
The
with her
goat
bell.
herders.
The goat herder. There we go. The goat
Yeah,
herders.
it looks very Wicca Man. I know have never seen the old 1974 Wicker Man, but they all like come over the hills like that.
Yeah, and
Folk
it's
horror.
it's so creepy how they all come from different directions around all the hills. So
Yeah.
it's they're kind of all surrounding them. They surround them and it's really menacing and sinister. And And then that's is that the guy from season 1 back there who was taking care of the baby goats? I think it is.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, if they're gonna be like, thorough.
Yeah, that looks because he was wearing an apron like that. I think
Hmm.
that might be the guy from season 1 who was taking care of the baby goats. So he shows up from behind a door and so like, they're very quickly surrounded. Of course, the bell is even labeled Lumen, like everything else.
Yeah.
Literally everything is Lumen brand in this place.
Yeah, if I
And
ever get a cowbell, I'm gonna put a Lumen logo on it. If I ring it.
I'm telling you, this is another show that is missing opportunities for merch for merch sales. They need to
Antler King
sell
costume. Antler King costume. You know, your girlfriend can go as the Antler Queen from Yellow Jackets. You can go as the Antler King from Severance. Couples outfit.
Yes. It would be perfect, you know, and all kinds of Lumon branded items.
Oh yeah.
There are people making stuff on Etsy just like they're doing for From. The people on From they made talismans and other stuff. So now on Etsy they're making name tags that you can get, and I, actually Teeter is sending me one, so I'm gonna get one of these. It was so sweet of him to do that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have an MDR name tag, which is cool.
Yeah, I mean, people could do those little Lumon folding boxes that are in the vending machines. That'd be pretty easy to do.
Yeah, there are all kinds of things they can do. Finger traps,
caricatures.
Like they can do
coffee cozies.
Coffee cozies, you know, absolutely.
Waffles.
Even if it's just like stupid erasers with Lumon, I think people would buy this stuff.
Those masks. If somebody made those masks. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the four tempers
mask going down.
The 4 Tempers masks, the KIER one. Yeah, Apple TV, get on it. Get on it. So
like a set, like the Tempers action play set.
Yes. Yes, that's what they need. Yeah, and some artwork to hang in your home. So
yeah, and the paintings, of course, yeah.
Yeah, they need to do prints of those things. You know?
Oh yeah.
The Macro Dat Rebellion one, my personal favorite. They should do that. But it's the Macro Dat like versus O&D one where they're disemboweling people. Anyway, this is my favorite dude, of course, Antler King here. Coming over the hill with the rest of them. This guy with a rake, and they all wear overalls. Like I think they're all in the same kind of getup.
So you think it might be more like villagers in the original Frankenstein movie, like with pitchforks and like?
I think, yeah, probably. I think so. So they turn back to her, and she says this ominous line, like something read out of a horror movie. You should have left. So they're like, oh shit, now what's gonna go down here? You should have left. And the way she delivered it was just on point. It's so creepy. And then you have this shot of all of them kind of surrounding them on all sides, and how ominous. I loved that scene so much. They nailed it. So I guess some of them are in like brown overalls, and then others are wearing these green get-ups, but yeah, they all show up. It was so good. And what is her computer even plugged into in the middle of the field? Like, I don't see an extension cord.
Or anything going into the ground.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's goat powered.
Yeah, maybe it's goat powered. So anyway, we'll come back to that. The next scene is Dylan and Ms. Huang. And Dylan is hilarious. He follows her, and he's like legit worried for her. You know, what, like, seriously, are they forcing you to be here? What's going on? Are you being forced? Because yes, she's a child, and you gotta wonder: are you are you a prisoner here? Like, what is happening? Of course, she doesn't respond. She won't tell him. She's taking him. He says, like, why are we at the security office? So now that's been changed too. The break room is now like a little mini theater for the training video. It's no longer a means of psychological torture, and now they've changed the security office into the Outie Visitation Center. I don't buy this bullshit, of course. I'm sure they have another office somewhere where they're still watching everyone through hidden cameras. If I had to guess. I don't buy that they're not. Even if Helena is in there and being their eyes and ears like a human microphone, she can't be everywhere at once. Like, she can't be watching Dylan here. She can't be watching Irving right now in O&D. So I don't believe for a moment that they don't have hidden cameras. Whether it's Helena or not, I think there are hidden cameras. This is a ruse. This place is huge. I'm sure there's another office where they can have security cameras. So Dylan goes in and finds his wife. To my absolute shock, I did not expect this. I didn't think they'd follow through on that promise, to be honest, because this is a huge risk that they're taking. I mean, they're so careful not to even allow them to interact with their coworkers as outies, so they stagger their entrances because clearly they're worried about their memories bleeding through if they meet as outies. So I didn't think they'd allow him to actually see his real family member, which is you have a strong emotional connection there that could be a problem. But the way they explained it in the featurette at the end was that they had to do something because Dylan can't be motivated by silly things like finger trap perks anymore. They had to do something like this to keep him productive and following the rules. Everything changed once he found out he had a son. So I'm just surprised though that they would allow this regardless. I mean, why not just get rid of him? So I mean that was the intention originally, to just fire him and then they wouldn't have to deal with this. But the fact that they're allowing this, so this to me gives more fuel to my theory that what Mark is doing, refining that Cold Harbor file, which is tied to Ms. Casey, must be so important to the company that they're willing to even risk this. That they listened to Mark and they brought Dylan back, and they're putting up with all of this. They're pulling out all the stops. This is all for Mark. They don't give a shit about Dylan. They only brought Dylan back because Mark demanded it, and the board said, we're going to give Mark what he wants, including Helly R. He won't finish without them. So this is all for Mark. Whatever he's doing with, for some reason, that Miss Casey file is very important to them, and they're doing all this just for that. They're not doing it to be nice, to institute severance reforms, to be kind or altruistic. So yeah, this is his real wife. I don't. Is it just me, or is her outfit surprisingly old-fashioned? And to me, that just looks very. That looks very old-fashioned. That looks like something I would see in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, when my family and I would go back and visit, and like you'd see the Mennonite community or something. It just reminds me.
Yeah, but it's also Lumon, so they might have to have a dress code for such things.
Right.
Like a dress code for that, like rules about what photos they can bring in and anything. They can't bring anything in from, the outside world that would give too much.
Right.
Give too much away, I mean.
Right. So, yeah.
And it's also blue. It's Lumon blue.
It's also blue. And they said in the featurette, I think it was Dan Erickson, the creator, who said that they wanted KIER, the town of KIER, to be a place that's kind of frozen in time. So that's why there's a lot of old stuff there, old tech, old cars, old computers, old phones. Didn't they have flip phones, or am I remembering that wrong?
I think Petey's phone was a flip. If I'm not mistaken.
Phone. Yeah. So things like that. They wanted KIER to kind of be a place that seems a bit frozen in time. So maybe the people in this town kind of dress in an old-fashioned way, like the way that she's dressed. Ms. Huang says that you've earned, I believe it was 18 minutes of visitation time with Dylan and his wife, and she leaves. So like this is, it's so weird when he goes in, like they had the pictures of him and his wife. It was the same picture on every screen, and then it all merged into one picture. So they're very careful about how much they'll let him see. They decide, okay, they'll just let him see this one picture, but many times over, and so it's like they don't want to show him too much of his Outie life, but they'll show him this picture, the one that she shows him, which we'll get to in a minute, but and then it all kind of merged together as one. Super weird. Um, and it's awkward, of course. I was wondering at this moment in the show, like, is she an actress? Is she for real? But she's real. She's his real wife. We were all ready to go do a forensic analysis on her voice from episode 1 because he talked to her on the phone. We were thinking, okay, someone's got to compare her voice on the phone to this voice, but then no need because we found out later in the episode it's her. It's really her. So yeah, so like they talk. It's super awkward and uncomfortable. Um, like she asks about like why what's her name is a child, Ms. Huang is a child, and she's like, well, she's confused by that, of course. And uh and what was it that she started to say that then you hear you see that they're on camera and you hear Ms. Huang's voice piping in saying please don't share privileged information or something to that effect.
She said Milchick's first name, Seth.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Which I
His
thought they
wife,
knew his name, but apparently they did not.
right. So so yeah, she mentioned she said Seth told me that this might be weird or something like that. She said Seth warned me this might be weird. And then you hear Ms. Huang's voice creepily piping in please refrain from sharing privileged information or whatever it was she said to that effect in a very formal way, of course. And then of course you see that they're on camera through this shot here and you know that she's listening to everything going on in there. This is a highly controlled environment. So they're willing to do this for Mark to make sure Mark actually completes the Cold Harbor file, but they're really being careful about how they go about it. This is not for Dylan at all.
I'm really surprised they let somebody from the outside like Gretchen in here see that they're employing children.
I know, right? Yeah, that's weird to me, but and you can tell that she's confused by it, so it's not just that the Innies don't understand it and don't, she doesn't understand it either. So we were left to kind of wonder at first, well, okay, is this like an alternate universe where child labor laws aren't a thing, or maybe just not in KIER, but KIER Pennsylvania, not Pennsylvania, KIER PE, whatever that is. It says they're in KIER PE, which is not a real state.
It's the Providence of Egan.
You're right.
PE.
So yeah, oh yeah, that would fit. The Providence of Egan. So yeah, I think that is strange, like she could go out and tell people that they have kids working there, but yeah, I don't know. That's a really great point. So she tells him that like they have 3 kids and that he's had trouble holding down jobs. He's had a lot of trouble keeping jobs. He's like, "Oh wait, so am I dumb or he's like
Yep.
he's like I'm stupid? Is that I forget the wording he used.
I remember he says he's dumb and then she says something else and he's like, so I'm a dick?
Yeah. so I'm a dick. Yeah. And yeah, she just says, we have 3 kids and you had trouble keeping a job. And so what we figured was correct. When he was on the phone with her in episode 2 and he was talking about picking up baby wipies and we figured, okay, he probably got severed because And he was also asking about the health insurance plan when he
Mhm.
interviewed at that other company, the door company. So, um, so we kind of figured, okay, he got severed because he needed this to support his 3 kids and his wife. And now we get confirmation of that pretty quickly. It's kind of nice to get some answers and backstory so early. Finally, um, a lot of times shows hold back this sort of thing longer, and she shows him a picture. What is that in the background? It's like it looks like there's a bird here,
Mm.
and like
Yeah.
it kind of looks like water. So it
Mhm.
sort of gives you the vibe that they're at the beach, I guess,
Yeah, ocean vibe, yeah.
with a seagull here.
More water
Weird.
references.
More water references.
So many.
And this is the picture that she shows him. They're dressed up as like Western, like country Western old timey people, including the 3 kids, which is so weird that of all pictures, this is the one she shows him.
So they've definitely gone to Knott's Berry Farm or some amusement park to get this done.
Hmm.
Have you ever gotten one done? I have one of me and my mom when I was little, and it's pretty cool looking.
No, yeah, like I've been to places where you stand behind like this big picture and you stick your face through the hole and you take pictures like that, but not where you actually dress up. You've been to
Oh
somewhere
yeah,
where you
they have them like a lot of places. Well, especially Knott's Berry Farm, but a lot of amusement parks will have them where you can go in and there's a bunch of costumes and you put them on, and then they take an old timey photo of you.
that's so funny. I didn't know that was a thing.
There used to be one in Frankenmuth, Michigan, but they just took it out and put a ironworkers thing in where you can make hooks and stuff. And I should have gotten
Right.
one. I should have gotten a Western picture taken. I mean, I saw
Yeah,
3 girls go in and they all dressed up like saloon girls and got their pictures taken.
that's funny.
They have different backdrops and stuff you can be in front of.
I hope they wash everything thoroughly before they have other people put on the costumes. Like, that's weird to
Yeah, I
me.
think it might have changed out. I think it might have changed out to ironworking because of COVID, because people don't really want to put on the clothes that other people, maybe hundreds of
Exactly.
other people have worn.
That's exactly what I was thinking. After COVID, I bet that would be something that would have gone away.
Yeah.
Um, certain things have changed and never went
Hmm.
back to the way they were, but
I mean, the dresses are usually just ones that have like Velcro in the back that you put over your regular clothes.
right, right. Um, yeah, I've only been to places where you just stick your face through a hole and take
Hmm.
a picture of it. Nothing like this. That looks like fun for sure, and it's just silly and ridiculous. Um, And I feel like they probably let her bring this photo instead of just like a typical normal photo because
Hmm.
maybe it would be less likely to cause problems with memories bleeding through of his family. Like, this is not a
Hmm.
picture of their normal everyday life.
Like their
So,
house or anything.
right, right. So they
And
allowed this.
plus you can have the joke that follows this though if it wasn't for this picture.
Right, I forget what was the joke again?
He's like, "Oh, do we live on a cattle ranch?"
Yeah. Yeah. Do we live on a cattle ranch? Yeah.
It's like I think he's pretty excited about this.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Um, and like the thing of it is, like, I feel bad for Dylan in this scene because he always had these grand ideas about what he'd be
Hmm.
like on the outside, and he thought he must, be a weightlifter because he has such
Yeah.
great delts, and so he
Hmm.
thinks. He thought, maybe he was a bodybuilder or whatnot.
Hmm.
And now he finds out that he's, you know, just kind of a not I'm not gonna call him a loser, but in his eyes, he'd consider himself a
Hmm.
loser who can't like
Just
there are lots
unemployable.
right, right. In his
Hmm.
eyes, like he'd looked out on somebody like this, like he can't keep a job, and maybe he's too dumb to keep a job, and so I felt bad for him, finding that out. That sucks. I felt bad for him in this whole thing. This was cruel. This
Mhm.
this entire thing was cruel. Giving
Mhm.
him a little taste of his actual life that he'll never be able to experience for himself. To me, this is more cruel than not allowing this. Way more cruel. It's better if he doesn't know what he's missing.
I don't
So,
know. Eventually, if they go on, I feel like it's almost going to be a conjugal visit with Gretchen.
yeah, I mean,
I think Gretchen might have the hots for him.
I think she does, but I don't think they're gonna allow that. I don't think that would be
They'll
allowed.
allow it, but Miss Huang will watch them the whole time,
Oh my god.
and it'll be
A little
creepy.
a little girl, can you imagine? Oh my god. A little girl's watching this. Oh jeez.
You can have your
No.
18 minutes in heaven, but I'm going to be watching the whole time and
Oh,
critiquing you.
please don't do that. Oh my god, no. Oh, Jesus. Um, yeah. That's all this is all kinds of fucked up. Lumen is more fucked up
Hmm.
than I mean, in this season, we're finding out Lumen is more fucked up than even we realized in so many ways. First the racism in this episode. Now we have this. This is just plain
Hmm.
cruel. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's just completely fucked up. And then it cuts to this scene of Irving and um I always forget her name. What the hell's her
Felicia,
name?
like, think of Bye Felicia. Bye
Bye
Felicia.
Felicia. Oh yeah, I use that. Bye Felicia. I love that.
Yeah, just
Um,
remember from that. That's how I remember it.
okay, so Felicia and Irving are now, so this is 100% the grieving process that they're going through. Now
Hmm.
we cut to them reminiscing over good times with Burt and bonding over their shared memories of Burt. This is exactly what people do when they're
Hmm.
trying to go through a healthy grieving process. If you're trying to process it in a healthy way, you're able to talk about the person you lost and laugh and smile about the good times. And that's what they're doing. So I thought that was clever and smart the way they wrote this. It was definitely what they were going for. Just like how in episode 2, Irving was considering leaving, and leaving was equivalent to unaliving himself.
Hmm.
Uh, so that they're really honing in on this concept of the Innie. Once the Innie leaves, unless you're reintegrated, then the Innie essentially dies.
Hmm.
And now they're grieving. They're grieving for Burt. Um, so so then he shows her this sketchbook of Burt that he drew for every day that Burt has been gone and he misses Burt. He's drawn a picture of him, and she's all emotional about it. And 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 if you look though, every picture is
Hmm.
exactly the same.
Yeah.
You think he would have drawn at least one of them a little different, but
Like
every
one
picture is
winking, like one with the eye down, so it looks like he's winking on one of them.
yeah, but they're all the same.
That's crazy.
When
Yeah.
they
You
showed
know,
this in a huh?
I was thinking that maybe his Outie would get this image because his Outie paints the same thing all the time, and his Innie's drawing the same thing all the time. So maybe the Outie's gonna get this image of Burt, like he's getting the image of
Prob-
the painting.
Probably, yeah.
They're speaking to
Uh,
each other through art, which is kind of cool.
yes, I would absolutely agree with that. Yep, I bet you. Um, so yeah, it would have been fun. Like when they first showed this, they showed a clip of this in some little featurette before this season started or at the beginning. And I thought when I looked at it quickly that it was a flip book and he was going to be moving in it, but
Hmm.
it's not.
That'd
It's the
been
same thing.
cool. If he at
It would
least
have been
winked or something. He winked.
it would have been cool because he could see him moving and stuff. But then he flips to the end and
Hmm.
it's the testing floor because when he was on the outside, he saw those paintings, many, many paintings of this. So now he drew it from memory. And she sees it and she says, "Oh, what's this?" And he's like, trying to take it back. Like he doesn't want anyone to know, of course, about all this because it's obviously super sus that his Outie is painting this. He doesn't know what it means, and naturally he'd want to keep it to himself, not tell anybody. But he doesn't know what it is either. I mean, as far as we know, he's never seen this, and he doesn't know what it is. When
Yeah.
he told the others, he didn't say, "Oh yeah, like remember this." Like they don't know what this is. On the like these innies don't know what this is. At least the MDR ones don't, right?
Yeah.
So she says, "Oh, what? This is the export. What is it? The export hall or the export room or something?" And she says, "Why do you have a picture of? I think it's the export room, or I can't remember if she said room or hall, but um, and Irving was just like, huh?" Like he didn't expect her to actually know what that was. And she said that we used to deliver things there in person, but now they have someone else do it, a courier or something like that. So O&D it was aware of this place, and they used to actually bring things there. I wonder what they were bringing there because they don't just make paintings; they make other things. We saw them making a watering can in season 1 for some
And
reason,
hatchets. Remember the hatchets?
and hatchets. Yeah. So apparently they make things. I think they make things through 3D printing. I'm not sure, but they had really large machines, and they make
Yeah.
things. So they must make things that are used down on the testing floor. And so now they don't have them do that anymore. Maybe they don't want the O&D people to know about it anymore. They have someone else do it. And then we cut to that. Okay, so before we cut to that, I'll check in with the chat really quick. And I've seen some theories about like someone had a theory in here earlier about the export hall. Hey, AAMM, nice to see you. Um, like, is it possible that the export hall could have a way out? I don't know about that. I doubt it. It's downstairs, even
Is that
further.
is that why they changed to a courier? Because somebody tried to get out?
Maybe that's possible. Also, though, it's kind of weird to me that there's a way out there because it's a sub basement. They're already in the basement on the severed floor, so this is a sub basement. It's even further down. So, yeah, I don't know. So it's possible there's a way out there. Why is it called the export hall? Is another thing to point out. I mean, I
Lumon
think
exports.
I assume that because Ms. Casey was sent there when she was told, Cobel said, take her to the testing floor, and Ms. Casey was sent there. So that elevator goes to the testing floor. So I assume that all of their test subjects, including Miss Casey, are down there being experimented on. And that's probably where Miss Casey was sent when she wasn't working, too, at the end of every day. I would either that or somewhere else in the building. But what are they exporting out of there, though? That's something that I don't have a theory on at the moment. But I'll be curious to see what you guys think in the chat. If you have ideas, let me know. And let's see. Wait a minute. Export hall sounds like they get rid of bodies or something. Yeah, maybe. Susie Greenberg says it takes you to a faraway tree. Yeah. I want a 3D printed Dale in the pool wall theater. For those of you, if you're listening or watching who don't watch From and don't understand references sometimes, please just go watch From. It's a fantastic show. Jesse J2G, y'all just called all men. I'm assuming you meant to write liars. When did we do that? When did we call all men liars? Or are you talking?
Looks to me like listers. Listers.
Yeah, it looks like listers, but I'm guessing it's supposed to be liars. I don't know if this was something in the chat or something we said, but we weren't
I don't
saying.
know. The chat's been pretty lively, so
It's probably something in the chat.
yeah.
Yeah, it's probably something in the chat. Hey, Quad Solar. Dylan has to get severed just to hold a job. That
Yep.
sucks, right? Oh yeah, I remember. I remember how Dylan worded it. When Dylan was like saying, you know, is he a dick? At first he said he dumb. He just said he dumb. And then he said he a dick.
Dick.
He didn't even use the is part. He just says he dumb, he a dick. Yeah. Yeah. Um that's great. There are towns and cities where almost all the jobs are one company like Amazon. That's true, Matt. That's true, Matt. Yep. Mark Egan said sometimes this all feels a lot like Westworld, Lumon World. I gotta watch Westworld. I'm finally making my way through Lost. So once I finish Lost, I'll put that next on my list.
Yeah, we should do a Westworld watch party. I think you'd like it a lot. But I feel like if this was part of Westworld, it'd be like corporate world instead of a Western world, which would be kind of boring unless people are really into working in a corporation.
Right. Yeah, I don't think people.
I mean, it's supposed to be about like fun things, like going out, in a Western town and shooting it up, and saloon girls and woo.
Right.
I don't know how many people will sign up for this one.
This doesn't look like much fun. Yeah, this doesn't look like much fun at all. Yeah. So. Yeah, Bill Chill. I felt like Gretchen looked like she reminded me like of Amish, Mennonite, or Mormon the way she was dressed. Yeah, 100%. Mark says it felt like she only stopped once. She looked him in the eyes. Because Matt Gilbert here said, I'm not sure she was afraid of him specifically. Oh, okay, I get what you guys were talking about. Mark Egan said, why was Mrs. Cobel so afraid of the security guy with Helena outside of Lumon? Almost felt like they knew each other. Yeah, to me, it just looked like she was intimidated by him because he looked like a really scary goon who was gonna disappear her.
Yeah, I feel she just had intuition, like something was up.
Because he looked scary as hell. She looked scary as hell, but
because there are theories that she knows him or he's a hitman or something. But if she knew him, then Helena would also know that Harmony knew him. So why would she have him there if she's trying to get her into something?
Yeah, absolutely. Jesse says, why do y'all hate him?
Because he knows what he's done.
Jim.
I knew it was going to be Jim.
Wait, who's bringing Jim into this?
Wait, Jim's in Cold Harbor now.
How did Jim get dragged into this? Man, I can tell you, Jesse, we don't hate Jim. I've never hated Jim. And Doug Hughes himself was on here defending Jim. And I agree with Doug that we should have empathy for Jim because he lost a baby. This has nothing to do with Severance, apologies. But Jim lost a baby 14 months before the events of From. And I empathize with him and I sympathize with him. And I don't hate him and I never did. I just had my criticisms of some of his behavior. But, understandably, he doesn't have access to therapy or anger management in Fromville. So I can't really blame him that much for his actions.
And I can appreciate his childlike enthusiasm in the construction of the radio tower in season 1.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of good points.
Anyway, sorry, we'll get off of Jim and back to Severance. But I just wanted to address that. We're not Jim haters here at all. I can empathize with him 100%. Anyway, back to Severance. So then we cut to this. This was hilarious how it was very jarring. We cut back to to this, and it's these creepy, menacing looking guys, just like right in front of the camera, right in front of the shot, the camera in their face like this. They're
Mm-hmm.
all grimy looking. They look like they need a shower and gruff, scruffy.
They look
This
like they've been
dude was just,
hanging out in the Scottish moors in the Scottish mist.
they do, yeah. They do look like they're something right plucked out of time, like from the
Mm-hmm.
past. Um, this guy is hilarious with this fake goat hair all over him, and
Mm-hmm.
again, grimy, greasy, scruffy. Like they really need to get a good shower here. Um, like they all look kind of inbred. They all have this weird, like, creepy look about them. Um, and they're surrounded, which you get this very unsettling vibe. They all kind of form this circle around
Mm-hmm.
Mark and Helly, and like boxing them in. And I didn't know what the hell was going to happen at this point. Like it was very unnerving. There's a lady here who, like, they all look kind of beat up too, like they've
Mm-hmm.
had a rough time of it. This lady
Mm-hmm.
has like marks on her face, and I don't know what that's about. She's got a kerchief on her head. Um, and so while what's her name again? I'm sorry. The hell's her
Lorne.
name? This
Lorne.
Lorne. So while Lorne is quietly having a word with one of these guys, Helly does something that makes me more team Helly in this moment. I'm still calling her Helly because we don't know for sure, so I'm just calling her Helly by default. Doesn't mean I'm 100% thinking she's Helly, but all of a sudden Helly grabs up a flyer and goes up to the scariest guy in the whole
Mm-hmm.
circle, and it is saying, "Have you seen this woman?" Showing him the flyer.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, this feels like a Helly move. Like this feels like something Helly would do. She goes around the circle and starts showing it to all of them. And I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
personally, logically, I just feel that if she were Helena, first of
Mm-hmm.
all, she would discourage Mark from even coming here in the first place instead of encouraging him to do it. I don't know that she would have, been so on board with with coming
Mm-hmm.
here. And then when she comes here, she grabs the flyer and she starts showing it to all these people, and this lady rushes
Mm-hmm.
over and grabs it out of her hand like, how dare
Mm-hmm.
you show them this? Um and gets in her face like that. So I mean, if this is Helena, I would just have to ask the chat, why did she do that? If she is
Mm-hmm.
Helena, what, like like Lumen would not want word about Miss Casey's disappearance getting out like that at all. So wouldn't she just go with the flow and pretend to be scared and let that woman quash the whole thing, and rather than show the flyer in people's faces like that?
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes me lean. I'm still not decided one way or the other, but that's what makes me lean more toward Helly right now.
Yeah, it's like
This is like,
a aggressive rebel move that would not really be done by somebody as calm and collected as Helena.
right, this is a very Helly type of move that she
Mm-hmm.
does. Very, very Helly. She
Mm-hmm.
had a lot of, I mean, let's not forget in season 1 her many escape attempts, and she was
Mm-hmm.
just a firecracker with that red hair of hers. Like she was
The
from day 1, huh?
though I thought that maybe for these scenes I would use a contraction name like Helena.
Hmm.
I was like, how can I put their names together like Helena instead of Helena?
You're right, because I'm not 100% decided on one way or the other, so I don't know how to refer to her. So I guess Helena.
Helena.
We'll call her Helena. We'll do that.
Yeah, Helena.
Until we're sure,
Not Helena. Helena.
until it's confirmed one way or the other, let's call her Helena.
Yeah.
Um, so you can see that rebellious streak in her and
Mm-hmm.
this fearlessness. So that's a point for Team Helly as far as I'm concerned. But again, I'm not decided one way or the other. But after episode 3, I lean more toward Helly. But I believe if it is Helly, she will elect to come in as Helena later in the season. It's gonna happen. If it's not happened already, it's gonna happen. I believe that. Mark jumps in to protect her as usual. He's always jumping in to protect her, and gets this lady to back off, and you get more shots of these creepy, grimy people. They're all scruffy looking. What's he holding? What is that thing?
Let's look here.
Yeah, what is this thing? It's
it's a pickaxe. It's a pickaxe.
Oh,
it's an axe.
Yeah, it makes him even more menacing holding that thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I feel like they're almost in Deliverance territory with this. They just need somebody playing the banjo. So, and look at this. Look at this. This looks so Helly to me. Look at the defiance in her face. Look at how she holds up that flyer up in the air. Even after that scary Lorne lady gets in her face, and Mark tries to kind of, stop her, like get her to chill out because these people are terrifying. Look at her. She's still not scared. And I know if it were Helena, she wouldn't be scared either, but why would she be doing this? She's pushing it so hard. And why would Lumon want word about Miss Casey's disappearance getting out to all these people who shouldn't be hearing about it? She holds it up in the air. Like, this is, to me, a classic Helly move. This is something Helly would do. So, just saying. Please don't click off the stream and hate me for it. It's just a theory, and I'm not 100% in one camp or the other. We can always disagree and still have a conversation, and feel free to make your arguments and your theories respectfully, and we'll, because I'm not convinced one way or the other. I'm just saying that's a point for Helly for me. I'm kind of trying to keep track of all the points for Helena versus Helly, because we still have this ping pong match where sometimes it seems like Helena and sometimes it seems like Helly. So that's how I feel about it. Mark then takes the opportunity to deliver another little inspirational speech, kind of like he did in season 1, about how why are we all still down here working in the dark? Now he's saying, if they just disappeared her, if they can do this to Miss Casey, then what's going to happen when they do this to the rest of us? If it can happen to her, it can happen to us. And he's right. And this is such a classic kind of way of making a rallying cry to people. It's hard sometimes to get people motivated to take a stand, but when you remind them that the same thing could happen to them, Scarlet dropped off and now she's back.
I was spelling Helena in the chat.
Yeah.
Hellyna.
Yeah.
For you, Susie.
Yeah. Mark says the denial from the panel towards the hints is funny. Not gonna lie, but we all have a right to have a different opinion. I'm not in denial about anything. I'm just looking at all the clues on both sides. So I'm just keeping an open mind because nothing is decided. And I see the hints for Helena and I see the hints that I think point to Helly. So I see it all. I see it all.
But it'd be hilarious if it was, Helly and everybody else was wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I did have an offer for a gentleman's wager, but I don't have any money because I'm a teacher, so I can't do that. Sorry. Gelman's wrong.
Quad Solar says Helena always knows her goons will save her. She's always being watched. That's true, but explain to me why she would do this. Why would she push that flyer in people's faces and help spread the knowledge about Miss Casey's disappearance if she's Helena? Because she didn't have to do that. Like, she could have just pretended to be scared and not done that. And then Miss Casey's face wouldn't have been up in everyone else's faces on that flyer. And clearly that lady was pissed. That Lorne lady was pissed about it. And as a result of what Helly did and then Mark's little speech, they start to get on their side and they agree to keep quiet. So what's in it for Lumon to do this is my question, because think about it. The Cold Harbor file, aka Miss Casey, is so important to them that they were willing to overlook Mark's coup against all of this. The MDR macrodat rebellion, Mark, framing Mark W and trashing KIER and, all that insubordination, and they still gave Mark what he wanted. They brought his team back. So I'm genuinely asking, because I don't understand it. After doing all of that, when all of this is so important to them regarding Miss Casey, why would Helena shove that flyer in their faces? Please, if you could explain that, I would appreciate it, because I don't understand why she would.
How's the poll going? I didn't check in there when I was in there.
Let me see. But Matt, if she doesn't care who sees Gemma's face, why doesn't she care? Because we know how important the Cold Harbor file is. They look at what they did to bring back Mark and his team, even after all the shit they pulled, just so that they finish Cold Harbor. They said how important that is. So why? All right, I guess we need to get off of this, because we're gonna go off the stream.
Hey man, I'm on your team, so for once, I'm not the contrarian. Yeah, I mean, you're halfway on my team. You're halfway on my team.
Yeah, I'm leaning more toward Helly right now, but I'm just keeping an open mind.
Yeah,
and I genuinely would like to hear people's explanation for why she's acting like this. I get that she's not scared because she's safe, but wouldn't it be a problem for all these people trying to find Gemma? I mean, I guess maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter because they're all severed and they're all trapped in there anyway. Yeah. Let's just move on. Helena has to make sure the project gets finished. Yeah. I mean, maybe if she pacifies Mark and does what he wants, at least he'll keep working in between these acts of rebellion and he'll get the project finished. I get that. See, that's what I was looking for. Ideas like that, because I'm just curious to know. It's something that's personally bugging me.
I like the name Helena.
Right. But all I ask of you guys is just please be respectful and treat theories as theories, and don't try to state that they're facts and dismiss if we have a different opinion than you.
Because we don't know until we know.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we're being ganged up on a little bit here.
Story of my life.
Okay. It's fine. It's just theorizing, I appreciate that you guys are here and that you're so engaged in the show, and just remember that they're theories and it's not decided. Nothing is decided. So, the only theories that are facts are Tony Teflon's just out. No, nobody sounds rude. Nobody sounds rude at all.
Are there aliens in the show?
Yeah. Yeah. No, Mark, you didn't sound rude. You're fine. You're fine. And thank you for being here. Yeah. Just remember that nothing is decided and it's all just theory at the end of the day. And I like hearing everybody's theories as long as we don't say they're facts. That's all. But no one here is really doing that. Look at this dude. Jeez. Oh,
and Susie, I'm gonna do a little shout out to Susie here. I don't think Scottish people are all homeless. I'm part Scottish myself.
Oh yeah.
She wrote
Yeah.
something like that in the comment.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, and also there was another comment about art. When I said like the art was coming through to the inner Irving through the outer, I meant when the paint was coming through when he was sleeping and stuff, not the painting itself. So sorry about that. I should have clarified.
Yeah, it's okay. V Sky says there's no way Helena would want to allow Innie Mark to go gallivanting around looking for Outie Mark's dead wife.
I like I
I,
Mark and O Mark. That's cool, V Sky. I Mark, O Mark.
I Mark and O Mark. I like that. It's a nice, quick way of saying it. I like it,
Mm-hmm.
V Sky. I think that there's merit to that argument, V Sky. Yeah, I feel like she would try to discourage this, but yeah. Tony is good people. Yeah, we're looking forward to when Tony comes back, Grant. Tony's
Oh,
awesome.
he's still on hiatus?
Yeah, I messaged him and he said that he's just busy right now. Like
Mm-hmm.
this is football, like big time for football, leading up to the
Mm-hmm.
Super Bowl, and
Yeah.
but he'll be back soon. So he's fine. Tony didn't fall off the end of the earth.
I do you watch a Puppy Bowl on the Super Bowl Sunday? Anybody? Because I do. I watch a Puppy Bowl.
Well, I don't give a shit about the Super Bowl, but I will be finding a way to watch live only to see Kendrick Lamar headline the halftime show. I will be watching that shit live. I will be enjoying that, and I don't give a shit about football. Anyway,
Yeah, but you can watch a Puppy Bowl on Animal Planet. It's all puppies.
well, that would be fun.
And then there's cats. They have a like a watch box, and it has cats in it playing, and they're watching the puppies play football.
Yeah, I've heard that's cute. That's cute.
It's very cute.
Matt,
It's all for adoption, and it's for charity for adoptions of animals.
Matt, I was joking. I don't feel like anyone's ganging up on us. It's fine. I was making a joke because most of the people in the chat completely think it's Helena and don't even admit for the possibility that it could be Helly. But and we just think it could go either way. Still, we're open minded about it, but people have a right to their strong opinions, and you're not expressing it in a disrespectful way. It's not like you're insulting us or something. So I was joking. Maybe the joke didn't come across the way I intended it to, but it's totally fine. You're good. Seriously, all of you. Mark, Matt, it's all good.
Well, I mean, when we get into small hours, I worked all day. I'm a little sleep deprived, so I might make some jokes that don't sound like jokes.
Yeah. So let's.
We're all in this together.
We're all in this together. We're all good. Seriously.
Sevies.
Seriously, yeah. I genuinely wanted to know like what people thought about why she's acting like this. That's all.
Yeah, I want to hear people's comments, because if I hear something that like clicks in my head, I might go to Team Helena. But I mean Helena, not Helena. You can pronounce that name two different ways. Helena.
I've changed my own theory and my own opinion on major things live on these things before because of stuff people say.
Because of what I said about Ethan.
That's exactly what I was thinking of, Scarlet. I changed my opinion about Ethan and the Man in Yellow because of what you said on a live stream. So, feel free to try to change my mind about whatever point I'm making in a respectful way. And all of you guys have been respectful, so we're all good. So yeah. Anyway.
This guy.
this guy, yeah. They all look like they've been through it. Like they look rough. Like they lead rough lives.
They look like some kind of worker man folk horror film come to life in an office room, an office space.
They really do. They look like they've had rough lives. They're leading rough lives. Look at this lady. There's like some big mark on her face. You can't see it well from this angle, but there's this big red mark on her face. I don't get the sense that they're paid very well. Like they're probably like a lower class. Like there's like a class system within this place, and they're like the poor working class
Yeah,
people.
that would be interesting if there was a class structure.
I get the sense that there is kind of like
Mm-hmm.
like a caste
A caste
system,
system, yeah.
and they have prejudice against each other, like the way
Yeah, yeah.
they're taught that the MDR people have pouches, and you know, to try
Yeah,
to
the
divide.
pouches are a big deal throughout the company, I guess.
It comes up again in this episode,
Yeah.
so so I think it's a classic divide and conquer technique. The
Mm-hmm.
different departments are like different castes or different classes, and they have prejudice against each other that's instilled in them by the company.
Mm-hmm.
Rumors and weird shit like that. So,
Just like
um,
real life.
just like real life, this place is like
Yeah.
a microcosm of real society. You got a
Yeah.
class system, you have religious dogma,
You have
propaganda. You got
racism.
all racism. Yep. Anyway, um, so he makes this speech, about what's going to happen when it happens to us, and that changes her mind. He gets through to her. She, you know, he has the bravery to kind of stand up to her and get in her face a little bit, and she changes her mind. And then this guy, he says, what is it? He says something about, oh, I'm trying to remember now. What Mark's speech said, it got through to him too. Now I can't remember
Mm-hmm.
what it was he said.
Yeah, he said something about the wellness center, Miss Casey being kind to him or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or helping him.
Right. Or was it, did he say something about a person he lost there, or I don't
I don't
remember.
know.
But whatever it was, Mark got through to him even.
Mm-hmm.
So you could see the tide is turning. He's getting through to these people. This guy looks like he's actually been moved by it too. Like he's gotten through to these people. That
Mm-hmm.
looks like the dude from season 1 who was feeding the baby
Oh, the
goats.
one in the room?
I think that's him. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the dude. Um and yeah, so I mean the mood kind of changes, and Mark's little inspirational speech gets through, and Mark and Helly are standing together here. Mark and Helena are standing together here. I'm calling her
Mm-hmm.
Helena until we know one way or the other.
Helena.
Um,
Helena. It's our
Hel-
thing. Copyright.
Helena.
Trademark.
Helena.
Like people say subbies.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Goldenchild said that Mark said if he said if somebody stole your goat, when you be upset, which I remember.
Yeah.
In his speech.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Who said that?
In Mark's speech, he was like, if you
Oh,
lost a goat, you'd search for it. Yeah, exactly. He said if someone
that's
stole your
right.
goat, wouldn't you be upset?
That's right. Thank you. I didn't write down what they said word for word. This time I've been overwhelmed the past few days. So thank you. Thank you for that.
Me too.
If you remember a detail from the dialogue that I've forgotten, feel free to let me know. Let's see. Julie, did you put Stevie in the hospital because he disagreed with you? Wait, what? Wait, what happened to Steve? Steve says, I gotta leave the chat, but want you to know it's not because you think it's Helly. I'm just in the hospital. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Um, wait. He says, I'm a full-time caretaker for my grandmother, and she came down with the flu and had pneumonia and 101.5 fever. Oh, Steve, I'm sorry to hear that. I know I have personal experience with that exact thing, as a matter of fact, and I know how hard it is. So, thoughts and prayers for your grandma. I hope she will be okay and recover fast from that. I was a caretaker for my grandmother for a year after my grandfather passed. My mom and I took care of her with Alzheimer's, and I know how taxing, emotionally exhausting, and painful it is to be a caretaker for a family member. And I remember one time my grandma getting sick, and taking her temperature. She had a fever. We didn't know why. It can be very scary with elderly people. Like, this is no joke. So, my thoughts and prayers are with you, and I hope she will have a fast recovery, and make sure you remember self-care. That's the biggest thing when you're a caretaker for a family member. Always remember to practice good self-care for yourself, because you need that. It completely leveled me. I didn't practice enough self-care, and when that was all over with, I completely fell apart. So, just remember to take care of yourself and do what you need to do for you, because like they say, when you're on an airplane, if the plane starts going down, always put your own oxygen mask on first, and then you help others around you, because if you don't take care of yourself, you're not going to be good for any good for anybody else. So anyway, I hope she gets well soon. And thank you for letting me know. That wasn't because I'm chasing you away. Hope she gets better. And different opinions are always welcome. All theories are welcome here. And honestly, I'm undecided as far as Helly versus Helena. So I'm
Hey
arguing for
Julie,
both sides.
on the poll, has anybody voted for the last one?
Let me see. Has anybody voted for the last one? Only 5% said Helena will go in later this season. So what I think is like in the teeny tiny minority, but that's okay, I'm just leaning that way right now, but yeah. Helena is at 70%, Helly is at 12%, 11% say she switches back and forth, 6% for Helena will go in later this season. So, yeah, Helena's running away with this thing. This is fun. I enjoy like these are the kinds of discussions that are fun for me. Like, I enjoy hearing other people's perspectives and taking polls, and I mean, theory crafting is one of the most fun parts of these shows for me. So I want to hear all the different perspectives.
I'm happy I watched Geek Academy's thing and figured out how easy it was just to type those things into the polls.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad you let me know about that. Mark
I got
says,
excited when I saw him doing it. I'm like, that's not easy. You just type it in.
yeah, it's amazing. Mark says, Julie, don't you think it's the reverse? It's Helly that shows up later. It could be. It could be the reverse, that Helly shows up later. I don't know. I kind of think that for Helena, it would take her some time to want to go down there, and she's got to reconcile her disdain for Innies as subhuman with her desire to be loved and appreciated. And
Yeah.
she's only just kind of looking at that footage and now discovering that Helly's experiencing that. So I think it might take her some time to want to do this. And they may not be the ones to send her. She might just choose to go rogue and do this on the sly and not tell anybody. I think that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I feel like she might have to build it up, or else when she's down there, she's like, ew, 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 ew.
Right, yeah. She's
like they're germs or something. She's like, ew, ew.
Right. Yeah.
So gross being down here.
Yeah, she's gonna be turned off. All these subhuman innies. Grant says the reason I think it's Helena is because when they all first meet up, she mentions watching some TV show. How does she know what a TV show is? I think they bring in some basic knowledge of the outside world, like they know about the state of Delaware, like she said when she first got there. And
plus, when Irving's in wellness, Miss Casey tells him you enjoy films and you have a machine that plays them.
right.
So they know what films are, and they know what TV is, and they know their TV shows.
Right.
They may not be able to tell you the name of a film or a TV show, but they know they exist and what they are.
But they know they exist. Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Miss J's Reviews. Nice to see you. And she seems so weird about kissing Mark, yet if it was Helly, I don't doubt she would have kissed him again. Yeah, could be. Could be. We won't belabor that point.
What if she's filled with shame?
Right, and yeah, and I think she kissed Mark again because she knew she might not even ever come back. She said, in case we don't come back, or I don't know, in case we do. She said that when she kissed him. It's a
Yeah.
classic trope of when somebody's running into danger, they get this sudden burst of courage and they kiss someone because they may never see them again. But I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm not saying, oh, it's 100% Helly. Mark says, I think Irving will find out it's Helena and they will somehow awake Helly R by the end of the season. Could be. Golden Child says, I voted for Helly. We'll see.
Ah!
and V Sky thinks it's Helly also. Susie Greenberg said, I had to leave his chat a bit early the other day. Did he end up playing any videos of yours? I was campaigning for you.
Oh, thanks, Susie. Like Academy, he did put the page up. He didn't play anything because he was only playing videos that were about episode 3, and Julie did not have a video up for episode 3, and we hadn't done the live yet.
Yeah, I was so
bummer.
mad. Oh, I was mad at myself when I found that out because I've been too slow to make these videos. I have too much to say, and it's taking me too long. Thank you.
He did mention you, and he showed your page for a long time, and he said he was sorry because he had, time difference and kid, but he wanted to plan to be on your live sometime.
Right.
And also PM Philosophies. He kind of called her out too because I guess she's asked as well.
Yeah. He mentioned that he wants to come on here.
Yeah, but he says it's just so busy with a kid and the time difference.
Right.
He wants to. He does not have time because of baby.
He was scheduled, Geek Academy was scheduled to be a guest on my live on the day that his baby ended up being born. So that's why he hasn't been. But hopefully, eventually, we'll find the time for him to do it. And thank you, Susie, for campaigning for me. I appreciate it. That was nice of you.
Yeah,
thank
sweet.
You. Thank you, Golden Child, for saying I would also recommend. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get back in here into this episode. And
it almost like they got head moved in real time.
Yeah.
You have so many photos.
Right. Yeah. So then they look over at that dude, and yeah, like you can see that they're all kind of getting affected by what Mark said, and yeah, so she ends up agreeing that they won't tell anybody about this. Basically, they'll if they see Miss Casey or something, they'll let him know. I think that's the gist of it.
And they do know. They do know of her. They do know she exists, and they have taken wellness sessions from her.
Right, and they'll let him know. This is definitely the dude that was feeding the baby goats. I remember that face. I like this shot with the Antler King guy right in between them.
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's so funny. Look, she is a giant. Look how she towers over them. She is a tall lady.
Yeah. I guess I should have said she's 6'4", but she usually wears heels, so she's usually 6'7".
Oh my god, that's crazy. That's like basketball player tall.
Yeah. I guess she used to get made all the time in school and bullied because of her tallness.
Yeah.
She had to kind of grow into her body and her self-love.
Right. So anyway, it also makes her more menacing, so it fits fitting. You get that sense of, unease about this. She's really intimidating. Anyway, so they say like, okay, they'll support them, but they have one request in return. They want to see if they actually have pouches or not. So it's this really awkward moment. They look at each other like, what the fuck? But they're like, oh, okay, I guess. Like, they lift their shirts up, and like this guy's craning his neck to see. Do they have pouches? This is hilarious. That guy's like craning his neck to look. And nope, no pouches. Yeah. Yeah. No pouches. They have no idea why they're being asked this. Okay. And then so I think someone says like, see, I told you, like no pouches or something like that. So they've got that rumor spread there too. O&D also had that rumor that they they passed around that rumor the MDR people had pouches. Which is hilarious. I'm so glad they're keeping that joke going from season 1. And it's not just O&D that thinks this. This is like a weird prejudicial rumor that's made its rounds to other departments too. What was it Burt said that like the rumor was that they had pouches and that they used them to like they carry around their young like larval offspring or something.
Yeah.
They had larval offspring in their pouches. That was great.
Didn't the larval stuff grow up to like consume them or something?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. The larva would come out and to consume people. Yeah. So yeah, another lady. Is that a lady? Yeah. A lady, because I saw the tie and I was confused for a second because she's the ladies in this department wear ties. But then I look at the face.
You never worn a tie? You never worn a tie? Just for fun? I have. No. That's fine.
I know it's uncommon. That's all. But yeah, so there's that.
This really does look like folk horror to me, like a folk horror movie.
It really does. This is so surreal, this entire scene. I absolutely loved it. All the scenes in the goat field room, easily my favorite part of the episode. For the sheer absurdity of it. I love the surrealism of the show, the absurdist vibe to it. It's just amazing.
Yeah, some people in the chat were some of the people in the chat were pointing out the prisoner, and the prisoner has that same kind of absurdity that you would probably enjoy.
That's another one that's on my watch list that I've been meaning to check out. Yeah, The Prisoner. That's a classic I've heard, and I never even heard of it till like a few months ago. So yeah, pouchless is what they said, Matt. That's right. Pouchless. Yes. Yeah. I think this is just because Helly's wearing a high-waisted skirt. So and those are popular now. High-waisted everything. High-waisted jeans, high-waisted skirts. So I don't think they're hiding it up.
Pull it down. We want to see.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Gregory, love to see so many people live on a deep dive for Severance. I truly appreciate it. We had over 50 people earlier, but we're streaming so late that I can understand we lose people. But I appreciate it, everybody that's watching. Thank you so very much, and please hit the like if you haven't already. I would really appreciate it. It's not easy for people to find my channel. I'm not as well known in the Severance community as the From community, so every little bit helps. This just looks so it's so intimidating how they literally surrounded them on all sides so they couldn't get away. That could have gone really badly if Mark hadn't changed their minds with his little speech. I don't know. Like I didn't know what was going to happen. But
yeah, you know. I like V Sky. I like V Sky's comment. I was talking about we don't see if Helly's is an innie or an outie because she doesn't show her belly button.
Oh my god! Yeah. Maybe that was intentional as like a little joke. Maybe that was intentional. Like this show is so intentional with its meta jokes. Yeah, I bet they did that on purpose. because they want to keep that mystery alive. So it was a little wink and a nod to that. That's great.
And Mark was at Innie, so that's interesting.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Pod people. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So they want to keep it ambiguous. That fits. So then we cut back to this scene, and the time is up. They're strict about that. He only got, I think, 18 minutes, and
18 minutes of heaven.
Yeah, and it was their goodbye was super awkward and sad because Gretchen, is that her name?
Gretchen, yes.
Gretchen hugs him. You know, at first you don't know what they're gonna do. It's like just awkward, standing there. Then she hugs him, and just felt so bad for Dylan. You could tell he enjoyed the hug, at least. You know, like just physical closeness with another human being who cares about him, and it's sad. And he's been thirsting for women. He was thirsting for Miss Casey in season 1 and wanting female companionship, but she just brushed him right off. And there aren't exactly a lot of other women he can get that companionship from in here, and employees aren't supposed to fraternize anyway. So, it's just sad. And she then says, "I love you." Then it's awkward again because he doesn't even know her. And it's sad for both of them, like he wants that connection with a woman, but he doesn't even know her. He doesn't remember her. And so that just kind of makes it weird again, and she leaves. Forget how he even responds, but yeah.
But I think she does feel something for this Dylan. A little something.
I think she definitely takes a liking to him immediately, and she has clearly issues with her Outie Dylan. Like, I mean, we'll see that in a few scenes, but I think she's gonna have a thing for this version of Dylan for sure. Yeah.
Did I mention that Zach Cherry's also in the Search Party? Because I got Search Party on the brain. I'm gonna have to have you watch that show sometime. Zach Cherry's in it. Ben Stiller's wife's in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in there.
Yeah, I want to see that. I felt so bad for Dylan. This was just cruel to give him a little taste of his Outie life, but he'll never get to experience. This is just downright cruel. That just sucks. Then it cuts to Outie Dylan's home. Once again, this kid is always in front of the TV watching cartoons.
Yep.
Second time we've seen him. The first time when Dylan was woken up on the outside by Milchick in season 1, this kid was parked in front of the TV watching cartoons then too. And it seems like these parents, they just don't have enough time to spend with their kids. Like, the mom works all night, seems to work a third shift job, and then I don't know who watches them during the day, but they're watching too many cartoons. And
well, she could watch them during the day if she has a third shift.
Right, she probably does, yeah.
Yeah, but Dylan, the Outie Dylan doesn't take any time playing games or anything with his kids.
No, it looks like Outie Dylan is just totally disconnected. He's not spending. He's not like we see in this scene. This kid's watching the TV. The other kids the younger ones are over there playing with their toys by themselves. She's getting ready to go to her third shift job and kissing them goodnight, and she goes over to Dylan, and he's just parked on the couch reading a magazine. First of all, who reads magazines anymore? That's weird.
I do.
Really? Oh, that's
oh yeah, I read magazines. The problem with magazines nowadays is they're like $12 for a print magazine.
Yeah, that's because hardly anyone reads them, so they can't afford to charge any less. They have to keep increasing the price, which makes even more people stop buying them, so it just kind of feeds into the problem. But it's a vicious cycle. But he's sitting there reading a magazine, and he's not playing with his kids or spending time with them. And she tells him, like, she asks if he's made the cookies, and he's like, he hasn't. And she's like, all you have to do is just cut them up, cut up the hunk of dough and put them in the oven. It's one of those ready to bake things you buy at the grocery store. And he's so useless, apparently, that he can't even manage that. She's got to remind him to do that. So Outie Dylan leaves a lot to be desired, apparently. And just from the little we've seen of him, it's understandable that she might prefer Innie Dylan. I could kind of see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or maybe when she met Dylan, he was more like that.
Right.
Until he got kind of crushed by not being able to find a good job. Maybe like Jasmine. He's not always been this way.
That makes sense. Like, if he had such difficulty in finding a job and keeping a job that he had to go to the extreme of getting severed just in order to support 3 kids and help his wife, then I could understand how he might just be depressed and detached from life.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he's just seeming kind of useless here. And that makes perfect sense. He's probably depressed.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there are pineapples on the table. I just want to point out.
Oh,
is
whoa!
That's those are pineapples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good spot, Julie. Those are pineapples.
Yeah. So yet another pineapple.
That's that basket. That's that basket that Milchick gave him. You remember the little nasty looking basket with the dragon fruit and the pineapple in it?
Oh yeah, it's fuzzy, so I couldn't tell that was a basket. But yeah, that's the basket with the pineapple.
The welcome back basket.
Yeah, there it is. This season in pineapples. It's funny. So yeah. Anyway, he asks how the thing went. He's like, how did the thing go?
Mm-hmm.
The thing with me. The thing with me. It's gotta be so weird for them. She says, "Oh, yeah, it went fine." She had very little to say about it. Like, she really had no interest in talking about it with him. It's almost like she's cheating on him with him.
Mm-hmm. She got some emotional, what do they call that, emotional cheating going on?
It kind of feels that way. So she really doesn't want to. It seems like she doesn't want to share a lot of details of it. And the whole thing is going to be so weird for them anyway, and awkward to discuss. So, yeah, she doesn't say much about it. It's like, the thing with me. And she says it went fine. She looks kind of miserable. Huh?
Was she? Oh, I thought she was wearing a tie. I was going to point out she was wearing a tie because I thought she had some kind of security job.
Yeah, I can't really tell.
That's why I wore a tie, because I used to do security. That's why I wore a tie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. But but she just looks kind of sad and depressed, like they both do. They're both stressed, trying to support 3 kids, and she looks unhappy. There's toys all over the floor. The whole place is a mess. And
yeah, he doesn't seem to be very interactive with his own kids.
No. So you kind of get a sense of what his life is like on the outside, and it sure isn't anything like what Innie Dylan imagined, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost portraying the outside world as just being really dismal. I mean, nobody has light bulbs in our house.
Yeah, it's dark here.
Everything's so dark. Nobody wants to play with their kids.
Yeah, it's dark here too. Yeah, it's dark and depressing. And then they do shots like this all the time, like which show like the severed the severed self. He's off on one side of the frame. I like how
is
they
that
do
a KIER doll? Is that a KIER doll on the floor? It looks like KIER.
Is it? Wait, I can't tell. I can't tell what it is, but it kind of. Oh my god! Wait a minute. It's an old guy with a beard.
Yeah, KIER DOLL.
Oh my god! It's a KIER doll. Yes, it's definitely a KIER doll. If you look at it, you got to tilt your head to the side to really get a good view. But that's definitely a KIER doll. Yeah.
I hope it has a like pull string too, so when you pull it, he's like, "Control your tempers" or something like that. It just says different things.
Tame thy tempers.
Tame thy tempers.
Yes. Oh my god. That's hilarious. I didn't catch that. That's 100% KIER. Yeah. And what doll is an old guy with a beard? I mean, of course it's KIER. That's great. Wow. So I wonder, this whole town of KIER, maybe they're all in the cult. You know, why would they buy their kid a KIER doll? Like, maybe his wife.
That's the only thing that's in the KIER toy store.
Maybe he and his wife believe in KIER as some kind of a messiah figure too. You know, maybe that's why his wife is dressed so old fashioned. And but Mark and Devon are totally normal. I'm guessing they didn't grow up here. Maybe they moved here from somewhere else because Mark and Devon are too normal for this place. Like, there's no way Devon has a KIER doll for her kid. I doubt it. For her baby. Yeah, that's funny. Anyway.
Yeah, like what Denise said. Maybe it came with the pineapple. Maybe the KIER doll was in the basket with the dragon fruit and the pineapple.
Yeah. Yeah. A
for your kids.
Yeah. AA said KIER cartoons, KIER dolls. It seems the whole town is really under KIER's control. It seems like that. Yeah. Definitely. Oh my god. Yeah, Matt. It's hard to see, but trust me, it's KIER. I doubt that it's life with Gretchen. It's just life with 3 kids when you're trying to make ends meet and you can't hold down a job. Right, Denise? Yeah. They're just depressed.
But you can still play. You can still play with your kids. Playing with your kids is free. You make the effort.
Yeah. Yeah, let me see if I can make it bigger. Wait a minute. I'm trying
take a good look at this.
Yeah, I'll see if I can make it bigger, but it's too slow with the StreamYard going. It takes forever. Never mind. We'll never get through this. I don't keep going.
Take my word for that. It's KIER doll.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, let me get out of this.
I was just curious. I was just looking at the toys on the floor to see what they got. Then I was like, wait a second, there's a doll. Wait a second, it's KIER doll.
Oh yeah. No, it's 100% a KIER doll. Yeah, good guy there, Scarlet.
I want
I'll
one.
download it and yeah. That's another thing they could sell.
They need to do some merch. I can get one of those.
Apple TV could sell. Oh yeah. That's they need to make some merch. Seriously, get on this. Wait a minute. I'm cropping it. I'm cropping it. It's not going to be the most crisp, clear image, but and then if I sharpen it, no, I can't. That'll take too long. I'll just show you this version.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, it's blurry. It's blurry, and I don't have time to sharpen it because it'll take too long. It'll slow everything down, but there's a beard.
Chosen one, KIER doll, buyers today.
Yeah. If you tilt your head to the side, you can see his face. You can see his beard. Yeah, it's KIER.
I'm glad I caught that.
Hilarious.
That's sweet.
Yeah, good catch. Good catch.
And now I have a mighty need.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just take him over if you're like, here's our little KIER guy, and they're gonna put him in the seat, put the safety belt on him, take him on a trip.
Yeah. That's great. Yeah, you're welcome, Matt.
He does need the cord, though. He does need the cord, so he says, tame thy tempers when you pull the cord.
Yeah, just tame thy tempers. Yeah, that'd be great. Okay. Getting back to the breakdown. What the hell are they watching? What is that on the TV?
Huh?
I don't know what that is.
What? It looks like a brain thing. That looks like something going down somebody's brain tunnels.
It kind of does. Yeah. What is that? It's like, is it like a chip going into somebody's brain? I don't know.
It looks like a spaceship or something.
Kind of. Yeah.
God knows what those kids are watching.
Yeah. Subliminal
Lumen.
Somebody said something propaganda about KIER cartoons. Yeah, subliminal propaganda, probably. What was?
Yeah, that too.
This was it's a monkey, and it's a monkey with glasses on. I don't know. That to me just looks like weird, typical kids' cartoons. Nothing that's not unusual. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I'm saying that's subliminal stuff they're watching. That's probably like a second of KIER-ness going on, implants in their brain. You know, it gets in their brain.
Yeah, they probably have like subliminal messages hidden in the cartoons.
Yeah.
To brainwash them. Yeah. I bet they do. They control the new. They have a KIER newspaper. They have the KIER Chronicle. They probably have KIER TV too. Lumon has their hands in everything. They probably control the cable TV station. I wouldn't be surprised. This is like this could be a full-on dystopian society going on if they get their way. That's why I think this show has legs. They need more than 3 seasons. They could really go further than that. So he looks depressed.
But surely beer and mint juleps cannot.
Yeah,
is he reading? Is he reading the book? Who's reading this book?
What in the hell is this? So he's reading this from a magazine.
Oh, it's Ricken reading his book, I think.
Oh, is it Ricken reading his book?
It's definitely Ricken's book about the beer and yeah, because I remember his voice.
Yeah, it is.
Reading that to Natalie.
It says, wait, it went away. Come on, come back now. It says, but surely beer and juleps cannot fill the void. Something about wine can achieve this, but it is famously costly. Something among the most recurrent issues facing the poor. Something encounter include hunger, gout, shoelessness. Yeah, okay. He's so pretentious and ridiculous. Surely beer and juleps cannot fill the void. Somebody told me that you can actually get an ebook of the You Are. I need that. I don't know how long it is. It might just be a short sample of it. They probably didn't write an entire book. The You
I want the whole book. I want the book with the slipcover and everything.
I want the whole book too. I would read that
book.
I would read that just for fun. Yeah, another thing that they should be selling.
I mean, they should at least get this actor to do the audiobook. Because the audiobook is great.
Oh, they'd have to get him to do the audiobook. They'd have to. Like, nobody but him could be reading that. For sure. You know? And this was just unsettling, seeing her in Ricken's house talking to him. She's always unsettling anyway, but Devon walks in on this, and you know, her being her creepy self with her creepy Get Out Jordan Peele smile, and Jordan Peele's Get Out, that is. And you know, she's been talking to Ricken about creating like an updated version of their handbook for for their innies because their innies were inspired by his other book, the UUR. So she's flattering the hell out of him, of course, which is exactly what you need to win Ricken over, feed his ego. He's underneath all of his arrogance is deep insecurity. We got a hint of it. We got a little reveal of it in the season 1 finale when during the reading he went off and talked to Mark alone, and he was really like insecure about how he handled himself in that reading. He was like, I forget what he said, but he was just
he was like a hamburger waiter, Julie.
That's it. He said he felt like a hamburger waiter. Yes. and so all it takes is just stroking this guy's ego enough and you could win him over because he has deep insecurity underneath all of that exterior. So she's sitting there and she's, obviously, flattering the hell out of him. And I remember when we saw that newspaper that in the KIER Chronicle article, which was total bullshit, of course, that propaganda thing, it said that KIER delivered the, what is it? The benediction at this event for the honoring these 4 MDR people, and he's the author of the UUR and These Values 9, How I Let KIER In. And at the time we were saying, well, of course this is bullshit. He's against Severance. He's vehemently against Severance. So he wouldn't have written a book like that. And yeah, I think at the time that was bullshit. Of course, the news article is bullshit. Obviously, we know now that those MDR employees were not honored and famous around the world. They contained that story of what Helly said at the gala about how they were being abused and they're prisoners. That story was contained, and they were fired. Only Mark was brought back. So we saw that was all bullshit, but it seems like they really are winning him over now, and maybe he will go on to write that book, These Values 9. That'll be like their updated, like, New Testament version of their handbook, I guess. And he'll be like, because he'll be like their like Jesus figure, their Christ-like figure, because the innies revere him so much already. So I feel like that's what they're going for with this. The original handbook will be like the Old Testament. It's written in such old-fashioned biblical sounding terms, and now they want him to write this new version of the handbook, and they revere him like a Messiah type figure. So to me, it seems like that's what the show is going for. So it's clever of them. And Devon's weirded out naturally. Is that a goat? Is that?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. There's another. I think that's not even the same goat head we saw in season 1.
Yeah, I've seen it before. There.
Oh, it's the same one.
Yeah, oh, they've always had it in their house.
I didn't know if it was the same one or if it was a second one that they had, but
I don't know. Maybe they've gotten a second one since. I don't know.
All I remember is they did have some kind of goat head in their house.
Yep.
Which, what is it with the goats in this show? I know that's part of why some people believe Ricken is somehow in on all this. He's an Egan. Maybe he's the black sheep of the Egan family. That's a popular theory. And that's why he was anti-Severance. I don't know. I don't think Ricken is an Egan myself. I don't think
so. I don't think so because I don't think Natalie would be at his house if he was.
No. Yeah, I don't think she would be there and having to try to convince him to do this. Yeah, I don't think he's an Egan, but I think this whole KIER culture it's all over the place. We just saw a KIER doll in Dylan's house. So that's why we see a goat here now. I think it's just kind of this KIER culture of it. It's all over the place.
Alexis needs to crochet a KIER doll.
Yeah. That would be great.
I hope she's listening. I hope she listens to this eventually.
Yeah.
I need one. I need it.
Oh God, yeah. Natalie and that smile, my God, this actress is brilliant with this. It's just it never gets old for me. It's always creepy every single time. And so yeah, so Devon leaves them alone. And I forget what the excuses she makes, but she leaves.
Yeah. Probably wise.
Probably a good idea to just leave them alone. And then we've got Devon and Mark, and they're cutting out. Now this part I didn't really understand. What are they cutting? Why are they cutting this stuff? Like, they're cutting what looks like felt, and he's planning on burning a message into his retinas, who is alive, with a light. And he puts a quilt over it. So I'm not sure why they're cutting material, but I don't know, I guess it doesn't really matter. Let me see what you guys are saying.
I thought they were cutting material to make the message, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Yeah, Natalie does feel like a robot, right? She totally feels like a robot. It's like, I think it's just that weird brainwashed thing that she has going on. The Joker smile, right? Bill Chill. Yeah, totally. Susie said, but Natalie acted super normal when Helly saw her at that party. She did act normal. Like, I think this is the act that she puts on for the innies and for people outside of their inner circle. Like, this is her weird corporate PR face. That's why
because she did that. She did that on the television too.
Right. Right. Exactly. So I think this is the act that she puts on for the people who are outside of the Lumon inner circle. Yeah. So she's definitely, I don't think she's actually a robot. Oh wow, 50 people watching. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Please hit the like button if you haven't already and subscribe. Tap the bell for notifications. I am going to be releasing more videos. I'm a bit behind right now. I have to release a second video about season 2, episode 2, and then I have to do my season 3 video, which the way it's going now, that'll probably wind up being in 2 parts because I have a lot to say. So those will all be out this week. So if you're not subscribed and sign up for notifications, then you can do that, and you'll see when I post the videos, and when I go live, you'll get notifications. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And we do these lives every Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, covering each new episode, and also Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern. I share I share my screen and I stream the episode in my Discord. You can find the link to the Discord in the description of this video. And it's every Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. And I also show it again at 10 p.m. Eastern if you miss the first showing. Then we do a voice chat. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, let's get back to this. So let's see. So then they're discussing their plan. And he asks Devon if she told Ricken about their plan, and she said, "No, are you insane?" And to me, this is just more proof that Devon is not a mole. I don't really see the justification that she's a mole. Like, if she were a mole, then I don't know. I just don't think that she would act so normal, and she's as weirded out by the Lumon people as Mark, like, and as we are. She was weirded out by Milchick in episode 2.
Well, if
And
anything, she was weirded out when Harmony took her baby.
yeah, and masqueraded as a lactation
Or
consultant.
Selvig, you know, at the time.
Yeah, she felt violated because
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Selvig was pretending to be a lactation consultant. That's like, I would feel
Lactation
violated.
fraud.
Yeah. So I think that kind of, you know, goes against the arguments that she's a mole for me personally. Um, and yeah, it's weird that she's married to Ricken. I don't understand that. I don't know why she would marry this weirdo, but
Maybe he's a great lover, Julie. Maybe he just knows how to get her going.
maybe. Um,
Wow.
talk about a mismatch. She's completely normal, and he is completely not normal. But
Maybe she fell in love with his writing. He wrote her poems. Well, like her name, like an acrostic, you know, like D is for being darling, E is for everything you mean to me, you know, something like that.
he would write something like that as an adult writing poetry like that. He
Put them
would.
together, that's Devon, a woman that means a lot to me.
Yeah. Uh, I'm sure she thinks his writing is ridiculous too, so I don't understand it, but and she says, "No, are you insane?" You know, in other words, she wouldn't trust Ricken with the knowledge of their plan. Um so yeah, I don't think she's a mole of any kind. But that's, you know, no theory shaming. If you think she's a mole, then you're welcome to your opinion. I just don't see it personally. Um And so, yeah, okay, that's why they were cutting the felt, because they made the message out of felt. I
Mm-hmm.
see it now.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, now that I'm looking at the screenshot, I can tell it's made of felt. But they
Mm-hmm.
show it only briefly on the show, so I didn't
Mm-hmm.
see it. Anyway, it says right here, risk of excessive ultraviolet
Mm-hmm.
something
Yeah, don't put
so
your eyeballs near this really bright light.
yeah, it says it right on the light. It says, you idiot. It says caution, risk of excessive of exposure to excessive ultraviolet light, something something. Yeah, you don't want to be burning your retinas out with this thing. Like, not a good idea. It literally says it right on the light. I think that's hilarious. That's how desperate he is, though. He's trying to
Mm-hmm.
get some kind of message into Innie Mark, and he thinks that if he stares into the light long enough, like you stare at something when you close your eyes, if it's
Mm-hmm.
like a bright light, um it's like if you stare at a light bulb. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, like pretty much every kid has done that kind of thing. You know, you stare at a
Or
light
the
bulb
sun. Or the
or
sun. It
or
has
the
an
sun.
after, like kind of a greenish after image.
Yeah, there's an after image on the inside of your eyelids when you close your eyes that stays for a certain amount of time, and then it fades. So he's trying to burn this message into his retinas in a way, close his eyes, run into work as fast as he can,
Mm-hmm.
and try to get a message to his innie self. You know, it seems like a plan that could work, but yeah, you could also go blind and
Yes. At what cost?
permanently damage your eyes, but he's got his Elmer's glue here. um so I love their dynamic together. They're
Mm-hmm.
hilarious. Um, yeah. Um, I just I love them as sister and brother. Their relationship. It's cute. It's funny. Um, and she just tells him to be careful and then leaves. And we get a glimpse of Milchick's screen. I think I had a couple better shots of it. Wait a minute, I took a few more because it flashed on the screen really fast. Yeah, there were a few things here. Um, so this is Dylan's screen. All of the screens are very antiquated looking technology. It says management control panel, main level, personnel, 4 listings, 1, 2, 3, 4. Um, And then it's got some numbers here. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, log, 3, 4, 5. Personnel, administration, control panel, help. So I don't know what any of this could mean, but, and it says main level. So maybe this is, main level might be like the main part of the building, and this is the severed area, which would make me wonder, are there 4 levels to the severed section? Are there 4 sub-basements? I wonder. There are 4 of them, and then there are 12 sections. I mean, we don't know. We have no idea how many departments they actually have on the severed floor. The MDR people said that in season 1. Like, we don't even know how many departments there are. We know about O&D and now the GOAT department and MDR. That's 3. So maybe there's, I don't know. Maybe these are the 4 departments and there's a 4th we don't know about yet. That's possible. Or these are 4 separate levels of the building, and then there are 12 departments in each one, but that seems like a lot. So probably not. Yeah, I don't know. But at any rate, and then there's this screen, which flashes just very briefly, and it just says administration control panel listing 1 user, execute drawer system, active surveillance source list. And then it says like team L, team R, SRC 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can't make anything out of this. Like, I have no idea what any of this could mean, but it does say active surveillance source list. So something to do with, I think this suggests that they're still watching them, which I figured anyway. Surveillance, that means they're still watching them. I'm sure they have hidden cameras. Even if it's Helena down there, they're not just going to rely on her to be their eyes and ears. She can't watch them. She can't watch all of them at all times. They still would need surveillance, and the other departments, I'm sure they're watching them. So she can't be everywhere at once. So I do think this is something to do with the hidden cameras they probably still have around. Active surveillance. So, and he's getting ready to leave work. He looks back through the paintings again and packs them up and puts them away. Understandably so. And he just kind of looks at them and covers it up like he can't stand to look at it anymore. Can't blame the guy. I would do the same, I'm sure. What were all those paintings? There was the main KIER, there was the youthful convalescence of KIER, and then the one he's looking over the landscape. He packs them all up and he puts them up in a storage closet back in the, back behind the office. Like, he just wants them out of his sight. And then, so this was the last scene. Mark is, I don't know why Mark goes here. I don't know where exactly he is, but he is testing out the plan with the light, burning it into his retinas. And he covers himself up with a quilt to do it, and which is kind of comical. And he stares at the thing. Yeah, don't try this at home, kids. Definitely don't try this at home. You're gonna burn out your retinas. It's not a good idea. And let me see. Let's see. So UV filter. Yeah, this is a very bad idea, staring at this. He could permanently damage his eyes. And Yeah, so he tries it and he's like counting how long the image stays inside of his eyes. This is funny. And then he's about to try it again. He tries it a second time. And okay, that wasn't, wait, I forgot. There wasn't the last scene because we cut to this in between. It's broken up by this. Helena is leaving work and Harmony has shown up to confront her. And so they talk and yeah, Cobel wants her job back, and Helena basically says, your ego and your hubris are showing, and we didn't have to ask you back. Harmony says basically like, yeah, you did. You did have to, and I think Helena says something to the effect of, I think you're overestimating your contribution to the company and underestimating your blessings, something like that. And she just stays very cool and collected. Her persona is extremely different than Helly. Like this is like natural Helena. She's just icy cold, composed, and
I like to point out the closed captioning said it was Helly instead of Helena.
Just to confuse the shit out of us even more, as if we weren't
Just to
already.
confuse you conspiracy theorists out there.
Yeah. So now we have to wonder if this is Helly somehow on the outside. What the fuck? The closed captioning, in case you guys didn't know, the closed captioning called her Helly in this scene, which is hilarious.
Yeah,
Helly.
when she spoke, it said Helly : like when she was speaking, like when it was her line.
First of all, that wasn't necessary. Anyway, why was it necessary? When characters speak on TV shows, they don't normally put the character's name unless you can't see them on screen for some reason, and they have to.
They did when she said that line. It was on Harmony.
But it wasn't necessary because, like, it's her in the scene with her. They didn't have
But
to
it
do
was
that.
necessary because it was Helly, Julie. It's not Helena. They switched roles. Spy versus spy.
That's so. Wouldn't that be insane if
that would be crazy? As soon as I saw that, my mind just started going like, tinfoil.
Wouldn't that be insane if they somehow switched places completely? Like, if this really is Helly and Helena's on the inside.
Yeah, that's why I was blowing my mind.
Oh my god. If we have to start wondering if this is Helly now on the outside, on top of my brain is just gonna melt.
Yep.
Trying to piece this together. I swear to God. That had to be a mistake. It had to be a mistake in the closed captioning. There's just no way. There's no way. It's not even logically possible because for that to happen, somebody would have to be holding both levers down in the control room for her to be out like this. So that can't be. Well, that's hilarious. That's great. Anyway. She's her cool collected Helena self here, and she's just she probably it's kind of like you were saying, Scarlet, that rebellious, fiery, Helly personality. It's definitely I really think you're right that that's her repressed inner self wanting to come out, because look how she has to maintain her composure at all times as Helena. you know?
You gotta, what is that, tame her tempers?
Yes. So her whole life, she's probably had to repress her inner desire to rebel and to you know, to show strong emotion and try different things that other than what her family wants her to do. And but
Yeah, her inner desire to basically do just about anything.
yeah. So that inner that Helly, that she symbolizes that repressed inner self of Helena. She's never been able to indulge that. She's she's grown up in Egan, indoctrinated into the cult of KIER, and I do believe that she's brainwashed into the cult of KIER from a young age. She talks about, she says things to Milchick like let KIER guide your hand. She
Yeah.
said that in episode 2. I think she really is a true believer. I mean, the best way to brainwash is to start from childhood. And
It
so
might
she,
just be normalized for her, and nobody really thinks about it. It's just the way it is.
oh, absolutely. I think that's just how it is for her. But and many times, when you grow up in like a really straight-laced, old-fashioned cult like this, you would feel repressed, and you would have to repress your impulses to indulge in things that you might like to do and be rebellious, and she probably never had a chance to do that. So Helly is that version of herself that's been stuffed down, inhibited. So I love how they did that. And because like this is not who she would really be, this is who she was trained to be from a young age. Always has to keep her composure and stay cool and collected no matter how she's feeling. We saw the human side of her though in episode 2, right after, in the aftermath of Helly taking over her space. She was holding her neck, looking out a window by herself, and I'm sure she felt triggered because Helly tried to hang her, and that had to be really traumatic for her. So she was standing there holding her neck with her hand, and it was just a subtle gesture kind of showing her humanity. Like, that had to be triggering and traumatic. And after her father treated her like garbage and called her a fetid moppet, um, for something that was not her fault, she looked crestfallen. She looked like, you know, she looked, like an oppressed, mistreated offspring of this guy, and then you see her, a shot of her all alone in the building at night, and you get a sense of her isolation. Um, she and then we heard from the creator of the show himself, Dan Erickson, in a featurette saying that she's never felt loved, appreciated, or respected like Helly has. So I like how they've humanized her. Um, and she probably felt pressure to get severed in the first place. So they're making us start to sympathize with her a little bit. She's not a two-dimensional cartoonish villain.
Or pressure to send the messages that she did to Helly.
I'm sure she was pressured into saying, I am
Like say, yeah, I'm a person you are not.
right.
That sounds like more like a James Egan kind of thing.
Oh, definitely. And she's under massive pressure as part of this family to perform and do what they say. And I don't think she has much say in it at all. And like in episode 2, when they had that meeting, Mr. Drummond said the board is going to give Mark what he wants, including Helly R. He won't finish without her. She didn't say a word. I don't think she had a say at all in going back there. I don't think that it was her choice to be sent back to work there. And by the way, this has nothing to do with whether she's Helly or Helena, because at this point, neither of them were going back there.
Well, we obviously know she's Helly in the scene because of closed captioning.
Yeah. No, but I mean in that meeting from episode 2.
Oh.
She didn't have a say. I don't think they gave her a choice in going back to work there, going back in. I don't think they gave her a choice because she sat there in silence while Drummond said the board's going to give Mark what he wants, including Helly R. They didn't ask her that scene. Like they didn't involve her in the discussion. She just sat there
Yeah.
silently and looked down. So
Mhm.
I think she's under massive pressure, and so it's a high quality show that makes you even sympathize with people like these two,
Mhm.
Cobel and Helena. You know,
Yeah.
I can feel some measure of sympathy for them, even though she seems evil. You know, she seems
Mhm.
wicked here. Like this is really sinister. She says, you know, Harmony is like not backing down, saying that she, you know, like they need her. She wants her position back managing the severed floor, um and Helena gets on the phone and says, the board will meet with you now. And it's you get an eerie vibe from it. Like she has a creepy smile here, a little sinister
Mhm.
smirk, and then, you know, she just kind of slowly turns around quietly, like there's this very sinister vibe to it. Like you
Mhm.
don't know what they're gonna potentially do to her, meaning Cobel. Um,
Mhm.
and, and and it's just this icy cold demeanor with Helena here. I don't know
Mhm.
what would have happened if Cobel had actually gone with her, um, but they go up
Yeah,
there.
but Harmony gets the vibe, you know, so the vibe that
She
something's up.
she picks up on the vibe immediately, and there aren't even any words spoken up to this moment.
Mhm.
Like she follows her up there, and the guy, one of her goons, he looks terrifying. So like
Yeah.
first the shot is focused on Helena, and then the shot focuses in on
Mhm.
his face, and yeah, that's a scary mug right there. I wouldn't want
Mhm.
to mess with that guy.
It looks like a bat.
He does, yeah. He kind of does.
I
Um,
like bats, so if you're watching, guy who's standing in scene here, I like bats. It's cool.
he just looks intimidating as hell.
Oh yeah.
That's scary. I wouldn't want to mess with him, and the
hmm
expression on his
And get
face.
on his wrong side.
Yeah, and he's a big dude too. So, and she just stands there kind of smirking at Harmony, and Harmony, you can see the fear in her eyes, and she just turns and walks away. But like she knew like I don't know if she's aware of what they're what they're really capable of, but she might have some awareness.
hmm
Lumen definitely is not above actually hurting people.
Yeah. Uh huh.
I think I think they probably have plants in the police department. Um,
hmm
you know, in season 1 finale, Devon didn't want to go to the police with what Innie Mark
Yeah.
said.
Uh huh.
She didn't feel safe going to the police. She thinks they have plants in the police department.
hmm
And that's how I think they were able to fake Gemma's death too. Because they have
hmm
plants in the police department, and so
Yeah.
they can get away with it.
Or with a hospital with like EMTs and people working the morgue and stuff.
I'm sure they have plants there too. That's how they were able to
hmm
get a hold of Gemma's body and fake her death, and um, pay off a coroner and all that stuff to identify the body when it wasn't really Gemma. Um, but also, Petey was running for his life. Petey knew that they were after him. He was convinced of it. That they were gonna hurt him. They were gonna make him disappear, probably, and so Petey
hmm
was terrified and hiding out in Mark's basement. And in the short story, The Lexington Letter, that Adam Ben Stiller wrote it. Peg was an employee who worked there, and her Innie wrote her a note warning her to run because they were going to come after her. And um, so she wrote her that note, and then Peg took off and mysteriously, conveniently for Lumen, got in a car accident and
hmm
supposedly died.
hmm
Um, so I would definitely say Lumen is willing to hurt people
hmm
you
I
know,
mean,
to
but
shut people up or abduct them or whatever.
Plus,
Well,
pointing out in the credits sequence, there's a car that looks suspiciously like Harmony's floating around in the icy water.
yeah, that in the
Will she
opening
be
credit.
getting in a car accident as well?
I hope not. In the opening credits, there is a car that looks a lot like hers that's floating in icy water. So I don't know, but um, it looked like something bad was gonna happen if she had gone with them. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what they would have done. Maybe abduct her and keep her down there like Gemma. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. Actually unalive her. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But she definitely, you could see the fear in her face, in her
Mm-hmm.
eyes, and so she must have some kind of awareness that Lumon
Mm-hmm.
is dangerous and they can
Yeah.
actually hurt people.
Or just some kind of instinct kicked in with her, and she just felt a bad vibe.
Right, right. We know she's a true believer in this whole cult. Um, she might think that it's justified when they, sometimes actually hurt people,
Mm-hmm.
if she is aware of it, or she just felt a vibe.
Well, she didn't think anything about throwing a coffee mug at Mark.
Right, exactly. And screaming, "We serve Kier, you child."
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Um, so yeah, she turns and leaves and Helena's reaction is odd. She doesn't look like smug or anything like I expected her to look.
Mm-hmm.
She just says, "Harmony?" Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I expected her to have a smug look on her face, like, "Huh, see,"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't know. I can't really read that expression. Um,
Because it's
Harmony,
Helly.
because it's Helly. See, look at her face. Like, how would you read that? Disappointed? I don't even know. I don't. She doesn't look smug,
Mm-hmm.
but anyway.
Well, maybe she thought her little trick would work, and now or maybe it's part of another trick. Maybe they rigged her car. Maybe she's gonna go right into the icy flow.
I hope
When
not.
she wasn't looking, somebody snuck in there and toyed with her car.
This show would be insane to get rid of Patricia Arquette. The only way I could see them killing her off is
Well,
if she elects to leave the show. That's
but also when people die on the show, they don't really die, do they?
oh, that's true.
Like Gemma supposedly died, but who do we see? Gemma.
Yeah, they could easily kill off a character on this show and bring them back as
Mm-hmm.
some semblance of themselves, like Gemma.
That's what
Absolutely.
that's what you call good actor security, like job security.
Yeah.
Like a lot of
Yeah.
these shows where you can come back as something on like in Cold Harbor, or you can come back as a vision, or you can come back as a flashback,
Yeah.
or ghost.
Yeah, that's true. It's like on From, you can always be brought back
Mm-hmm.
in a different
Yeah.
form. There's so many parallels. You know what I love about the way they shoot these scenes? And I love the way they shoot the parking lot scenes at night because,
Mm-hmm.
especially in episode 2, they showed an aerial view of it. The parking lot is it looks like it's a circular shape, and it very much the way that it's designed with the different pathways, it looks like pathways through the brain, and at night,
Mm-hmm.
it looks like electrical pathways lit up in the brain.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they don't do an aerial view in this scene, but still, it reminds
She's
me of
out of
that.
there.
She
She's
yeah,
out of there.
she drove like a bat out of hell out of there
Mm-hmm.
real fast. Yeah, she was out of there. So, this is the final scene, I believe. Mark just trying again. And this was hilarious. He opens his eyes, and I was trying to get a screenshot of it. I'm not sure if I was able to get it. Let me see if I can find it. I was trying to get a shot of her scaring the shit out of him when he opened his eyes. Nope.
Yeah.
Apparently, I couldn't get it because it was like a split second, and I can't do a slow
Yeah, she was
motion
like
shot.
right in front of the car.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like he opened his eyes, and he was like, "Jesus Christ!" Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't expecting that. She's just right there in front of the car, staring at him. Um, and there she is. And she's like, Mark, what are you doing? Are you trying to burn a message into your retinas? It doesn't work. So apparently someone has tried this before. Um, maybe she says it doesn't work, and you could also blind yourself, you know. And uh, and she's like, "Let me in. I want to talk to you." And he tries to get her to go away, but she pulls her really scary Reghabi shtick and yells at him again. I wouldn't want to fuck with this lady. She's scary. She screamed at him in season 1 too, like, "Get the fuck out of here now," or something like that. She said, "Now get the
and
fuck out of
and,
here."
and she's
Yeah.
really good with a baseball bat or whatever she had in that one scene.
Yeah, she bashed Grainer's head in really good. Yeah. When she screams, all of a sudden, it's terrifying. So she demands he opens the car door and let her in, and so he finally listens. Um, and, so that she says that that doesn't work. There's only one way. Like, if she also said, like, how would he even get a message back to you? His Innie, if he did manage to get that message, who is alive in there? How would Innie Mark get the message back? And um so she's like, you know, he says, I don't know, that's his problem. um, and she says there's
Well,
only one way.
he could easily get the message back.
How?
Just use one of those missing flyers and cut off the missing and send the picture.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he could. He could do that. Just I mean, the code detectors only pick up words, so mm, that could work. Anyway, um so she says there's only one way to get messages back and forth, and it's reintegration. She says, I'm better at it now. I can help you, and I can, make it so that um you can keep all your memories. And she said, did 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 any Mark say someone's alive, tell you that someone's alive or something like that, or Gemma's alive, that Gemma's alive? Mark said, how did you know that? And she she's and then he's like, is she alive? um yeah, and his acting was so good, like the shock in his face, because I mean, yeah, he considered the possibility that maybe she's alive because of that incident where he was holding the picture frame and he woke up screaming she's alive. um but I mean, he thought that he identified her body. He, he's gone through this grieving process thinking she's been dead all this time. Her body was burned. He thought that was her. Um, he didn't want to reopen that wound and even consider it, so he was defensive about it with Devon. But I mean, he's got to be wondering about it, and then the realization just hits him when he's like, "Is she alive?" And she says, "The last time I saw her, she was." So I think we can pretty much say for sure now that Gemma is not a robot. She's not a clone. Um, I mean, the only way you could say that she is would be, I don't know. I mean, Reghabi said, yeah, she was alive the last time I saw her. Could the real Gemma have died down there and then they made a copy of her? I mean, that's not impossible, but I don't think so. I don't think she's a clone or a robot. It's the real Gemma, just brain damaged and experimented on. It's nice to get this confirmation, giving us answers so early, which is surprising. Um, but most of us pretty much figured she was alive and not a robot or a clone, but I mean, who knows? I mean, it's possible she could have been one of those things. Um, I wondered it. I mean, I wondered if she was a robot in season 1 sometimes just based on how she acted. Very robotically, um but yeah, she could still be one of those things and the real Gemma died. That's not out of the realm of possibility. Reghabi just says she was alive the last time I saw her. For me, I think she's alive. She's just brain damaged and altered by whatever chip is in her head. And so he gets emotional about it, of course, and gets out of the car, and I thought he was going to throw up again or something, 'cause he tends to do that when he gets worked up. And he's doubled over, but um he did a great job acting that scene, just trying to process this, like, she didn't die in the car accident. She's been alive all this time, and he's been grieving her. Um, and Reghabi says, I can help you. I can make it so that, you know, you'll, the version of you that loves her will still be there. You know, I'm better at this process now, and both of his versions of himself will be merged together. Um, and this is the perfect way to convince him to do it because he was dead set against reintegrating up to this point. And the reason was because of his grief. He didn't want to remember her anymore. He wanted a break from having to suffer. And apparently, I think they've been marketing this as a therapeutic tool because Milchick said in episode 2, the solace that Innie Mark has experienced will make its way to you in time, basically. Just give it that time. So it seems like they're marketing it as a therapeutic tool, like for people suffering from grief or trauma. Give them that solace. Give yourself a break from it during the day, and that solace will eventually bleed through to you. To me, that must be how it's marketed, and just based on what Milchick said, but now all bets are off. This is a game changer now that he knows Gemma didn't die. Then he's like, immediately sign me up. I want to get reintegrated. He's ready to do it immediately. He said he wants to see her, so um, she should have just led with that when she met him in season 1. But he said, "Why didn't you just tell me?" And she said, "Well, we did get interrupted, if you recall." Interrupted by Grainer, of course, and then she bashed his head in. Um, but yeah, like, all she had to do was tell him his wife is alive, and that would be honestly, though, if she had told him in season 1, I don't think he would have believed it. I think any Mark coming out and screaming she's alive while holding that picture frame made him willing to believe this a whole lot more, you know? It wasn't as hard to convince him. If Reghabi had just told him that in season 1, I think it would have been a whole lot harder for him to believe. Um, so they go right to it immediately. They go back to his house, and she sets up the all of this equipment, and he goes down wearing his red sweatshirt, which is very much, on theme with the red um being associated with his Outie, and she sets this stuff up with the wires all connected to his head. Um, she asks him a bunch of questions. I really enjoyed this scene. This was really cool, and I was shocked that we already got here so early. Like, this season is moving so fast. I would have thought it would have taken longer to get to this point. Um, I really was shocked that they already got here. Like, I figured later in the season. I knew that I mean, based on the trailer, I figured that they would do reintegration with Mark because in the trailer, it showed that machine with the wavy lines. Looks like brain waves. So I figured this was going to happen. Like it showed that in the wavy lines, but I didn't think it would be this soon. So fast.
Well, like you said, they had a plan for 3 seasons, so it's like chop chop.
Yeah, but
Get
I
it going.
figured they'd at least wait till later in this season. Even
You gotta cut the fat off this.
even knowing that, I'm surprised so early in the season. We still have 7 more episodes.
Yeah.
And like someone said in the chat during the watch party, I'm gonna miss Innie Mark. He's not gonna be the same anymore once they start reintegrating him. He's gonna be a mix of both. So I bet that was an interesting acting challenge for Adam Scott because they're 2 very different personas. Now he's gotta start kind of veering back and forth between the 2 and merging them together. Which is interesting. The way Innie Mark carries himself is completely different. His hands start shaking really bad, so and she's like, "Oh shit." And she stops the thing for a second because I guess that's not a good sign. Then she turns it back off and on again, and that calms down. And she's like, "Are you okay?" And he says, "I don't know, am I?" Because apparently that's not supposed to happen. And I don't know what the hell all this stuff is, but it's interesting. The powder. She sprinkled a bunch of powder around in a circle, and it reminds me of those old games that worked with magnets, and it was like it would be
Etch
like
a sketch. Oh, Etch a sketch or the guy with the beard.
the guy with the beard.
Oh my god, marketing opportunity. KIER things with the magnet things, but it's KIER.
Yeah, they can totally do that.
The hair on KIER.
Yeah. Yeah, there was this guy with a beard that, you would create with them using like there'd be like tiny magnets inside and you'd play with it. That's what this reminded me of. I don't know what that is, that white powdery stuff, but
I thought it
uh,
was salt, but you say it's powder, so
well, maybe I don't know what it is. It could be salt.
yeah.
Uh, she asks him questions like, what's my name? And he remembers it. And what color were your mother's eyes? And he has to remember at first. She's like, seriously?
See, I like that because some people don't remember the color of their mom's eyes. It's a really
Yeah.
weird question.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, and she doesn't understand how he might not remember that. um and and then she says, "Did you love your mother?" He says, "Yeah." Um and she asks, what does MDR mean?" He says, he says mystic. She's like, wrong. um so she goes on, and then she says something like, what month is it, or something like that, what month, or what's the date, or something like that. And he says, "You mean what quarter?" And that's how you know that was his Innie self responding, because apparently they measure their time in quarters and not like normal measures of time like we do. He says, "You mean what quarter?" And so those are like the 2 versions of Mark, and they start to merge together, the 2 wavy lines. And this thing, so this then forms 4 circles, which kind of reminds me of the 4 circles on Gemma's file that we were
The
wondering what they
tempers.
were.
Team of
Yeah,
tempers.
the tempers. Maybe it represents the tempers. And there were 4 of those on Gemma's file, and we were wondering if they were cells or something else. So yeah, maybe they represent the 4 tempers, and I don't know. But yeah, that was interesting. Um and yeah, she asks him then he gets confused. He's like, "You mean what quarter?" And you can tell he's starting to get disoriented as the different versions of him are merging together. Um, and I wish I could have gotten better stills of the closing segment because it's
Yeah.
split
Mm-hmm.
second changes, and it's so freaking cool. The effect
Mm-hmm.
that they did, I loved that. It was so cool. He starts flashing between Innie and Outie Mark,
Mm-hmm.
and um, I couldn't get all the stills of like this, and I can't play the clip because I could risk getting the stream blocked. I mean, I could try playing it briefly, but then that section might end up getting trimmed out. I could. Um, oh wait, there's more circles now. There's more than just 4 forming. And then then it's like he's laying on the table in his Innie Mark suit, and then he's Outie Mark in his sweatshirt. He's back there, and oh, that was I don't know what that was. And then Innie Mark, Outie Mark, and then he's This is just so trippy. This is so trippy. Um, I loved how they shot this. You can tell this is CGI, of course, but it looked really cool. So disorienting. Then he's Outie Mark on the table. I actually got better stills than I thought, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Um, nothing can compare to actually seeing the clip, though.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it. And then I guess that's his view of is that the view from inside where that must be the view inside of Lumon, what the ceiling looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because he's in his basement right now. That's not what his basement would look like.
And you got the 4 lights in all the corners.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Before
has that whole thing with the tempers, and then people are saying there's a 5th circle, but I think that's the 5th circle that comes when you tame your tempers and you balance them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like this almost has the 4 things in the corners and then a square, like a rectangle in the middle. So it's kind of symmetrical like that too.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Matt. It looked like 4 at first, but then
Well, that's when you tame your tempers. You get the 5th magic circle in there.
right.
And that's how you know you're doing good. Oh, good. We're at maximum temper balance.
Right, right. Wait a minute. I took way too many shots of that, but I was trying to get all these quick shot changes. I was trying to get as much of it as I could. Yeah, right there. There are 4, and then there's a little one in the middle. And then on the outsides of it, there's more shapes forming. I don't know. It's confusing. But let me go back to where I was at. I loved this closing sequence. This is so cool. And they showed a bit of this in the trailer for season 3 too. I didn't know if we'd actually be getting a scene like this or if it was just for the trailer. Well, that was cool. It
Yeah,
looked like
it's interesting because in the original script, Mark was supposed to be the one on the table being questioned. So it's interesting that now at the end, in this episode, he's on the table like he was supposed to be in the pilot script.
yes. Yes, I remembered that you said that, and so I
Yeah.
thought of it when I saw this scene. Like that was cool how they did
Well,
that
he
because he
didn't get
was
birth through he didn't get birth through a giant sphincter in the ceiling, so that was disappointing. But the rest was satisfying.
yeah. Yeah, it was cool seeing him in that position and hearing like a voice talking to him, a disembodied voice too. Um yeah, it was cool. The more circles, the higher the frequency. Um yeah, she was referring to frequencies of gamma, alpha, beta, Susie, that's right. Yeah. Um that was true. Yep. It would be like gamma and beta. David said, "Hey, David, is you? I'll have to look, but I've seen the patterns before. Look at images of the mind before and after hemisync." Okay. The 4 sand circles are also shaped like the houses on the cul-de-sac of Dylan's neighborhood. Oh, cool, V-Sky.
Yeah, yeah.
That's interesting.
I thought they kind of looked like the thing on Cold Harbor as well, but I guess all those are connected.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think so. I think that's intentional, for sure. There's 5 main brain waves, right? Gamma, beta, alpha, theta, delta. Okay, Susie. The sand or salt on that board is measuring frequency. Frequency something. I don't know.
I think like this. It's just like there's a K in it, but it's like.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Go for it. Yeah, I'm pulling it up. I mean, if I have to trim out the clip, I have to pull out the clip. I mean, it's not going to make the stream go away forever. I'll just trim out the clip and then it'll be right back. What the hell? Yeah, I'll play the clip for the last few seconds anyway, because it's super trippy and cool. Look at it still as if it just doesn't do it justice. Let me see, how long is this clip? It goes, see, it stops at the 53:45 second mark, and it starts at, okay, I need to skip ahead a little bit more. Yeah, it's like, I think I'm allowed to show a few seconds.
Allegedly 6 seconds.
Oh, damn, too bad. Too bad I can't show more than that, but.
Well, you can show 6 and then stop and show another 6, probably.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll try that. Umber is funny with the devil horns. Now I'm gonna switch to this, and where is it? There it is. I'm gonna turn off the sound. Sometimes that helps if I don't play the sound. Okay. So that's just so cool. Okay. That was like maybe 10 seconds. I don't know. It might have to trim it out after, but that's just so cool. So cool. I loved how it kept glitching in and out between Mark's Innie self and his Outie self, and back and forth between the striking red sweater, which represents the Outie, and then the suit of the Innie guy, and he's one second he's in the basement, the next he's laying on the table in the office, and it looked like the table was spinning around too, which made it even more trippy. They did an amazing job with the effect on that.
And then they inverted the credits by putting black credits on white.
Oh, yeah, they did. They did. That was cool. Now it won't let me. Oh, wait. It's being slow because I'm running StreamYard. But yeah, so okay, yeah, this was what I was trying to remember what they were saying. And she said, tell me your first memory. And he says, I don't remember. She's like, tell me. He's like, I don't know. I don't remember. And then he hears Petey saying, hey there, you on the table. I wonder if you'd mind taking a quick survey. 5 questions to start out. Who are you? I love that little flash to his first experience. That's his first memory. She was saying, tell me your first memory. And that was his first memory as Innie Mark. His first memory was laying on that table, just like he told Helly. He once laid on that table too, and he said, I was just like you, and a disembodied voice was asking me, who are you? And it was Petey. So we just got a glimpse into Mark's first memory, which we never actually got to see. I liked that. He is the star of the show and the main character, so it was cool actually getting to see that. But he's transitioning back and forth between Innie and Outie though, because of the reintegration, so they made it trippy as hell, like an acid trip. And it looked like the conference table was spinning around too. I loved that effect. That was cool. So that pretty much, we've been going for 5 hours. Holy shit, it's 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, and I didn't know if you wanted to do call-ins or not, or just finish.
Honestly, I wanted to do call-ins. I didn't think it was going to take us 5 hours to get through the breakdown, though. I don't know why. There's just so much to talk about with this show, you know? I mean, I don't know. Maybe next time I'll share the link, a little sooner before we finish the breakdown. If it's going to continue taking us this many hours, then I might just do that. But
as long as you don't get a call in that goes off-roading for a half hour about non-severance issues.
Yeah, it's got to be focused on what we're watching, the actual scene that we're watching. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I want to stay on just a little bit longer to just wrap up final thoughts. And if anyone wants to come on and just share some quick thoughts. I mean, I always feel bad because, like, this is the second week in a row when I said I was gonna post a call-in link when we finish the breakdown, and I underestimated how long it would take us to finish the breakdown. So I feel bad. I don't want to say yes, I'm going to do this and then not do it. But if anyone wants to call in and share some quick thoughts, I'm happy to do it because I want to wrap up. I mean, I don't want to immediately get off now anyway. I want to do some final thoughts on the episode, and Scarlet needs to go to sleep. So
I need to go to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. Any final thoughts from you, Scarlet, before you go
It
to
was
sleep?
one hell of an episode. And we learned a lot.
Yes, we did. Yeah, I loved every single episode this season. I think they were all knocking it out of the park, 10 out of 10, honestly, and I'm not exaggerating. I really feel that way. But this one, for me, this one was this one had some of the most fun what the fuck moments in the whole season yet. So this is the most fun to talk about out of all of them for me.
And now we said the next episode is going to be a doozy as well.
Yeah. Yeah, who said that?
Well, it's the one where they're all dressed up in Russian gear, or the fur hats and the long coats.
No way. Really?
I think it's the next one coming up. Yeah, it's just a non-stop thrill ride.
Holy shit. Yeah. That's crazy. Wait, did somebody see an episode trailer and that's how they know?
All I heard it was hearsay from other people that had channels. So
It's got to be like the episode trailer or something. Yeah, the season is moving fast. We're already getting to that insanity, which I have no theory or prediction for. I have no idea. That's going to be interesting for sure. And we'll be watching that Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern when it drops, and Scarlet at 10 p.m. Eastern, and anyone else. So, yeah, sorry, Scarlet. I know you wanted to go to bed a lot sooner. I had no idea it had even been this long. We got carried away, but yeah, you need to get some sleep.
Yeah.
Thank you for staying on as long as you have.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Thank you, everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing what you do, Julie.
Oh, thank you for doing what you do. And
yeah.
try to get some
See you,
sleep.
everybody. Have a good one. I'll see you
Good
again
night.
soon. Probably sooner than I'll. That's probably the same day. Wait, no, Tuesday. I don't do anything on Tuesday. Wednesday.
Yeah. Yeah.
See you Wednesday.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
night.
Good night.
Yeah. When we're doing the live on Wednesday.
Yes, we're Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll be doing the next From Live. It'll be the rewatch of season 1, episode 10. So it'll be a lot of fun to talk about. And we might even get a surprise appearance from the Man in Yellow, Doug Hughes. So who knows? Well, you'll have to check it out and see. It might just pop on.
And Susie, I think, is going to do a pop on here pretty soon.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, I'll see you. Have fun with that. Right. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Yeah, I don't know how it got to be 5 hours. I didn't intend for it to take 5 hours to do the breakdown. I don't know. We got to try to shorten it. You know what it was? I know what it was. It's the Helena versus Helly debate. Oh, and I didn't take a final check-in on that before Scarlet dropped off. I'll have to see where the poll stands. I'm sure Helena is still running away with the poll. That's what took so long. We kept talking about Helena versus Helly. That's it. Hey, why do I have no background anymore? What the hell? StreamYard has been weird for me lately. This isn't the right layout. I'm supposed to have a background. Yeah, I need my Lumon back. There's my Lumon parking lot. I need to get off in a few minutes, but yeah, Susie, you're welcome to call in if you'd like. Yeah, Dieter, that's a good idea. I could put up the StreamYard link at the top when the stream starts, in case one of the showrunners joins as a surprise or something. Because we spent hours arguing about Helena versus Helly. Well, it's not that we were arguing, but we were trying to see both sides of it, point out different clues that it could be either. So we got carried away with that. Susie, it says your devices are not connected. It says you will need to connect your mic/cam before I can add you to the stream, Susie. So see if you can do that, if you would, please. So Helena is winning at 70%, then Helly 12%, 10% says she switches back and forth, and 8% agree with me that Helena will go in later this season. Again, that's just the direction I'm leaning in. I'm not completely in that camp myself, but if I had to pick, that's what I would say. Oh, we got 91 votes. That's cool. Got 91 votes on that poll. Thanks for everyone who participated. It's fun. And I don't mind at all if it's friendly arguing. Yeah, it's always friendly. It's all love here, trust me, Matt. People can, all I ask of people is that is that you understand other people have different theories sometimes, and that theories are not fact. And I know you guys know that, so that's all I ask. Sometimes, once in a while, someone will come into my comments section and be obnoxious in my comments, and like somebody seemed to dislike one of my Severance videos, made some kind of derogatory, like subtle derogatory remark, which I didn't really care for. But disagreeing and having different theories is fine. Susie, your devices are still not connected. Peace out, V Sky. I chose Helena later too. V Sky, I thought you were in the camp of Helly though. Maybe you changed your mind. Susie, I think you have to make sure that your mic and your camera are connected. Okay, AA. Yeah, sorry, AA. Since it took us so long to break down the episode, I didn't check in with the comment section as much as I normally do. Sorry about that. I know I missed a lot of your comments, and I usually I love reading your comments and reading as many of them as possible. We got too caught up in the Helena versus Helly debate. Friendly debate. Always friendly. So I hope there was no misunderstanding on that. Okay, AA, where is it? Teeter says I have a poll for next live stream. Is Kendrick severed? Or I could do a poll on Kendrick versus Drake, but I don't want to send people off my stream if there are Drake fans, so I better not. That last scene was cool, Miss J's reviews. I loved it. That was really cool. Okay, let's see. Umbra remembers that game I was talking about. Yeah, it looked like it was done because what we were looking at, it looked like it was done with magnets. Yeah, I don't want there to be just 3 seasons of Severance. Miss J's reviews, that's not enough. Matt Gilbert says I heard 3 or 6. Well, 6 would be freaking amazing. Please make it be 6. Okay, looking for AA's comments. KP was here saying, "Why are you still here? What the fuck?" As usual. Shout out to KP. KP doesn't understand why we're still streaming at these hours. This isn't anything new. It's been months and months of doing this, but he's still surprised. AA said, I also just found this online. The subdivision that Mark Scout lives in, Baird Creek Manor, is named after him. Oh. Yeah, there was a Baird Egan. That's right. And in the newspaper, in the KIER Chronicle newspaper, there was something called someone mentioned the Baird Creek Bandit was breaking into houses. So, yeah, yep. So that's named after him. Yeah, that's interesting. AA says the driver is Baird Egan, the 4th CEO of Lumon in the Perpetuity Wing, 1902 to 1976. He died in 76, and that's him. Wait, the driver? Which driver? Which driver? The goon? The goon next to Helena? Susie, it's still not connected. I don't know why. It says Susie device is not connected. They will need to connect their mic/cam before you can add them to the stream. Susie, I think there's a way that like if you go up to the top where like you type in the address, like there should be a way you can give permission to connect to your webcam, or not. You don't have to be on cam obviously, but like you have to give it permission to record audio/video. You give it permission, and then you can turn your cam off or whatever you want to do. But I think you have to give it permission, and that's why it's not letting you do it. I'm sorry, Susie. I don't know why you're having trouble, because you've come on before, so I don't understand what the problem is. That sucks. I'm sorry. But keep trying. I'm still talking. Feel free to keep trying. So the driver AA has been saying is a past Egan. He's number 4 in the perpetuity wing. His first name, so it was Baird Egan. Okay. I'm not sure. I didn't see Jeremy's video, but yeah, I think he's a past Egan. The other theory I had was he was a hitman, and Harmony worked with him before, so she knew she was being set up. Wow, so that dude with the scary face was Baird Egan. I'll have to go back and look at the perpetuity wing, and oh wow, that's crazy if that's the case. He shouldn't be alive. Oh, thank you for alerting me to that, AA. Thank you, because I normally check in with the chat a lot more than I did tonight. So sorry about that. Susie had said, you mean how Jeremy was saying he looks super Sicilian and the other guy doesn't? I mean, maybe, but I don't see it. So Jeremy's been saying this too. I'm going to have to check out Jeremy's video. He has similar ears like Tug. Oh, wow. Harmony definitely has some untreated mental health issues. Yeah, I agree, V Sky. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Let's see. What else did I miss? Yeah. Like Matt Gilbert said, Harmony drives a Volkswagen Rabbit, and as V Sky said, it looks like it's sinking in icy water in the new theme, the opening credits, the new opening titles. So that doesn't sound good. I hope she's okay. Matt said, I think it's a white rabbit. I was told the model. I forgot. I don't know cars very well. Well, you know more than me, that's for sure. Yeah, yikes. Susie, see if you can like go up to, if you go up to the top, like where you type in the website, there's a little video button. If you click on it, you can make sure that you've given permission for your camera and microphone and sound to have so this site has permission to connect to your device, and then you can shut off your cam. You don't have to be on cam. It just has to have permission before it will let you in. Anyway, let's see. David said, balancing the right and left hemispheres using sound frequency to alter states of consciousness is a direct nod to the gateway process. Yeah, I was wondering, David, about how they wrote this in terms of the science of it all. Because sometimes it's a bunch of nonsense and gobbledygook when you see sci-fi shows and movies, like use this jargon to invent procedures that don't exist, because obviously we don't actually have procedures that can sever a human brain. But I wondered how much of this stuff is like based on anything real, like what the science is behind it. I'm gonna have to listen to the podcast. Maybe they talk about it. Susie, it still says the same. Maybe you're using a device that's different than ones you've used before when you've come on, and you have to enable permissions. Normally when you try to come in, it asks you right off the bat, will you give this site permission to connect to your device, your audio and video? But I don't know. Sometimes people have issues though, with this. I've seen this happen before. I'm sorry. Poor Susie. She's trying. Yeah, that's interesting, David. Yeah, see, I don't know. David, you have so much knowledge about psychology, philosophy, science. The fact that you know this, like, I didn't know about that. That's fascinating. And the map looks like schematics of a circuit board. Oh yeah, 100%, Susie, as Susie said earlier. I'm just looking at some of your old comments before I sign off. Let's see. Like AA said, so Mark lives in a subdivision named after the 4th CEO, and the driver looks exactly like him. No coincidences. Yeah. That's interesting. Yep, Baird Creek is named after Baird Egan, great grandson of KIER Egan. So it's totally a company town, like, to its core, right, Matt? I severed my soul to the company store. Oh wow. Yeah. This show is totally examining, like, the way that we're selling parts of ourselves to corporations when we work for them. Like, we're selling our soul, part of our soul, to them, and in this case they're severing their soul to them. You know, like, we give up our freedom to them. We give up so much. We sign away our rights in some cases, like these people do. Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely trying to make a statement about big corporations, 100%. Yeah, no clones and no robots, Matt. Yeah, I never was on that train. Even though Gemma seemed robotic as hell, I just couldn't imagine her actually being some kind of robot. It's Gemma, just with severe brain damage. Irv lives at Lenora Lake. Oh shit! It's a great connection IV Sky made. Irv lives at Lenora Lake, and it's named after Lenora Egan, the 7th CEO of Lumon and the great-granddaughter of KIER Egan. Yeah, a lot of people missed that. It wasn't just Myrtle Egan. She was not the only female CEO. There was another one. It was Lenora. Yep. There were 2 women in that. What is it? Hall of the Perpetuity Wing. The Perpetuity Wing. Yep. Lumon is essentially in the business of behavior modification. I think so too. I think that they're trying to mold people into children of KIER, and it's kind of like what they're doing is sort of like a much more high-tech, technologically advanced version of brainwashing. Like, they've been using traditional forms of brainwashing and indoctrination since the 1800s, but now they're going to make a much more efficient way of doing it through the chip, I think. And that's what they're trying to do, flattening people's emotions and making them more malleable and susceptible to buying into the cult, shaping them in KIER's image. That's why in the opening credits you see a bunch of babies, and at the end there's a baby with KIER's face on it. They're trying to shape people into KIER's image. Definitely. That's their end game, and just spread this all over the world. World domination. You know, it's the oldest game in the book. Looking for world domination and trying to create this dystopian society of KIER worshippers. That's what I think they're doing through these chips. It's not just about severing people and making them unable to remember certain aspects of their life. It goes much deeper than that. I think that's why they were able to reveal so much already, because it goes way deeper than this. I can stitch together a version of you. Yeah, Matt Gilbert. I wish I had written. I didn't have time to write down a bunch of quotes from the episode, but that's the quote I was trying to remember. I can stitch together a version of you that loves her with a version of you that can, and then she was cut off by Mark.
So I think she was going to say a version of you that can get her out of there, that can help her, get out of there. That's what I think she was going to say. So he'll have his memories of her from his life where he loves her, and the version of him that can actually help get her out is the Innie Mark, who's already on the inside. He'll be like a sleeper cell. He'll be a spy on the inside. That's the only way that he can actually get his Innie to help with this. Burning this image into his retinas isn't going to be enough. And the Innie version of him is the one that can actually help get her out. So that's what this reintegration process is going to try to achieve. I just can't believe they're already starting it so soon. It does make me think we're only going to get 3 seasons. But there's so much they can do with this. This concept has legs. The concept of spreading this worldwide and what it could do to the larger society, there's so many different directions they could go in this with this. And we know that chips do more than just sever people's minds. There are other functions that we haven't explored yet that we saw teased in the season 1 finale, such as goldfish, elephant, open house. I want to see what all those things do. They could go way over 3 seasons with this. They could go 5, 6. I think goldfish probably would mean in that mode they'd have a really short memory, because that's a stereotype of. It's not actually true. It's a myth, but the goldfish having an extremely short memory, I'm pretty sure that's a myth. And it's also a myth that elephants never forget. But based on that myth, I think they probably named elephant as a mode where they remember everything. I want to see some of these. I really hope they show us some of those other functions. Yeah, I think it might have been a version of you that can't remember who she is. I think it would be a version of you that can help her get out. Like, that can help get her out of there. That's what I'm thinking that she would have said. It made me think of split brain experiments. People can have emotional content, but no factual content, or vice versa. No connection between language and sight. Weird stuff happens. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And it's like, if anybody's ever seen the series Fringe, there was something going on in Fringe similar to that in humanity's future, where they were using, spoilers for Fringe, but using genetic technology, like genetically engineering people so that you could eliminate human emotion and increase the capacity of the human mind and logic as a result. So they could be doing something similar to that. Let's see. Did anybody watch Invader Zim? Susie Greenberg said, I didn't watch it. Remember, like, everyone in the town had a lobotomy. That's funny. I never saw that. I'm sorry, but if you have to whack your equipment before doing what is essentially brain surgery, no thanks. Yeah, she literally had to whack her equipment. I wouldn't really want to trust that. She's like hitting the side of it, and it looked kind of antiquated. It didn't look that fancy, really. The stuff she had looked kind of primitive to be doing something so significant. But he's, at this point, I don't blame him for doing it, because this is the only way he thinks he can try to get Gemma back. This is all it took to convince him. David said it uses sound to manipulate states of consciousness. It affects the mind like chanting, breathing, and Lynch's transcendental meditation. Balancing the hemispheres changes the energy. Yeah, that's interesting, David. Let's see. What else did I miss? I'm gonna quickly just skim through here before I sign off. Okay, I saw that one. Let's see. I'm just skimming through. Let's see. And then I gotta get off so that I can take a break and then get back to my... I still have to finish my breakdown of episode 2, guys. I gotta get that out, so please keep an eye out for that and give it a view, even though it's not just gonna be episode 2 relevant, it's gonna be also discussing the different angles of Helena and Helly, and I'm not in one camp or the other, really, at this point. It could go either way, but I look at every angle, and so yeah, I'm gonna discuss that in the video based on what we saw in episode 2, and then I'll get right to work on my episode 3 breakdown and get it out by Thursday. That's the goal. So, try and give it a view if you have the time. I'll try not to make it excessively long, but you know me, I don't know how to do anything short. Also interesting to note is that the sand immediately goes to that shape when Asal asks him what MDR stands for. Maybe Mark's subconscious memory of refining Gemma into the 4 groups. Yeah, that seems like it's the key. That's what makes Mark start to click into back into Innie Mark. Let's see. Okay. Remember those backgrounds I made? I'll send them again, both kind of Severance-like. I'll make more in case later on. Oh, thank you, Dieter. Yes, please. Yeah, please, if you could send them again, I'd appreciate it, because it's probably buried by now. Okay. Well, I appreciate that you don't mind, AA. Because normally I really do like to check in with the chat a lot more and read more comments, but it was taking us so long. The Helena versus Helly discussion took up a lot of time, and then I was just like, we gotta blow through this, and we still took 5 hours to get through the breakdown. But no, I'm glad. Thank you for calling my attention to it. I'm fascinated by that. I'm gonna go back and look. Absolutely. Poll idea: would you rather be trapped in Fromville or be a severed worker for Lumon? Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna do that poll next time, because we pretty much all watch both shows, most of us. I saw some new names this time. I saw some new names in the chat. So I might have actually had some new people who are not From fans. Maybe we can turn them into From fans. But for the most part, these are like Fromverds groups here, because we all watch both and love both. Yeah, that's a great idea. Erickson or someone close to the show said we can do it in 3 or we can do it in 6. Well, that's weird. That's a strange set of options there, because 6 is double 3, so that's an odd thing to say, Matt. Weird. I vote for 6. I vote for 6. The hitman looks like Barrett Egan. That is what AA said. Compare the photos of them. Yeah, the problem is finding Barrett Egan. I don't know if I can find... I gotta find one with Barrett Egan. I'll see if I have one here somewhere before I get off. Yeah. Helena's driver. Maybe that's why Harmony freaked out. She was seeing a dead guy. Maybe. No, that blows my mind too, AA. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Selvig was afraid she'd get the Boeing whistleblower treatment. Ooh, Samuel. Yeah. She was spooked. Yeah. Could be. Maybe that's why she freaked out and took off. Try to connect with Natalie on Instagram. She likes and reacts to people a lot. Okay, Dieter. I will try that. Jaden the goat. Hey. Hey, what's up? Or do we? Or do we what? What did I miss? I don't know. Let's see. Okay. White Rabbit is probably an Alice in Wonderland reference. Yes, I think so too. Sorry that happened, Susie. I was also messing with my computer all day trying to get it open to put in extra RAM, but one dang screw is just stuck. Sorry to hear that, Susie. Yeah, thanks for trying though. Appreciate it. And I like that woman in the finale of season 1 with Devon, or what was her name? She's severed just for taking care of her baby that's sick. Oh yeah, like the state senator's wife. This is way bigger than just the company. There's so much they could do with this concept. I would love to see it. Yeah, they could easily go past 3 seasons. Yes, Susie, Fringe is so good and so underrated. 100%. That's like how EMDR works. Bilateral stimulation, it really works. It has done so much for PTSD for me. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Susie. Glad it's helped you. I should try it. I have complex PTSD, CPTSD. I should try that. Matt Gilbert's like, I ate 5 Kit Kats. Oh, good for you, Matt. I ate nothing this whole stream and I'm starving now, so I gotta eat something. 5 Kit Kats. Damn. You really like your Kit Kats. And goodbye, Matt. Thank you for being here, as always. The season 2 trailer. I don't know if I can, Dieter. What if I get pulled for copyright for that? I don't know if I'm allowed. Do they do that? Do they do copyright claims for trailers? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Susie, I feel so bad for the Innie version that named the child and was connected to it. It's so ick, that state senator's wife, right? Seriously. Dieter posted a photo link too. And thanks for sharing the link to the fun there's a fun game where you can pretend like you're refining data, like the macro data refiners. Dieter's been sharing the link. It's a fun little game. What's this? Hold on. I'm opening this link that Dieter sent, and it's loading. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me of this, Dieter. Dieter created these beautiful backgrounds. Oh, that's gorgeous. Yeah. That could work for Severance. So, yeah. I've had so much on my mind. I forgot about these. I'll save them. Nice. Yeah, they're beautiful too. I don't know if I can share my screen to show that because it's like it's in a separate app, but hold on a sec. You want to play putt some night and teach me how to make a YouTube channel, Susie? I'll help you if you. I'd be glad to help. I don't know a lot of technical tricks or know-how, but I can help you with whatever I can. Absolutely, I can do that. Sure. Susie, you need a YouTube channel. You'd be awesome. There's really a lot of old school tech going on, like HDMI as the names of the team, RGB as the colors of the show, which is like analog digital graphics. Yes, I was pointing that out on another stream, Susie. When you those old tube TVs, when you go up really close, you could see that the image was created out of loads of teeny tiny little red, green, and blue dots. And those are the main colors of the show, red, green, and blue. So yeah, I can see the connection there. It's the primary colors of light. Oh, you're sweet, Susie. I just like hearing your cute little voice. You have positive energy. You're a sweetheart, Susie. Thank you. I try to have positive energy. I don't feel positive a lot in my life because of what I'm going through, but but talking to awesome people like you guys and about shows that really make you think, I get excited about it, and it makes me feel better. It's a good distraction. It's like therapy. One of us, Phil Chill. David says the way we are severed is by being left brain dominant. We all are. That's why we need meditation to balance with the right hemisphere, or use sound, or take drugs like antidepressants or whatever other drugs help with that. I don't know. Yeah, that's a great point, David. I should really be doing more meditation. People were just telling me that recently, as a matter of fact. Jaden said that comment was about when you said we don't have the technology to split people's personalities and conscience in real life. Oh, gotcha. I was reading it late, so I didn't know. Or because you said, or do we? Gotcha. Yeah, who knows? Never know. And welcome. Thanks for popping in. We do these streams every Wednesday night. If you weren't aware, I mean every Wednesday. What am I talking about? Every Monday. Wednesday is my next stream for From. But we do the Severance streams every Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern. Tonight I was late due to family issues, but normally it's 10 p.m. Eastern on Monday night. Give or take a few minutes because I tend to be late, but not as late as I was tonight. So let's see. What else did Dieter share? Dieter shared more photos. Yeah, they're gorgeous. I'll see if I can share my screen and put them up. Let me just go through this really quick first. Samuel said I deleted my Facebook 12 years ago. I still have a Facebook. I don't go on it much anymore, though. I don't go on it much. Like, no one, because like I have a friend list and hardly anyone would ever like or comment on my posts. So I was like, what is the point? I'm pouring my heart out on here and expressing all kinds of ideas and all different things, and I was getting next to no reaction from people. So I was like, I'm wasting my time. I need to go somewhere else. In the Severance intro, Helly runs to the left hemisphere and Gemma to the right. Left is the sinister mind, right is intuition. This is symbolism for Helly being the femme fatale for Mark, in my opinion. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's so cool, David. I think this show, more than anything else, fits in with all of this, with this type of symbolism. It's operating on a very high level of thinking. It's deep. This show is deep. Now, we don't always have to consume it that way. We don't have to, like, even if we don't recognize all of those nuances, we can still enjoy the show. But it's deep like that. I believe that kind of stuff is intentional for sure, you know. Mark Egan. Oh wow, the stream is still going. I'm getting ready to wrap it up. I'm almost through the comments, and I just wanted to check in a bit before I got off because we didn't get to check in with the chat enough tonight, and I like to do that. And Helena is still on top. Yes, she is, Mark. 5 hours is blowing through it for us. Yeah, Scarlet, it is. Well, Susie, I envy you being right brain dominant. I'd probably be better off if I were. I'll be here on the next one. I fell asleep. Sorry. No, don't be sorry, Mark. I appreciate it that you came. Thanks for coming, and yeah, please like and subscribe. I appreciate it. Every Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern, we'll be doing these breakdowns. We'll try to get through the breakdown quicker and take call-ins so people can weigh in and share their thoughts. And on Discord, we have our watch party on Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll stream the episode every week, like I have been. And then 10 p.m. Eastern, if you miss the 9 p.m. one, I'll be streaming it again. We also have a voice chat after we watch it, which is a lot of fun. So, and you don't have to unmute and talk. You can also just chat. You can type in the chat. It's kind of like a mini live stream. And for anyone who doesn't know, it's kind of like a mini live stream. You can type in the chat and just listen, or you can unmute and say something if you want. It's totally up to the individual, but everyone's welcome. Anyone at all wants to join. The link to the Discord is in the description of this video. If you're listening on the replay, you can find it in there. Helena R. Egan. Yeah. I'm gonna keep calling her Helena until we know who the hell she is. Hashtag Team Helena for life. Okay. I'm gonna keep calling her Helena. Yeah, Dieter, I'll get some rest. And these maniacs keep talking. I'm one of the maniacs. I am one of the maniacs. Not ashamed to say it. AA said, I think Helena will try and persuade Mark's Outie. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Nah, Susie, it's okay. I can't shut up either. Look at me. I'm still rambling on, and I need to be getting off of this. And I'm in pain right now, so I'm in a lot of pain right now. So I need to get off of here myself. But I truly appreciate everybody who showed up and stuck around and left, came back, whatever it is. It stayed for whatever amount of time. Thank you. And people who are listening and not chatting, I appreciate you too. Any of you out there in the bushes, the lurkers, I appreciate all of you. Thank you. Thank you to the Rewatch crew, because I do notice that, I mean, the replay crew, I do notice that the view numbers go up quite a bit after the stream is over. So I know there are people watching the replay, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I am going to put the link. It's not there right now, but I'm going to edit this stream after and put the link to my my latest video on Severance in the description, which is a theory on Gemma and how I think Gemma / Miss Casey, like what is going on, how she factors into Lumon's ultimate end game, and what the MDR people are actually doing. What is Mark's role in all of this? What are the others' role in this and the MDR team? All of that is in my theory video, which you can find. This is the latest video on my channel, but I'll throw the link into the description of this video in a little while once I can edit the stream. But you can find it on my channel. It's right there. And I break down a bit more of episode 2. I'm going to finish and release the rest of the episode 2 breakdown and theory today. It's honestly more theory than breakdown. It's not a recap. It's just going to be theory-based theories and ideas, especially related to Helly / Helena, and just other general ideas about what's going on in episode 2. And then I'll get right to work on episode 3's theory and breakdown video hopefully I can get that done by Thursday. That's the goal, but I don't know for sure if I'll be able to do it. Eventually I'll catch up. Thank you, Jaden. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thank you for subscribing, Mark. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm new to covering this show, and I know a lot of people are covering it. So I've got, you know, there are a lot of other choices you could be making, a lot of other content to watch. So thank you for showing up and subscribing. I appreciate it very much. Keep an eye out for my videos. I know they're a bit late, but they're not recaps. So it's theories and ideas, and I briefly go through the events of the episode, but they're not recap videos. It's mainly theory based. So my goal is by the end of the day today, or by this evening, to have the rest of my theory video on Helly / Helena and episode 2 done and released, and then hopefully by Thursday episode 3. And yeah, then those of you who want to join us for the watch party on Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. Link is in the description of the video. And our next stream is going to be on From Wednesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll be breaking down the season 1 finale. That'll be a super fun episode to break down. And I've been in touch with Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow. He and I, you know, we talk, and he's been, you know, tied up this week. He's tied up filming something on Wednesday, but he might just pop in. He might surprise us and pop in Wednesday night. So yeah, check out if you're a fan of From, check out the stream Wednesday night. We're going to be talking season 1 finale, breaking it down with all the new insights we have looking back now. That'll be a really fun one to discuss as a group, and maybe we'll get a surprise appearance from Doug Hughes. That would be fun. He is our BFF. Yes, Susie. Doug Hughes has become our BFF for the whole From fandom. He's like the From ambassador, and it's amazing. He is the best. Can't say enough glowing words about Doug Hughes. He's such a sweet guy. He's just a lovely person, and he's a brilliant, brilliant man. Loved the little chat versus panel discussion and loved the breakdown of the episode. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mark. Thank you very much. And I hope it came across as friendly and not confrontational, because I get excited and animated in the way that I express ideas, but it's never confrontational at all. Feel free to disagree all you want with anything I'm saying, as long as we all keep it respectful, and everyone did. So that's all I ask. It's all that matters to me. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. And see you, Dieter Mammalian. We can watch Pop Culture Jeopardy on Discord tomorrow night too. I'll put it on. Pop Culture Jeopardy. I didn't know that was a thing. Well, that's cool. Yeah, you know, Susie, anybody can start a watch party in my Discord whenever they want. You can do that. You can have watch parties in my Discord. The only thing I ask is that you don't promote it and tag everybody if I have a live going on or something. But other than that, hey, have at it. Anytime you want to do that, you can do it. That's what it's there for. The voice channels in the Discord are there to be used. You can have watch parties even if I'm not available. You can do that. 100%. You can do that. Susie said, I always sound like I'm arguing, but I'm just kidding. Yeah, I might have sounded like I was arguing because I get like animated in the way that I talk, but I wasn't me at all. That wasn't the intention. So please don't feel like I was like arguing with the chat or anything like that. It was all friendly. Doug is the yellow goat. Yes, he is. Yes, indeed. Okay then. Well, I am gonna sign off. You guys have a good day or a good night. Truly appreciate you. Keep an eye out for that next Severance video later today. It is going to be focused more on the theory based ideas I have, like theories and ideas I have based on episode 2, but it's not a recap, it's a deep dive, so hopefully still worth a watch. So if you have the chance, maybe give it a view. Even if you only watch 30 seconds of it, it counts as a view. Just saying. If you stream something dirty in the watch party, only tag me. Yeah, maybe we won't stream anything too dirty in the watch party, but you don't till Wednesday, right? Yeah, I don't have a watch party till Wednesday, Susie. That's right. Yep. I'm not watch party, but live. You know what I mean. Yeah, I don't have a live till Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern, Susie. So, yeah, anything else is fair game. I'm going to post my schedule for the rest of the week in my community tab of YouTube and probably through Discord too. I'll start doing that so people can keep track of what's going on. So, gonna go watch the sunrise and I'll send y'all a picture. Well, nice, Susie. Yeah. Yeah, throw the picture in the Discord. We'd like to see it. That's cool. Thank you for being you, Jules. Oh, you're a sweetheart. Thank you for being you, Susie. Technically, Chels or Chelsea. I know that's your actual name. So, thank you for being you too. You're a sweetheart. You are amazing too, Dieter. You are amazing too. Thank you for everything that you do for me. I can't thank you enough. You you're an admin, but you have no say at all. I wouldn't say that. I mean, you definitely have influence, and I appreciate your input and advice always. Of course. It's not that you don't have a say. Anyway. Anyway, thank you guys. You're all lovely people, and I appreciate you. And we don't have to agree on theories. I enjoy the lively discussion and debate. Once in a while, I get a little irked if someone says, like, no, we can't even debate this. It's a done deal. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Yes, we can. It's not a done deal. It's debatable, and it's still a theory. But yeah, any other than that, we're good. It's all just opinion. So thank you guys. I appreciate you. And watch out for that video later today. Fingers crossed I actually complete it this time. Thank you for everybody who's watched my Gemma and Lumon endgame theory video already. If you haven't checked it out, if you have the time to give it a watch, I'd appreciate it. And when this stream ends, if you have a chance, if you wouldn't mind just leaving me a quick comment in the comment section of this video, it'll open up once the live stream ends. The regular comments open, and it helps with the algorithm. So if you drop a comment in, even if you're just saying hi or put an emoji in there, then it helps with the algorithm. So that's always appreciated. Any kind of, no matter how short the comment is, if you drop a comment in, it does help people find my channel. So always appreciate that. Anyway, thank you guys. Have a good day and a good night, everyone. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together.